Chapter 251, Battling a Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator. Chapter 251, Battling a Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. With the aid of the mosquito's fields of vision, Wang Baoli moved through the forest like a god of death, swiftly and with his eyes seemingly everywhere. His enemies were stung by the mosquitoes without even noticing his presence. Under Wang Baoli's control, the mosquitoes swarmed the cultivators from the 5-generation Sky Clan after stinging them. The cultivators, in their immense agony, had no time to send out a signal. They were slain immediately by Wang Baoli, who would charge out suddenly at them. The grey mosquito was bizarrely powerful. After discovering how powerful it was, Wang Baoli allowed it to operate on its own. From Wang Baoli's observations, he found that the cultivators who were bitten by the grey mosquito would very quickly turn blue in color and collapse. It was as if they had transformed into a block of ice. Every time the mosquito burrowed its way out of their foreheads, it seemed to become more powerful than before. With the aid of the grey mosquito, Wang Baoli was like a tiger given wings. In less than an hour, he had slain all 11 cultivators from the 5-generation Sky Clan who were in the vicinity. When his flying sword pierced through the forehead of the last 5-generation Sky Clan cultivator, and killed the cultivator who had been mutilated beyond recognition by mosquito bites, Wang Baoli inhaled a deep breath and wasted no time in turning away and fleeing into the distance. With his speed pushed to his limits as well as the aid of the mosquitoes, Wang Baoli was like a monkey spirit in the forest, running faster and faster. He had slight regrets in his heart though. In order to escape being killed, and to split all the pursuing enemies and prolong the distraction, he had no choice but to distribute the fragments amongst his replicas. He was only left with 2 fragments. 5-generation Sky Clan, I won't let this matter rest. Wang Baoli gritted his teeth. He searched for low-lying areas while running away, and gradually sensed signs of teleportations around him. The signs were accompanied by wisps of mist. Wang Baoli saw them and was overcome with glee. His experience told him that those signs pointed to a mystic trace fog in the making. Even though it's not possible to tell when the mist will form exactly, but the deeper I go, the sooner the mist should form. Wang Baoli got a boost to his spirits. He decided to venture deeper. However, at that instant, through his mosquito's visions, he saw a silent silhouette hidden in the translucent mist. Its form melded to a certain degree with the surroundings, and it was dashing at a startling speed, without the usual sounds accompanying the breaking of the sound barrier, towards him. Its speed was too startling and unimaginable. The silhouette was 100 yards away that moment and the next, right in front of him. Wang Baoli had no time to think further. He raised his right palm and slammed it into the ground, triggering the supernova. With a loud rumble, dirt and soil exploded into the air. Wang Baoli used the force of the attack to leap up and away from the translucent figure approaching him. Everything happened too quickly. The figure cut through the air and struck where Wang Baoli had stood. When Wang Baoli turned around and took a look, it was no longer translucent but had revealed its true form. It was a middle-aged cultivator wearing the attire of the 5-generation Sky Clan. He looked vaguely dumbstruck. He was the one leading the team hunting him, Zhu Fei. Alarm rose in Wang Baoli's heart when he saw Zhu Fei. Waves of spirit qi rippled off the latter, creating an oppressive weight on his person. It was clear that Zhu Fei wasn't at the earlier stages of the Foundation Establishment realm but appeared to be at the mid-stage. His spells were bizarre as well. If Wang Baoli didn't have the help of his mosquito's fields of vision, he would have been killed instantly like any other person without even realizing it. Interesting. That must be why you became one of the Federation's 100 seedlings. If we were on Earth, it'd be a challenge killing someone like you in public. But here, there's no escape for you. Zhu Fei clearly recognized Wang Baoli. He sneered, a flash of cruelty flickering across his eyes. It was as if killing a prodigy was something he thought to be a fantastic life experience. Don't worry, I won't kill you immediately. I'll make you beg for your death, and record the whole thing so that I can enjoy rewatching it in the future. There was perversion in Zhu Fei's expression, causing Wang Baoli's scalp to go numb. His temper exploded, and he shouted. Damn you! Damn your ancestors to hell! Wang Baoli hollered. He didn't escape and instead charged forward without regard for his life. He pulled out numerous numinous treasures and mindlessly flung them into the air. Countless treasures blanketed the skies and flew towards Zhu Fei. A mere true breath realm cultivator with a bunch of third-grade numinous treasures. You don't even deserve to fight for your life. Zhu Fei shook his head. He raised his right hand and was about to smack them all away. It was then, after pulling out huge quantities of numinous treasures and charging towards Zhu Fei, at the moment that Zhu Fei let his guard down, that Wang Baoli pulled out from his storage bracelet a saber. The saber was a 7th-grade dharmic armament. As soon as the saber appeared, the skies transformed. A startling energy force erupted in the heavens, forming a black tornado that surged and howled around Wang Baoli and grew outwards in all directions. The silhouette of a giant crocodile appeared inside the tornado, and it let loose a thunderous roar. Wang Baoli, with a fearsome expression on his face and battle lust in his eyes, gripped the saber with both hands and leaped out from the black tornado in a single bound. He raised the saber and sent it sweeping towards Zhu Fei. As the saber descended, the crocodile in the tornado lashed out its tail. Its enormous tail seemed to merge with Wang Baoli's body, augmenting his power as he approached swiftly. You! Zhu Fei's eyes widened. His thoughts were swept away by tumultuous waves, and he was overwhelmed by incredulity and shock. Everything happened too fast. The appearance of the dharmic armament was beyond Zhu Fei's expectations. He would never have thought in his wildest dreams that Wang Baoli would actually possess a dharmic armament. Furthermore, Wang Baoli had initially thrown at him multitudes of numinous treasures as a visual distraction. The sudden and unexpected attack was like an earth-shattering lightning bolt that tripped Zhu Fei up. At that critical moment, as his mind was swarmed by buzzing confusion, he let loose a sudden roar. His features contorted, and he bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of his lifeblood. 3 forms of his past lives appeared behind him. They merged with his blood and transformed the latter into a bloody palm that raced towards the dharmic armament. As the palm smacked at the dharmic armament, Zhu Fei pulled out a purple shield. It exuded an immense aura. It might not rival a dharmic armament, but it seemed to be at least a 6th-grade numinous treasure. Zhu Fei prepared to defend against the incoming strike with everything he had. As Zhu Fei fought with everything he had, Wang Baoli burst out from the black tornado with the saber in his hands. An immense, awesome force erupted from inside his body and rose to the skies. The awe and terror-inspiring force seemed to come from within Wang Baoli, from the world, and even, to a certain extent, from the entire galaxy and the universe. Enlightened. The mere utterance of those words inside his heart sent the immense force roaring into the skies, forming an immense, indescribable oppressive energy that seemed to originate from the distant, faraway stars. It was as if an ancient consciousness was on the verge of awakening. The rise of the energy force came too suddenly and too quickly. Zhu Fei, his spirit chi erupting and at full force, suddenly lost all capacity for thought. The expression on his face transformed even before terror could threaten to take over his mind. The cultivation resting inside his body shuddered and quaked without stop. An instinctive feeling of utter helplessness and impotence rose from his gut. He was caught by the sudden urge to run. As his mind was shaken, his spell showed signs of dissipating. His control of the small purple shield before him, due to the mental blast, also suffered and showed signs of destabilizing. Everything happened within the span of a moment. As Zhu Fei's mental strength wavered and his control over his spell and numinous treasure slipped, Wang Baoli charged forward and swung his saber at the bloody palm print. A deafening thunder resounded in the air. The bloody palm print collided with the dharmic armament, their clash ringing loudly in the sky. The bloody hand was sliced into 2, disintegrating instantly. Wang Baoli spat out a mouthful of blood, but the expression on his face remained fierce and vicious. There was a tinge of madness in his eyes as he gripped the saber tightly and swung at the purple shield. Another loud clash pierced through the air and rose into the skies. The force of the collision swept towards, sweeping the small purple shield away instantly and smacking Zhu Fei in the chest. A mouthful of blood spilled out of his mouth as Wang Baoli's dharmic armament appeared before him and swept past in a single slice. A thin line of blood appeared on Zhu Fei's forehead. The saber hadn't pierced his head, he let out a sudden cry of pain, and his body flew backwards rapidly as he retreated 100 yards into the distance. Staring at the retreating Zhu Fei, Wang Baoli sighed with regret. The backlash from his attack had been too much. He had expended all his energy, and blood seeped from his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. His head buzzed without stopping as a sudden weakness overtook his entire body. An icy glimmer flashed across his eyes. This hasn't ended yet. In an instant, from around him, the 10 mosquitoes, which had hidden and been lying in wait, dashed out and flew straight towards Zhu Fei. Chapter 252, Death to Those Who Enter. Chapter 252, Death to Those Who Enter. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The 10 mosquitoes had been dispersed throughout the area earlier. When Zhu Fei had first appeared, Wang Baoli had immediately assessed the considerable disparity in their power. It was possible to kill Zhu Fei, but the probability of that happening was too low. He had planned accordingly. He would kill the man if possible. If not, he had to at least frighten him off. It was due to those considerations that he hadn't sent out the mosquitoes, and had decided to first use his many numinous treasures as a distraction before executing a surprise attack with his dharmic armament. He had even uttered the beginning of the scripture inwardly, as both a scare tactic and a means to temporarily augment his abilities and complete the final strike. At the same time, he had thought of a backup plan in case he had failed, and that was, the mosquitoes. After his experiences in the Pond Cloud rainforest, during the Beast Tide, as well as in the Kulon Basin, Wang Baoli had become more ruthless and calculated in his attacks and strategies. In order to let the mosquitoes succeed, he gritted his teeth and retreated swiftly to distract Zhu Fei. The instant Zhu Fei lifted his head and looked towards Wang Baoli's direction, the 10 mosquitoes swarmed in. A howl of pain rang out from Zhu Fei's lips suddenly. His body swelled up, an agonizing pain and an indescribable itch drove him mad. His body hummed and let loose a sudden burst of Foundation Establishment realm energy that rippled outwards. It shattered the 9 mosquitoes. The grey mosquito, strangely, remained and continued racing forward. It bit Zhu Fei on his arm viciously, and a patch of blue spread across his body abruptly. Zhu Fei was immediately alarmed. He retreated hurriedly, spat out a mouthful of blood, and attempted to crush the grey mosquito that was trying its best to burrow into his body. Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes at the rapidly retreating Zhu Fei. He didn't pursue the latter. He could sense the immediate regeneration of the mosquitoes, excluding the grey one, in the scabbard inside his body. The grey mosquito didn't immediately regenerate but was clearly forming inside the scabbard. After a while, it was ready to be deployed again. He released a sigh of relief, turned, and sped away, deeper into the forest. The battle made him realize the rift separating him and a cultivator at the Foundation Establishment realm. Even though it wasn't his first fight with a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator, it was the most significant one. After all, the last time he had fought against one was when he battled alongside Zhao Yamen and Zhui Yifan against the giant tree, which was at the perfected Foundation Establishment realm. There hadn't been such an intense and direct battle then, like what had taken place between him and Zhu Fei. He knew that he had a chance to win the fight. However, the dharmic armament he had wasn't something a true breath realm cultivator could fully wield and control. Even though he had used his wits and uttered the scripture, frightening Zhu Fei and destabilizing both his spell and numinous treasure, he himself had been relying on his Foundation Establishment realm physical form to wield the dharmic armament forcibly. His strategy had worked, but it wasn't perfect. He failed to kill Zhu Fei. The backlash on his body was also considerable. If he employed the method more than 3 times, the enemy wouldn't have to dirty their hands to take him out, as he himself would collapse. I'll have to risk great injury and almost dying to kill him. Wang Baoli thought seriously and weighed his options. He retrieved a pill swiftly and swallowed it. Then, with great regret, he vanished into the depths of the forest. In the forest, behind him, was the hastily retreating, pale-faced Zhu Fei. He realized Wang Baoli hadn't continued his pursuit and started grinding his teeth. In reality, despite his grievous injuries, his earlier retreat had been a trap. He had intended to lure Wang Baoli into pursuing him and use that as an opportunity to relaunch an attack on Wang Baoli. He had even rehearsed in his head how he would strike back as he retreated. However, Wang Baoli hadn't followed. The sly bastard! Zhu Fei wiped the blood from his mouth. He regulated his breathing and lifted his hand to touch the cut on his forehead. His heart pumped rapidly as he stared at the blue patch on his right arm. It was like a terrible poison that he could only use his cultivation to suppress but not fully dispel. His arm was numb and ice cold to the touch, that terrified Zhu Fei. To think that he, a mid-stage Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator, had suffered so terribly at the hands of a perfected True Breath Realm cultivator. He didn't even manage to kill the latter. He couldn't quench the raging fury in his heart. However, an unprecedented hunger soon appeared in his eyes, and his breathing grew uneven. He actually has a dharmic armament. Zhu Fei grew more and more excited as he recalled the earlier battle. He knew too well the rarity and value of a dharmic armament. Even he only had a 6th grade numinous treasure. He had hungered for a dharmic armament for years, however, a dharmic armament was too costly. He simply couldn't afford one and hence, couldn't own one. However, a dharmic armament had appeared in the hands of a perfected True Breath Realm cultivator. After the initial alarm and fear, the surprise and excitement that overtook him was indescribable. It was especially so after he experienced the power of the dharmic armament firsthand. As he thought back to the terror that had overwhelmed him, his hunger grew. To his mind, the power of the dharmic armament must have been the cause of his terror. It's at least an 8th grade dharmic armament. It's mine now. Excitement flashed in Zhu Fei's eyes. Initially, he had pursued Wang Baoli because he had been given the mission of silencing the latter. However, his goal had changed. Silencing Wang Baoli was simply a secondary objective. His real aim was to possess Wang Baoli's dharmic armament after killing him. He thought about how, with the dharmic armament, he could even hold his ground against a perfected Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator to a certain extent, and he grew even more excited. However, the numb icy feeling on the blue patch on his right arm, and the blood on his forehead made him very much aware of how difficult a foe Wang Baoli was. He narrowed his eyes, lifted his right hand, and pulled out a round bead and shattered it. In an instant, thick black smoke rose into the sky. Soon, multiple shadows sped from all 4 corners of the forest towards him. They were the remaining dozen or so perfected True Breath Realm cultivators from the 5th-generation Sky Clan. They appeared and saw the disheveled Zhu Fei, and they were all instantly alarmed. They didn't dare question Zhu Fei though. Wang Baoli has been injured badly. All of you are to go after him. I'll seek a reward for the one who kills him. You'll get 20 fragments and can advance to the Foundation Establishment Realm immediately. Zhu Fei spoke slowly. When the rest heard what he had said, their breathing quickened, and their faces flushed red immediately. They followed their orders and started their pursuit in the direction Zhu Fei had pointed them. Zhu Fei followed behind. He stared at the dozen cultivators in front of him, contempt and indifference hidden deep in his gaze. Their only purpose was to wear Wang Baoli down. If they could force Wang Baoli to use the dharmic armament again, it would be even better. With them wearing Wang Baoli down, he would be able to kill the latter more easily and get his hands on the dharmic armament. If the rest didn't perish in battle and found out about his possession of the dharmic armament, he could simply kill and silence them. Their deaths would be on Wang Baoli's head. The plan was flawless. At the thought, the greed and excitement in Zhu Fei's eyes shone more brightly. Alongside the rest, he disappeared into the depths of the forest. Deep in the forest, Wang Baoli was deeply wounded and breathing heavily. The most serious injury came from the backlash from using the dharmic armament. If he hadn't possessed 100% spirit meridians and practiced the compression art the little Missy had taught him, resulting in his cultivation vastly surpassing the typical perfected True Breath Realm cultivation, the backlash would have been even worse. Fortunately, his understanding of the mystic trace fog greatly surpassed that of an ordinary person. In his continuous search and journey forward, the initial rare wisps of mist grew more numerous as he ventured further in the direction he had taken. It was then that he saw, in the field of vision of the mosquitoes that were scattered around him, the perfected True Breath Realm cultivators from the 5th-generation Sky Clan. They just don't know when to quit. Wang Baoli frowned. He ignored them and quickened his pace until he reached the center of the region where the mystic trace fog would form. He studied the surrounding and whirled around suddenly. Instead of continuing to run, he raised his right hand and pulled out the 7th grade dharmic armament, his saber. With a sweep of the saber, he drew a circle with a 50-yard wide radius on the ground. He stood still, in the middle of the circle, dharmic armament in his hand, and stared into the distant forest coldly. Soon, multiple shadows dashed out and surrounded Wang Baoli. He who enters this circle dies. Wang Baoli stared coldly at the people surrounding him. He gripped his saber, the tip of its blade pointed to the ground, the tone of his voice casual. An intense battle aura erupted from his slightly round body suddenly. A black tornado circled around him, blanketing the rapidly gathering mist. Within the black tornado, a ferocious giant crocodile loomed. The erupting spirit energy roared and rose to the skies. Death loomed in the air, and a cold, merciless aura surged outwards with Wang Baoli's words. The assailants could feel a sudden drop in the surrounding temperature. His words, together with his blood-stained clothes and his icy stare, seemed to be imbued with a startling power that alarmed all cultivators who heard him and shook them to their cores. It was like a warning from the god of death. Gradually, the cultivators around Wang Baoli started breathing heavily. They were all highly strung and cautious, and they didn't immediately approach. The circle, and the person standing in the middle of it, had shocked them greatly. They weren't idiots. Someone who had fought Zhu Fei and survived could hardly be a weakling. As a result, in the forest, be it Wang Baoli in the center of his circle, or the group of cultivators surrounding it, all gradually fell quiet. A deathly silence broken only by breathing descended upon the area. Chapter 253, The Mystic Trace Fog Appears. Chapter 253, The Mystic Trace Fog Appears. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Wang Baoli gazed at the group with calm and cold eyes. He looked unfazed, as if he had cast aside all worries and anxieties and was unconcerned about his life and death. He cared not for the cultivators from the 5-generation Sky Clan before him. Even if he didn't use the dharmic armament, even if he was heavily wounded, it wouldn't be that difficult for him to wipe them out in a fight to the death. His only real concern was the earlier Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator. The man had clearly gotten ahead of himself and wasn't willing to put himself out again. That was why he had made use of the True Breath Realm cultivators to wear him down and test his strength. The man must have been hidden nearby, watching them intently. From the looks of it, they don't know that the mystic trace fog will appear here. Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes as he confirmed his understanding. It wasn't surprising. He knew that there were few foolhardy enough to be teleporting all over the place using the mystic trace fog. In this case, the best strategy is to use a delay tactic. Wang Baoli made up his mind then. The backlash from the 7th grade dharmic armament was too great. He had just barely suppressed its effects and wouldn't use it a second time unless it was his final resort. Time crept by slowly. The span of 30 breaths passed, and the oppressive aura in the air grew stronger and tenser. The cultivators from the 5-generation Sky Clan started stirring into action. Wang Baoli stood, holding the dharmic armament saber in his hand, exuding an aura akin to that of a warrior god. The black tornado and the crocodile that swam in and out of sight within formed an awesome backdrop and added to his fearsome aura. However, the standoff couldn't persist indefinitely. Gradually, the breathing of the dozen people around him eased. Murderous intent flashed across their eyes. The bolder few stepped towards Wang Baoli, growling. "Everyone, let's attack together. This Wang Baoli is only one guy." As the words rang out, 3 people dashed forward and stepped into the circle. Murderous intent flashed in the others' eyes as well. They charged into the circle as well, whipping out their numinous treasures and spells. In an instant, an explosion of colors attacked Wang Baoli in the circle. As soon as the first 3 people stepped into the circle, violence flickered in Wang Baoli's eyes. He leaped, swift like lightning, and approached instantly. He didn't attack with the saber. Instead, he formed a fist with his left hand and, disregarding the injuries caused by the earlier backlash, used his full force to punch. The supernova erupted instantaneously. It formed a whirlpool that ripped everything apart, colliding directly with the 3 5-generation Sky Clan cultivators. Upon collision, the 3 people resisted and fought back without avail. Pools of blood spilled from their lips as their bodies flew backwards. With a flick of Wang Baoli's storage bracelet, 3 flying swords dashed out and shot through their foreheads. With a series of heavy thuds, the 3 corpses fell outside the circle. Everything happened within a blink of an eye. The others, who had been about to strike, froze in alarm at Wang Baoli's sudden turn of his head and the air of violence rolling off him. They retreated out of the circle swiftly, afraid to encroach further. "He who enters this circle, dies," Wang Baoli said coolly after suppressing the blood churning inside him discreetly and slowly swallowing the blood in his mouth without drawing attention from the rest. The heavy scent of blood in the air and the aura of violence emanating from his person gave his repeated words a greater, more awesome weight than his initial utterance. Under the oppressive, terrifying aura, the cultivators surrounding him took a few more steps back. When they looked at Wang Baoli, it was with fear. They had never met someone who was also at the perfected true breath realm but possessed such terrifying and demented fighting abilities. Someone had noticed the saber in Wang Baoli's hand but had no time to think about it further. Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes at the group's collective retreat. It was then that, within the black tornado, where no eyes could see, the mystic trace fog started to gather and form soundlessly. Wang Baoli sensed that a teleportation was about to occur behind him. He seemingly took a casual step back, then another. His grip on the saber tightened. In the forest, a short distance away, Zhu Fei stared unblinkingly at the battle before him. His brow slowly creased. The weakness of the true breath realm cultivators displeased him greatly. A bunch of trash. Still, why is Wang Baoli trapping himself here? Suspicion colored Zhu Fei's eyes. His gut told him he couldn't drag it out any longer. He snorted. Lifting his right hand, he was about to cast a spell. It was then that he felt something amiss. He turned his head abruptly and saw, a short distance from him, a wisp of mist rapidly gathering. He froze at the sight of the mist, and the expression on his face soon changed. A mystic trace fog. Damn it, he knew there was going to be a mystic trace fog here. He's trying to escape. You useless nitwits, stop him, quick! Zhu Fei was no longer concerned with keeping himself hidden as he hollered. Panicking, he dashed out with a sudden burst of speed, charging towards the retreating Wang Baoli. The cultivators from the 5-generation Sky Clan, upon hearing Zhu Fei's furious yelling, gritted their teeth and rushed into the circle at Wang Baoli. As soon as they stepped into the circle, however, all of them suddenly widened their eyes. They started shuddering. They had a weird expression on their faces. Soon, all of them could not control themselves as they started scratching. They couldn't understand. They had been fine a moment earlier. However, suddenly, a sudden itch had taken them over, either in the arm, their back, or their thigh, each one of them in a different area. It was an indescribable sensation. It was an itch that was unbearable, that forced them to instinctively scratch at it. As they were scratching, Wang Baoli suddenly raised his left hand. A lightning arc shot from his fingers and flew in all directions. Lightning exploded on the cultivators as a sword formed entirely out of lightning flew out. In an instant, 2 people's foreheads were pierced through. Terror surged through the remaining 5-generation Sky Clan cultivators immediately. It was then that Zhu Fei approached, howling furiously and dashing straight into the circle. He was behind the 5-generation Sky Clan cultivators and struck instantly. He landed a kick on all of them, forcing mouthfuls of blood to spill from their lips. The cultivators couldn't retreat further. Zhu Fei used them as his weapon and, with a kick, sent them flying towards Wang Baoli. He followed behind, with murder and greed in his eyes, charging straight at Wang Baoli. Die! He howled while forming hand seals. A cloud of black fog appeared on each of his sides, transforming into 2 enormous black hands and grabbing at Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli watched as Zhu Fei mercilessly disregarded the lives of his own clan and used them as human weapons to stop him from leaving, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He raised his left hand and slammed it into the earth suddenly, causing a wave of electromagnetism to erupt. Bolts of lightning exploded from the earth suddenly, transforming the entire area into a lightning domain. He wasn't done yet. The lightning bolts that flew out from the ground fused together in mid-air, forming swords made out of lightning. The crossing of the swords in the air formed what appeared to be a web of lightning swords. A thundering roar rose to the skies, and the 5-generation Sky Clan cultivators that had been sent flying towards him with a kick were halted in their approach. Wang Baoli retreated abruptly. His one foot had stepped into the mystic trace fog behind him. He was on the verge of being teleported away. Zhu Fei, however, could hardly let his prize slip away. He was filled with loathing and regret. He loathed himself for being overly cautious. He shouldn't have allowed others to try and wear Wang Baoli down, he should have taken the risk of great injury and just killed Wang Baoli. He howled madly when he saw the mist concealed within the black tornado behind Wang Baoli. Lifting his right hand, he smacked his forehead violently, and 3 of his past lives appeared instantly behind him. They disintegrated instantly, becoming a black chi that surged into his body and formed numerous black marks on his entire body. The mystic technique gave him a temporary burst of enhanced abilities. Zhu Fei charged forward fiercely, his speed doubling twofold. With a deafening explosion, he burst through the lightning web and appeared before Wang Baoli. He raised his hand and, with a crazed and violent glint in his eyes, grabbed fiercely at Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli was prepared for it. He hadn't let his guard down despite being half submerged in the mist. As soon as Zhu Fei approached, he gritted his teeth and, risking a second backlash, swept his right hand towards the approaching Zhu Fei. With a loud yell, he released the power of the 7th grade Dharmic armament saber and sent it flying forward. The tornado around them erupted instantly. The black crocodile in the tornado howled as its tail lashed out. All the spirit energy culminated in the saber in Wang Baoli's hands and clashed head-on with Zhu Fei. A loud thundering resounded in the air. An unimaginable destructive blast exploded and surged outward in all directions, destroying all plant life within a 100-yard radius. The injured 5th-generation Sky Clan cultivators saw their vision go black. Their bodies were smashed instantly, then ripped apart in an explosion. Zhu Fei started spitting blood. He staggered backwards, retreating more than 100 yards before his right foot landed on the ground and stood firm. He spat out another mouthful of blood, and his hair fell loose around his shoulders. He lifted his face, which was drained of all color. Where Wang Baoli had stood earlier, there was no longer any sight of him. There was only a rapidly expanding fog that blanketed Zhu Fei as he howled in fury. The fog lingered over the patch of forest for a very long time. Chapter 254, An Extraordinary Source of Spirit Chi. Chapter 254, An Extraordinary Source of Spirit Chi. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Within the mystic lunar realm, on the dark side of the moon, on the outer region alongside the boundary separating the dark and visible sides of the moon, sat a mountain range. Wang Baoli was being transported to somewhere on the mountain range. As soon as he materialized, he spat out mouthfuls of blood. Unable to stand, he fell to the ground, blood seeping from his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. His face was pale, and his appearance disheveled and horrifying. He had appeared on a downward slope, causing his fallen body to roll to the bottom of the mountain with a loud thud and get stuck in a sunken depression. He fell unconscious before he could even summon his puppets out to stand guard. His injuries were too serious. Not only had he suffered a backlash from using the 7th grade Dharmic armament twice, but he had also used the supernova and his mystic lightning techniques while injured by the backlash. There had also been the counterforce from the Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator Zhu Fei's spells. Wang Baoli's organs were on the verge of being torn apart from the cumulative damage. The extent of his injuries was almost equal to what he had suffered during his encounter in the Pond Cloud rainforest. He was unconscious for an entire day. Fortunately, while the area was near the visible side of the moon, it was still located on the dark side. Few cultivators ventured there. Nobody discovered him while he lay unconscious the entire day. During the period, his 9 mosquitoes carried out the commands Wang Baoli issued before he passed out obediently. They lay on Wang Baoli's body and hid him from view. They kept a lookout for anyone passing by as well. Regardless of who it was, they would immediately attack the approaching person and prevent him from getting closer. A day later, Wang Baoli finally, slowly opened his eyes. He hadn't yet gotten a clear picture of his surroundings, and fully awakened from his confusion when agonizing pain on every part of his body made itself known and shocked him awake. Sweat started pouring from his forehead. A long moment later, Wang Baoli struggled to sit up. He panted heavily as he eyed his surroundings, then assessed his condition. He smiled wryly. That's the price for messing around with teleportation. Wang Baoli grimaced. He stared at the dharmic armament that he had held onto with a death grip during his unconscious state and was overwhelmed with emotions. He knew if he hadn't possessed the dharmic armament, he wouldn't have been able to escape death. Despite being heavily wounded, he did escape with his life intact. Not only did he escape, but he had also injured the Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator as well and drove him raving mad. The thought of that made Wang Baoli quite pleased. "Little guy, I'll kill you when I reach the Foundation Establishment Realm." Wang Baoli patted his stomach out of habit. Intense pain immediately shot through his entire body. He shuddered in pain, the agony residing only after some time. With a grimace, he struggled to his feet, then eyed his surroundings. He realized he was still on the dark side of the moon. He could see a corner of the planet Earth though. He must not have been far from the visible side of the moon. If he left in his current wounded state, he would be defenseless should he encounter any danger. After some thought, he used the 7th grade dharmic armament to dig a small cave in the sunken depression. He wormed his way in, sealed the opening partially, and then summoned his puppets to stand guard at one side. He sat down cross-legged, took his pill out, and started to heal himself. Wang Baoli had prepared a sufficient quantity of pills for the journey to the moon. However, he had suffered grievous injuries. He would need a long time to recover from his injuries if he only took ordinary pills. In exasperation, Wang Baoli pulled out from his storage bracelet the only rare pill he had with extraordinary healing properties. It was the one he had received alongside Zhao Yameng and Zhui Yifan after they had escaped from danger in the Kulon Basin. The ethereal Dao College deputy sect lord who had led the rescue effort had given it to them. Wang Baoli's injuries hadn't been as serious, so he hadn't taken it then. He witnessed Zhui Yifan and Zhao Yameng, after swallowing the pill, undergo a swift recovery despite their grievous injuries. After realizing that the common pills would take too much time, he sucked in a deep breath and swallowed the rare pill. As the pill entered his body, it transformed into scorching energy that spread throughout his entire body. Wang Baoli could immediately sense his injuries healing at an astonishingly swift rate. Be it injured muscle and flesh or broken bones, they healed right before his eyes. Even his damaged, slightly failing organs that had been a result of backlash from using the dharmic armament, started showing signs of recovery. Wang Baoli was beyond excited. He focused both his mind and body on absorbing the healing energy from the pill, and his injuries gradually healed. The entire recovery process took a day. A day later, when Wang Baoli opened his eyes, he was brimming with energy. There seemed to be an endless well of energy within him, and his cultivation seemed to have advanced further as well. "You mean you can train this way too?" Wang Baoli was overjoyed. He stood up and loosened his joints, preparing to leave and continue his search for fragments. After the previous battle, he was left with only 2 fragments. He was still a long way to reaching the Foundation Establishment Realm. That was why he had no time to waste. However, just as Wang Baoli approached the entrance of the cave and was about to push aside the rock used to seal the opening partially, he suddenly froze. His actions became careful and measured. Even his breathing paused for a second before slowing down, his heartbeat speeding up as dismay overtook him. How is it that my luck has become so bad after landing on the moon? I'm just sitting in a cave healing. How did I manage to bump into an eye-gowl? Through the opening in the rocks, Wang Baoli peered outside and saw, on the slope beside the sunken depression, 100 and counting eye-gowls. Each one of the eye-gowls had a form that towered 30 meters tall. Their forms looked vaguely humanoid until one saw the countless eyes covering their bodies. The eyes possessed the power to turn one into stone. The spell activated as soon as the eye-gowl trapped any creature in its gaze. The fighting prowess of each eye-gowl rivaled that of a perfected true breath realm cultivator. If it were a true fight to the death though, the eye-gowl would turn out the stronger one. There were more than 100 eye-gowls on the slope outside the mountain cave. The thought of being discovered by them, after he had just recovered, and having to endure more injuries made Wang Baoli's head throb. What bad luck! Wang Baoli sighed inwardly. He dared not move an inch. He intended to wait for the eye-gowls to leave before going out. He waited for a long while, but the eye-gowls stood, unmoving, on the slope. Wang Baoli peeped through the opening from where he was and saw, in the distant sky, a person flying towards them. Wang Baoli's scalp prickled with numbness. He instinctively thought it to be a core formation realm cultivator. However, as the figure approached, he caught a closer look and immediately realized it was not a core formation realm cultivator but a moon spirit. The moon spirit was like the poltergeist spirits people spoke of. It had an illusory form and was deadly. It rivaled a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator, and the stronger ones were the equal of a perfected Foundation Establishment realm cultivator. A true breath realm cultivator had no chance of survival in an encounter with a moon spirit. During the journey to the moon, the sect lord of the ethereal Tao College had told them, should they come across a moon spirit, they shouldn't hesitate to shatter the life-saving jade slip immediately. The jade slip is useless now. What's the point of breaking it? Wang Baoli held his breath. He felt for his storage bracelet. The 7th grade Dharmic armament lying inside was the only thing he placed his hope and faith on. He got a closer look and saw the moon spirit drifting in from the sky. It had the appearance of a young lady. As it approached, the surrounding temperature plunged drastically. Its illusory hair started floating in the air as it descended, and its face was a blur, indiscernible. It didn't land on the ground but hovered in the air above the swarm of eye-gowls. They stared at each other quietly. Wang Baoli was slightly taken aback by the scene before him. It was as if the two sides were communicating with each other. He continued watching curiously. It didn't take long. The moon spirit turned, rising to the heavens, and drifted into the distance. One after another, the eye-gowls lowered their heads and, soundlessly, started marching towards the direction the moon spirit had headed. Wang Baoli watched as they finally left before letting loose a sigh of relief. He waited a while longer, ensured there was no further danger, then carefully left the mountain cave. He stared at where the moon spirit and eye-gowls were headed. It led to the deeper regions of the dark side of the moon. He turned towards the opposite direction and started running. I have to leave the dark side of the moon as soon as possible. It's too dangerous here. His journey to the dark side of the moon had had him gripped in terror. As he raced off, he started activating his devouring seed, intending to use it to find more fragments for his Foundation Establishment core. As soon as the devouring seed started churning, Wang Baoli froze in his tracks. Incredulity and disbelief appeared on his face. He whirled around suddenly and stared in the direction where the eye-gowls and moon spirit had headed. His devouring seed had clearly felt, in the same direction, 100 miles away, a sudden spirit chi, immensely strong and powerful beyond description, pulsing explosively. The intensity of the spirit chi was beyond anything Wang Baoli had come across. It was more than 10 times stronger than the spirit chi he had experienced in his encounter with Jin Duoming. Wang Baoli wavered between surprise and suspicion. His breathing quickened. There's something there? Chapter 255, There's someone outside. Chapter 255, There's someone outside. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. A myriad of emotions flashed across Wang Baoli's face when he sensed the startling spirit chi. He stared at the direction the spirit chi originated from. He had a vague idea forming in his head. It brought him excitement, as well as great uncertainty. It was clear that the eye-gowls and moon spirits were headed towards the source of the spirit chi. Wang Baoli guessed that the monsters in the mystic lunar realm were drawn inexplicably towards the spirit chi. The spirit chi must have appeared quite recently. Else, the area would have been overcrowded with lunar monsters. Let's give it a shot. Wang Baoli's eyes flashed. He gritted his teeth. He was reluctant to abandon the area and just leave. He wasn't a coward. After making up his mind, Wang Baoli abruptly dashed out and, without hesitation, headed towards the source of the spirit chi. Even though he had made up his mind, Wang Baoli still remained cautious and didn't venture too near the eye-gowls. He steadily and calmly followed them. He knew that the intense waves of spirit chi would likely draw other cultivators near. However, he told himself not to be hasty. If he panicked and did something extreme, there was a chance of him letting the opportunity of acquiring something rare slip through his fingers. He might even lose his life. It was a genuine possibility. What I'm doing is keeping a cool head during a crisis. Wang Baoli grew calmer at that thought. With that thought in mind, Wang Baoli maintained his speed, with a focus on caution. He steadily trailed the eye-gowls and ventured closer to the deeper regions of the dark side of the moon. He entered the forest. Wang Baoli's breathing quickened as he felt the devouring seed inside him churn with an increasingly intense and startling spirit qi. He lowered into a crouch as he ventured deeper into the forest. Wang Baoli tried his best to suppress his spirit qi. As Wang Baoli followed the eye-gowls and continued his approach, he soon reached the deepest part of the forest, where the astonishing spirit qi originated. He saw immediately before him a giant fissure in the ground. The fissure had clearly appeared recently. Around it, the trees were either uprooted or ripped apart. It was as if a sudden immense force had erupted from what had been flat ground, making the earth swell and rip apart, forming the fissure. It was more than 10 feet wide and thousands of feet long. Tremendous spirit qi surged out from the fissure continuously, spreading outward in all directions. The eye-gowls, led by the moon spirits, approached the fissure. Without hesitation, they leaped straight in and vanished. Wang Baoli spotted other lunar monsters from the mystic lunar realm being led by other moon spirits approaching as well, and jumping straight in. It was as if the moon spirits were hunting food for the fissure. They kept spreading out, locating monsters and leading them there. Wang Baoli's heart rate sped up upon the sight. He didn't know what lay within the fissure, but what he could sense from the devouring seed told him that the tremendous source of spirit qi was coming from within. After a long moment's silence, another swarm of monsters approached from afar and entered the fissure, disappearing from sight. The moon spirits left in search for more monsters in the mystic lunar realm. As the area quieted down, Wang Baoli dashed out without hesitation, stepped into the fissure and vanished. I knew it. Fat people are all greedy at heart, and stupid too. As soon as Wang Baoli entered the fissure, a young woman in white at the other end of the fissure spoke. She had cast some sort of spell that made her blend perfectly into the surroundings. It was impossible to see her standing there with the human eye. Even relying on one's cultivation, it would still be difficult to sense anything amiss. The young woman in white was extremely beautiful. Her appearance was alluring. Her eyes, though, held cruelty and an absence of mercy. Her lips curved into a disdainful smirk. Her name was Chen Hui. She hailed from the Galactic Dusk sect. Amongst the many disciples in the sect, her ruthlessness surpassed even that of the youth with the black bandaged hand. She was said to be the top disciple from the Galactic Dusk sect who had entered the mystic lunar realm that year. She had clearly arrived earlier than Wang Baoli but, having sensed danger, hadn't immediately entered the fissure. She continued to observe the surroundings while waiting for the spirit qi to draw others to it, with the intention of letting others open the way for her. I planned to wait for half an hour. If no one came, I'd go ahead myself. Who would have thought, there came an idiot. If that's the case, let him open the way. He'll be the unlucky one if there's any danger. I'll just reap the rewards of his efforts. Chen Hui laughed lightly. Her eyes fell on the fissure in the ground ahead of her. She waited for a period of another dozen breaths or so before dashing into the fissure. She soon reached the inside of the fissure. It was not completely pitch black inside. A faint red glow came from the lower depths, allowing the cultivator some degree of visibility. Light flickered in Chen Hui's eyes after she entered, and she raced deeper into the fissure. She could see the indistinct, rotund figure of the other cultivator in the distance moving forward cautiously. That gave her extreme pleasure. She had the feeling that she was an oriole, perched behind the unaware mantis that was stalking the cicada. She kept her distance and followed her mantis. However, as Chen Hui continued her pursuit of the rotund figure, in the not-so-far-away distance, at the edge of the fissure, the soil loosened. Wang Baoli dug his way out, blinked, and stared in the direction the young woman left. He laughed, surprised. There was indeed someone outside. When Wang Baoli had entered the fissure earlier, he hadn't rushed off immediately. Even though he had observed his surroundings and concluded there was no one around before entering the fissure, out of caution, he had pulled out a puppet replica of himself and let the replica dash ahead while he swiftly dug a hole and burrowed inside. Since he was unsure if there was indeed anyone else lying in wait, the best course of action, in his mind, was to rig some bait and try to lure them out. If there was indeed someone else outside, after seeing him enter, they would definitely rush out and follow closely behind. They might even have the intention of letting him foolishly scout ahead first for their benefit. If there was indeed no one, he would dig himself out after waiting for a while and venture in. Seeing how he had successfully lured someone out, and that someone was not only a young woman but an extremely beguiling young woman whom he was unfamiliar with, Wang Baoli sniggered. Slowly and carefully, he started following her. As the two of them ventured deeper into the fissure, one behind the other, both thinking themselves the oriole, outside the fissure, beyond the forest, in a place 10 miles away, 7 to 8 tall and muscular cultivators, their eyes shining with a brilliant strange light, were racing towards the fissure. One of them was holding a compass which rapidly pulsated with a bright red light. The light sat directly on the fissure, which Wang Baoli and Chen Hui had just entered. The seeking compass that Elder Li crafted personally is amazing indeed. It can seek out all sources of spirit chi within a 30-mile radius. As long as we, the Plume Manifestation Carnate sect, have this compass, our sect will have the most number of people to reach the Foundation Establishment realm this year in the Mystic Lunar realm. Even if something unexpected is to happen, as long as we attain the Foundation Establishment realm, we'll have the power to defend ourselves. The 7 to 8 Plume Manifestation Carnate sect disciples spoke in hushed, excited voices, finalizing their plan of action as they sped up. Everyone, be ready. If the rare treasure falls not into the hands of someone from our sect but into the hands of someone from another political force, we'll make sure to exterminate him, regardless of who he is. We must not let anyone else have it. The group of Plume Manifestation Carnate sect disciples raced ahead with murderous intent. In a separate direction, the youth from the Galactic Dusk sect who had been robbed earlier by Wang Baoli had clearly not sensed the spirit chi coming from the fissure, but he had unconsciously made his way to its vicinity in his search. He was dashing ahead dispassionately, searching for fragments to build his Foundation Establishment core. Even further in the distance were the cultivators from the Senate faction, from the 5-generation Sky clan, and even the 4 Dao colleges. There were many who were traveling alone and many others who had formed groups of 3 to 5 cultivators. As time passed, the visible side of the moon had been fully searched. The cultivators from the various political forces soon turned their sights to the dark side of the moon. The boundary between the dark and visible sides of the moon quickly saw the gathering of numerous cultivators. Fortunately, even though the spirit chi from within the fissure was immense, unless one possessed something like Wang Baoli's devouring seed, one would have to reach a certain distance before they could sense the spirit chi. If they were slightly further away, they wouldn't be able to locate it without great difficulty. As the crowd gathered and hurried about in the regions nearby, Wang Baoli followed secretly behind Chen Hui and gradually reached the lower depths of the fissure. Chapter 256, A Small Tripod Cauldron. Chapter 256, A Small Tripod Cauldron. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. As they ventured further inside the fissure, the faint red glow grew deeper in intensity and shade, its color almost like blood. Earth lined the 2 walls of the only path, and before them was an endless crimson glow. Be it the eye gowls or the other mutated beasts, they all leaped into the red light after entering and vanished. Wang Baoli and Chen Hui, as well as Wang Baoli's puppet, didn't do the same, of course. They backed up against the wall and approached cautiously. There was a slight distance between each one of them. Both Chen Hui and Wang Baoli had their guard up while they surveyed their surroundings cautiously. They were also trying their best to keep themselves hidden and prevent their own discovery. As for the presence of spirit chi formed from the cumulative fragments on her person, if the quantity had been too great, Wang Baoli's devouring seed, despite being able to suppress the spirit chi to a certain extent, would not have been able to completely wipe out the presence of spirit chi. His discovery would have been inevitable. That was what had happened at the 5-generation Sky clan's secret location. However, he had only a few fragments on him now and, as a result, was able to conceal his presence temporarily. Chen Hui seemed to have some means of doing the same, as Wang Baoli couldn't feel the presence of spirit chi on her. As they continued their descent, the occasional beasts continued to jump in from above, flying past them and into the red light below. It was as if the beasts had lost control of their minds. Wang Baoli observed them closely and realized that they had a lost, dazed look in their eyes. It was as if they were under someone or something's control and being led straight into the crimson glow. Alarm grew in Wang Baoli's heart. If not for the incredibly strong spirit chi the devouring seed was sensing from the red glow, making it impossible for Wang Baoli to give it up, he would have turned tail and left by now. The bizarre red glow gave Wang Baoli a feeling that behind it lay a huge secret, and an unimaginable horror. I have a feeling that I'm doing something extremely stupid and reckless. Wang Baoli sighed inwardly. He eyed his puppet ahead as it approached the edge of the red glow. He shook himself alert and started to exert control over the puppet, observing it. It was at that moment that, suddenly, the look on Wang Baoli's face shifted. His puppet, with no rhyme or reason, after approaching the crimson glow, suddenly shuddered. It whirled around abruptly and stared at where Chen Hui stood. Its gaze seemed to sweep past her, towards him. Then, the edge of its mouth lifted into a smile. It was a bizarre smile that had a hint of icy cold to it. With a sudden leap, it loosened its grip on the wall and jumped straight into the dense, ocean-like, nebulous depths of the red light. Chen Hui's expression changed to that of alarm at the sight. She realized she had been discovered. The thought of the figure before her not being that of an actual person didn't occur to her. Even if that thought had crossed her mind earlier, his turning his head, the strange expression on his face and the flicker of light in his eyes had convinced her of his being a real human. Even Wang Baoli had been taken aback. A myriad of emotions surged in his heart. What's going on? Wang Baoli felt his scalp prickle. An indescribable feeling took over him. His heart started beating rapidly. His muscles twitched. He hadn't made the puppet turn its head, and he hadn't engineered that expression on its face. Despite his skill in the creation of puppets vastly surpassed many others, regardless how lifelike his creations looked, they couldn't have achieved the effect the puppet had made one feel when it had turned its head. In that instant, he felt as if the puppet had come to life. If that were what had truly happened, with the puppet being fashioned in the exact appearance of Wang Baoli, it would be like coming face to face with his doppelganger. Wang Baoli's head couldn't stop buzzing. He was overcome by inexplicable bafflement. Wang Baoli's wariness of the glowing red sea below him intensified. Just as he was deliberating whether he should leave immediately, he noticed Chen Hui forming hand seals. She was casting some sort of spell. Suddenly, a violent wind appeared where she was. As if finding it lacking, Chen Hui lifted her right hand and whipped out a wooden figurine. It was purple in color. From the far distance where Wang Baoli stood, he could only see that the figurine seemed to have its arms folded across its chest and couldn't discern any other features. The sensation that the figurine gave Wang Baoli, though, was that of alarm and awe. It seemed to exude a power that was only a tier below his dharmic armament. After whipping out the figurine, Chen Hui quickly flung it towards the red glowing light. It fell into the red glow. The violent wind seemed to be instantly drawn towards the light and sped after the falling figurine. They seemed to draw strength from the figurine, growing larger and larger, transforming into a tornado that whirled around the figurine. As the tornado sunk into the red glow, it suddenly exploded. Air surged outwards in waves following the explosion. Wang Baoli clung fiercely onto the walls, and he was nearly swept away by the rush of the violent wind. As alarm rose in his heart, he saw, following the combustion of the figurine and tornado, the glowing red light sea growing fainter. It was like a dispelling. The light grew increasingly translucent and, very quickly, turned clear. As soon as the light was completely dispelled, Wang Baoli saw the secret that was hidden within the depths of the fissure. Deep inside the fissure was a tree branch. The tree branch was of considerable size and buried deep underground. The small part of it exposed to sight was 300 meters long. It was yellowed, with hints of black, the colors entwined with each other like markings on a snake. Many parts of the tree were completely shriveled and appeared dead. It exuded an ancient spirit energy as if it had been around for a very, very long time. Too long, in fact. The tree branch was clearly a small part of the larger whole. A greater part of its full form was buried deep underground. Its depth and width were unknown. If a fissure hadn't appeared there, Wang Baoli wouldn't have known that such an enormous tree existed underground on the moon. His first instincts were that it must be the mythical Osmanthus tree on the moon. That was, however, something from the ancient myths. Even Wang Baoli found it hard to believe. He couldn't even begin to imagine the actual size of the tree. Only a small part of it was exposed, after all, and that was already such a stirring sight. Be it his encounter in the Kulon Basin or with Huang Shan, The trees that had been revealed couldn't begin to compare with the tree in front of him. It was like the chasm separating a human and an ant. Wang Baoli saw, on the branch of the large tree, a scar that probably seemed tiny to the giant tree but to Wang Baoli's eyes, was huge wound hundreds of feet long. It didn't seem to be caused by an external force but the result of a shriveling and fracturing from the inside. There were no tree fluids to be seen. However, everything that entered, be it Igal or Bat Beast or even Wang Baoli's puppet, seemed to be swallowed up by the giant tree of their own accord, willingly becoming part of the tree. Above the torn wound, on the tree's bark, was a small tripod cauldron embedded in the bark. As soon as Wang Baoli saw the small tripod cauldron, there was a loud explosion in his head. Emotions rushed through him in a torrent. The small tripod cauldron was the source of the startling spirit chi. As soon as Wang Baoli saw it, he felt a rush of instinctive longing. The object was something that could be used to form one's foundation establishment core. It was, as the materials from the college had stated, a fully intact artifact that only the ones blessed with the utmost luck could get their hands on. He had had his guesses, which was why he had risked such danger to go there. But when his eyes fell on the tripod cauldron, and his guesses were verified, he was still visibly excited. His emotions stirred, and a flash of want appeared in his eyes. Equally stirred was Chen Hui. Her breathing quickened. She calmed herself down quickly and formed hand seals, pointing at the figurine that was currently fueling the tornado. The tornado slowly changed its course and tried to nudge the small tripod cauldron, drawing it into its center. Wang Baoli stared unblinkingly ahead and waited patiently for his chance to strike. Under Chen Hui's tremendous efforts, the small tripod cauldron slowly, steadily trembled and was loosened. Before long, under the watchful, nervous eyes of Wang Baoli and Chen Hui, the small tripod cauldron shook and was swept away by the tornado. Chen Hui was overjoyed. She immediately wielded the figurine to bring the small tripod cauldron to her. Wang Baoli's eyes brightened suddenly. He was about to strike when at that moment, suddenly, within the crack on the giant tree, a red light erupted. It was like a sea of glowing red, spreading outward and about to flood everything anew. The figurine collided with the red light and trembled with instability. It seemed on the verge of being drowned out by the light. Seeing her efforts nearly coming to a waste, Chen Hui panicked and formed hand seals rapidly, pointing suddenly. Explode! Chapter 257, A Battle for the Tripod Cauldron. Chapter 257, A Battle for the Tripod Cauldron. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. In an instant, the figurine shuddered violently and, before being drowned by the Red Sea, erupted and exploded. It strengthened the power of the surrounding winds multiple folds and was on the verge of drawing the small tripod cauldron away. It didn't succeed, however. The Crimson Sea seemed to possess a strange power that dispelled all spells. Despite the figurine's self-combustion spurring stronger winds, it seemed to have made little difference. Chen Hui could only watch on, unwillingly and helplessly, as the tornado was dispelled, and the small tripod cauldron hovering in midair was drawn back and under the Red Sea. She knew she had no chance of snatching away the small tripod cauldron that could be used for one's foundation establishment core. A stranger may not know what the Red Sea was, but she had vaguely read about it in their sect library. She knew how terrifying it truly was. She bit her lip and decided to give up and leave. It was when she had abandoned all hope, and the small tripod cauldron was about to be swept under the Crimson Sea, that Wang Baoli finally struck. A strange bright light shone in his eyes. The devouring seed inside him erupted with an unprecedented force and intensity, forming an extraordinary suction force that he focused in his hands. He held them towards the small tripod cauldron bobbing in the sea of red light and, across an expanse of emptiness separating them, grabbed at it. "Come to Daddy!" In the sea of red light, the small tripod cauldron instantly shuddered. It was as if an enormous pair of invisible hands had suddenly grabbed at it. Chen Hui watched, stunned, as the small tripod cauldron flew out and raced straight towards Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli snatched it out of the air with a gleeful look. As he used the devouring seed to suppress the spirit chi, he dashed upwards towards the fissures. Entrance! Chen Hui's eyes widened as she stared at Wang Baoli's figure, identical to the earlier puppet. White noise erupted in her head. She came to a sudden realization and let loose a terrifying scream. She dashed out immediately and pursued Wang Baoli. A murderous aura erupted from her person as she chased relentlessly after Wang Baoli. Her eyes shone brightly with violence and madness. Arrogant and prideful, she never would have thought in her wildest dreams that the fatty would trick her. He had clearly set up a trap and hidden after summoning his replica. She had stalked a replica for so long, like a fool, even wasting a precious figurine. The damn asshole must have been so pleased with himself, following behind her, stealing the small tripod cauldron from her at the most critical moment. The insult to her intellect and the loss of a precious opportunity was something Chen Hui, hailing from the Galactic Dusk sect, could not swallow. Murderous intent gathered around her. At that instant, a sea of blood seemed to rise behind her. Such a strong killing intent. Wang Baoli was shocked. Before dashing out from the fissure, he sent a supernova punch below him. The fissure quaked amidst the deafening explosion, and a whirlpool erupted into being. The force of the supernova surged towards Chen Hui, and a cold glint flashed across Wang Baoli's eyes. His past near-death experiences had taught him that Chen Hui was intent on killing him. He wouldn't bother to be gentlemanly with her then. After striking with the supernova, he pulled out a handful of self-exploding beads and threw them out. A loud rumbling traveled through the air. The earth trembled and parts of the opening started collapsing. Upon seeing Chen Hui on the verge of being buried in, Wang Baoli dashed out from the opening without hesitation and sped off into the distance at full speed. He wasted no time lingering. After snatching the small tripod cauldron, the latter's spirit chi, upon coming into contact with his own, had erupted anew. Its re-emergence was an earth-shattering force that rose to the sky. The devouring seed tried suppressing the spirit chi, but the results were dismal. He was like a gigantic fiery hurricane in a pitch-black night, clearly visible regardless of how far away one was. It was more startling, more glaring, and more intense than it had been in the fissure. The intense spirit chi was like strong waves surging and hitting against Wang Baoli's spirit. An instinctive, overwhelming longing overcame him. He longed to meld with the cauldron and attain the Foundation establishment realm. At such a time, lingering even for a moment was dangerous. If the young woman caught up with him and Wang Baoli was caught in a fight, any delay, even if Wang Baoli was forced to use his dharmic armament and kill her, would be a waste of precious time. If Wang Baoli was to be wounded, he didn't know if he would be able to guard against the small tripod cauldron being snatched by others, before reaching the Foundation establishment realm. He knew clearly that the moment he snatched over the small tripod cauldron, he had become a brightly burning torch that would drive any powerful person in the mystic lunar realm mad with hunger for it. In the past, every time the mystic lunar realm was open, before the current strange happenings, death was common during contests amongst the political forces. It was worse now, with the realm sealed and them separated from the outside world, and with a fully intact artifact in his possession. The temptation and appeal were too great for everyone. He could imagine the blood that would be shed, the danger that loomed at every corner. He had no choice. Unless he decided to cast the small tripod cauldron aside, the other path left to him was to attain the Foundation establishment realm as soon as possible. Only by achieving the Foundation establishment realm did he have a chance to turn the tide against them. Wang Baoli's greater worry was the Foundation establishment realm and core formation realm cultivators from the 5-generation Sky clan. He knew he had no time to waste. That was why he had immediately raced away after exiting the crevice. He sped away into the distance, swift like a sudden bolt of lightning. It was as Wang Baoli had predicted. In the forest miles away, the 7 to 8 plume manifestation Carnate sect disciples had been racing when the one ahead carrying the compass froze at the exact moment Wang Baoli grabbed hold of the small tripod cauldron. The spirit chi source is moving. Damn it, someone's gotten to it first. My God, this source, how can it be so strong? It's more than 10 times stronger than before. This isn't just a fragment. It's a fully intact artifact. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone's eyes popped. Their breathing quickened, and a murderous intent flickered across their eyes. They didn't hesitate, charging at full speed towards the location pointed out by the pulsing light on the compass that was 10 times brighter than it had been before. At the same time, a distance away from the fissure, the black-robed youth from the Galactic Dusk sect was approaching with a dark, solemn face. The expression on his face transformed suddenly. He twisted his head towards where Wang Baoli was at, incredulity and a mad joy on his face. This spirit chi source, could it be a fully intact artifact? I don't care who has it. It's mine. An air of viciousness erupted from his person. He swiftly unraveled the black bandages on his right hand. Wisps of black gases spread out rapidly. His speed increased multiple folds as he dashed towards the source. There was no end to it. At that moment, the cultivators from the various political forces were gathered at the boundaries separating the visible and dark sides of the moon. The visible side of the moon had been searched clean. Everyone had their sights on the dark side of the moon. As a consequence, even though the fissure was located at only one of those intersections, the cultivators gathered there still numbered in the hundreds. Amidst the chaos, killings and fights over fragments took place from time to time. They were all painfully aware that some of them might have already attained the Foundation establishment realm. However, the mystic lunar realm was too vast. With the failing of the voice transmission jade slip, there was no way of truly knowing. At that moment, with the spirit chi source on Wang Baoli erupting like a fiery tornado and roaring to the heavens, every cultivator within a 2,000-mile radius, to varying degrees, sensed it. With great eagerness and excitement, they raced from all directions towards the source of the tremendous spirit chi. As for the region where the fissure stood and where Wang Baoli had snatched away the small tripod cauldron, a loud explosion rang from underground after his departure. Earth was flung into the air, and a disheveled Chen Hui, her hair loosened and in a mess, shot out from underground. She spat out a mouthful of blood as soon as she emerged above ground. Her face was pale, and blood lined the veins in her crazed eyes. She let out a shrill shriek. "I'm going to kill you." She whirled around and glared in the direction where the obvious and glaring source of spirit chi lay. She raced towards it with murder in her eyes. If someone were to stand perched atop an elevated spot and look below, he would be able to see, within the 2,000-mile radius that included the intersection between the visible and dark sides of the moon, hundreds of cultivators approaching swiftly from all directions. The location they were approaching was where Wang Baoli stood. Chapter 258, So what if you're a dharmic armament cultivator? Chapter 258, So what if you're a dharmic armament cultivator? Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Wang Baoli was fully aware of the consequences of acquiring the small tripod cauldron. He knew what lay ahead of him. He also knew the dangers that loomed at every corner after the mystic lunar realm had been sealed. He still decided to use the item to build his Foundation establishment core. I've learned from the high officials' autobiographies not only the ways to handle human relationships but also lessons about life. There was something from the autobiographies that said, few things in life are guaranteed. Oftentimes, you can make a gamble for it if there's a 60% chance of success. With a 70 to 80% chance, you should bet heavily on its success. Even though the element of gambling is strong in the statement, how could I live with myself if I don't try and fight for this? Wang Baoli's eyes shone with a brilliant light. He was rarely so serious. There was none of his usual mirth. In its place was a streak of vicious and crazed determination. He was calm, instead of impulsive, and his mind raced through his various options. He knew that leaving for the visible side of the moon was out of the question. What he was worried about the most wasn't encountering strangers, but people he knew and was familiar with. Have faith in the goodness in others, but do not bet on it. That was a line from the high officials' autobiographies that Wang Baoli had given a great deal of thought to. In conclusion, human nature was not up to the challenge. Many times, a person's transformation was not due to himself but a result of an opportunity that others had given him, one which he might come to regret his entire life. As a result, the more familiar a person is, the closer a friend, the more intimate a family member, the more one should avoid presenting such an opportunity to the person. That was something Wang Baoli was deeply aware of. Now, he was that opportunity in other people's eyes. I'm left with the dark side of the moon then. There are fewer familiar faces, and fewer enemies too. I can't give up on finding the mystic trace fog either. Even at the risk of being teleported to other regions. It'll be the last resort, using the mystic trace fog to escape. Everything's just a means to an end. The most important thing now is to find somewhere to build my Foundation establishment core quickly. Before that happens, if anyone dares to harm me out of greed, I may have to fight my way out. Wang Baoli mused silently, and a cold glint flickered in his eyes. He hurriedly raced deeper into the forest on the dark side of the moon. Wang Baoli knew that his strengths lay in his resilient physical body, and a cultivation that surpassed that of a typical perfected true breath realm cultivator. He also had an abundance of numinous treasures as well as a dharmic armament. Another clear advantage he had was his experience in navigating the forest on the dark side of the moon. Not everyone possessed his experience and knowledge. He had the experience of hunting and being hunted in the forest on the dark side of the moon. He fell back on such knowledge, and as he ventured further into the forest and the plant life thickened around him, Wang Baoli's sense of security grew. The grey mosquito regenerated anew then and, together with the other mosquitoes, spread out in the forest. Wang Baoli could see everything within 100 yards clearly. As a result, while the rest were slowing down slightly, unaccustomed to the unfamiliar dangers in the forest, Wang Baoli's speed increased instead. I need 3 days to reach the Foundation establishment realm. Wang Baoli did some calculations as he ran. He also tried repeatedly to suppress the cauldron's spirit chi with his devouring seed. Though the results were not astounding, it was still of help. 6 hours had passed since he had gotten the small tripod cauldron. He hadn't yet come across any other cultivators. However, just as Wang Baoli had gotten a handle on the time that had passed, suddenly, his pupils contracted. His right hand raised and sent an arc of lightning dashing behind him, to the right, in the forest. With his current cultivation, the flash arc no longer summoned a mere bolt of lightning. The attack was infused with electromagnetic force. It expanded into a vast lightning web in midair that flew past the trees, towards a young woman who suddenly dashed out like an arrow shot from a bow from behind him. The young woman had a towering, muscular form and held a large sword in her hand. She was not Chen Hui, nor was she someone from the Galactic Dusk sect. She was a cultivator from the Plume Manifestation Carnate sect who had raced ahead of the rest. They had been more prepared than Wang Baoli had expected, attempting to stage an ambush after approaching Wang Baoli, only to be discovered by the mosquitoes. In the face of the sudden lightning web, the young woman roared and slashed violently at the vast net. A tremendous force erupted from her. The web was sliced into 2 halves instantly, transforming into countless lightning arcs that scattered throughout the area. Hand over the source of spirit chi on you, and we'll leave your corpse intact. The young woman lifted her head and stared at Wang Baoli. As she laughed viciously, 7 to 8 silhouettes dashed forward from behind her. They were young men and women, and all of them had towering, muscular builds. The battle lust stemming from them was alarming. They were clearly fearsome warriors who were physically powerful. Get lost now, and I won't have to kill you, Wang Baoli said coolly. What a joke! The young woman burst out into furious laughter. She leaped and was about to charge forward. The people standing behind her sneered and leaped into the air as well. As soon as their feet left the ground, Wang Baoli's right hand raised and formed a hand seal. The lightning bolts forming the lightning web, which had been sliced apart earlier by the young woman, flew suddenly into the air and transformed into swords made out of lightning. They wove their way through the crowd. They dashed about swiftly, with alarming speed. The disciples from the Plume Manifestation Carnate sect all had coarse, thick skin and hard muscles. They disregarded the swords, racing through the crisscrossing flying lightning swords with greed in their eyes and ugly grins on their faces, straight for Wang Baoli. They could disregard the lightning, but they couldn't escape the mosquitoes. Wang Baoli's 10 mosquitoes charged forward swiftly, biting each person they came upon. In an instant, the looks on the 7 to 8 disciples from the Plume Manifestation Carnate sect changed drastically. They gasped in shock. What's going on? Something bit me? As alarm colored their expressions, Wang Baoli dispensed with useless speeches and took a step forward. With a sudden burst of speed, he arrived before a male disciple from the Plume Manifestation Carnate sect. An icy glint flashed across his eyes as he threw his fist out. The disciple, a hideous grimace on his face as he tried to withstand a terrible itch, threw his fist forward in a roar as well. Wang Baoli didn't dodge the attack. Instead, he put more force behind his. An explosive sound rang into the air the moment the two of them collided. The disciple from the Plume Manifestation Carnate sect let out an agonizing cry. His right arm, which had collided with Wang Baoli's, was crushed from the fist. The damage traveled up his entire arm, extending to half of his body, his flesh smashed bloody before he finally exploded. He hadn't even the time for a single thought before he died from the immense injury. The sight was a sudden shock to the rest. Alarm and terror rose within them, and they fell back instinctively. When they looked at Wang Baoli, it was with eyes of horror and incredulity. Only the muscular young woman who had slashed through the lightning web narrowed her eyes then. She didn't retreat. Her battle lust intensified instead. Wang Baoli ignored the crazy woman and, instead, raised his right hand and swept it across the air. A line appeared on the ground. I'm not a person who enjoys killing others. He who crosses this line, dies. After he was done speaking, Wang Baoli turned and prepared to leave. Don't be frightened. Why not kill us if he really was capable of doing it? He's actually afraid, and trying to scare us off, the young woman carrying the big sword said immediately. She charged forward, ignoring the line that was drawn. The other disciples, upon seeing their senior sister disciple attacking and hearing what seemed to be words of reason, grew aggressive once more. They passed the drawn boundary and charged at Wang Baoli. As soon as they came charging, Wang Baoli turned around and flicked his storage bracelet. The 7th grade Dharmic armament saber appeared in his hand. With a sudden wide sweep of the saber, he slashed at the 7 to 8 people behind him. He controlled the power that was released, ensuring it wasn't too overwhelming and that the extent of the backlash was something within his tolerance. Even so, as soon as the Dharmic armament appeared, the skies changed, and a black tornado suddenly erupted. The shadow of a crocodile appeared instantly and lashed out alongside the blinding slash of the blade. Wang Baoli stored away his saber the next instant. As his hair drifted in the wind, and the black tornado and crocodile around him vanished, he turned without looking at the Plume Manifestation Carnate sect disciples standing there. He stared instead into the distant forest and said, dispassionately, "This line applies to you too." Done with speaking, Wang Baoli turned and left, vanishing into the deep forest. A black-robed youth appeared at the spot he had originally stared at. He was the young prodigy of the Galactic Dusk sect who had been robbed by Wang Baoli previously. He couldn't control his trembling body and found breathing difficult. His eyes were filled with unprecedented shock and horror as he stared at the line on the ground, and the Plume Manifestation Carnate sect disciples who were, at present, slowly keeling over, their heads rolling off their shoulders. A sudden cold rose up his spine and throughout his entire body. Damn it, that weapon of his must be a Dharmic armament, HMMPH. What's so great about having a Dharmic armament? He even went to the extent of doing something as ridiculous as drawing a line in the ground. How juvenile! The youth was furious but hesitated over whether he should continue his pursuit. He eventually released a long sigh, after realizing that possessing a Dharmic armament was indeed quite impressive, and chose to give up. Chapter 259, Devouring Your Master? Chapter 259, Devouring Your Master? Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Some were killed, some gave up, and others continued their pursuit. The brightness of the source of spirit chi on Wang Baoli surpassed the definition and concept of a torch. It was like a burning volcano. Every cultivator within a 2,000-mile radius would immediately sense it. Those within the hundreds of miles, especially, upon sensing the source of spirit chi, immediately stirred and grew excited. Even though they knew that it might be all for naught, the greed in their hearts and the tiniest sliver of possibility still drove them towards the location of the spiritual source. The Galactic Dusk sect, for example, had 70 to 80 disciples within the radius. They were scattered throughout the area and on their respective solo hunts inside the mystic lunar realm. At that moment, however, an icy glint flickered across their eyes. They started dashing towards the same location. Besides the Galactic Dusk sect, there was also the 5th-generation Sky Clan. Not every disciple from the clan knew about what was going on at the dark side of the moon. The 5th-generation Sky Clan, after all, comprised of multiple family clans that were in constant conflict. At that moment, there were as many 5th-generation Sky Clan disciples seeking their fortunes and fragments in the mystic realm. They grew excited and agitated as well after sensing the source of spirit chi and rushed towards it. The same happened for the Plume Manifestation Carnate sect. Besides the three political forces, there were also the descendants and heirs of the city lords who sat in the Senate, as well as minor political personalities affiliated with the Senate. There were easily more than 100 people within the 2,000-mile radius. Regardless of where they were scattered in the area, they all chose to charge towards the source of the spirit chi like the rest. Amongst them were those with a prominent status, like Li Xiao. Besides him, there were two others, one a nephew of the Heavenly City's City Lord and the other a nephew of the Eternal Joy City's City Lord. The latter two were your typical tyrants and bullies. They had attended the ethereal fruit feast as well. Now that they were there and had the Foundation establishment realm within reach, they had no reason to give up when they sensed the source of spirit chi. Every political force gathered. They seemed to form a huge spiraling whirlpool that had Wang Baoli as its locus, spreading 1,000 miles in all directions. Wang Baoli, who had become the eye of a storm, was presently racing through the forest and silently counting down the time. He didn't mind fighting to the death, but he wasn't a bloodthirsty person at heart. If he could resolve the crisis he was in without having to kill anyone, he would do so in a heartbeat. That was what he had planned to do. If he could find a chance and create a window of 3 free days for himself, he would be able to build his Foundation establishment core. It was a good idea. The execution of it was the challenge. Wang Baoli was racing through the forest when his eyes suddenly flashed. His right hand raised and swept behind him. His spirit chi burst out, and lightning bolts snaked around his right hand as he caught the flying sword surging towards him. The flying sword was black in color, and a strange glimmer shone on its blade. It seemed to contain some sort of poison. Wang Baoli used his spirit chi to stop it in mid-flight, lightning bolts snaking up the sword, and, without any hesitation, flung it back where it came from. His series of actions were fluid like water and very, very fast. In an instant, a pained cry rang out. A silhouette dashed out from deep within the forest, hand pressed against his chest as he retreated hurriedly. He didn't get far. The person shuddered as blue spread rapidly over his entire body, and he quickly fell to the ground with a thud, dying on the spot. There was a cut on his forehead. A grey mosquito flew straight out from the cut and vanished in the surrounding forest. Another one. Wang Baoli's face was cold and hard. He recognized the other's attire. It was a disciple from the Galactic Dusk sect. Excluding the black-robed youth, that was the 7th person from the Galactic Dusk sect. They were all eccentric characters who were extremely skilled in concealment and camouflage. They were proficient in staging ambushes as well. If Wang Baoli didn't have his mosquito's vision, he would find it challenging to sense them as clearly. Wang Baoli didn't check out the corpse. He was about to continue his journey deeper into the forest when a flash of light flickered across his eyes. He retreated hastily. As soon as he stepped back, the light from 10 spells surged forward from both sides in a deafening roar, disintegrating the trees around him. The ground on which Wang Baoli had stood a moment earlier quaked, and snapped branches and torn leaves flew in the air. If Wang Baoli hadn't dodged in time, he would have been struck by the 10 spells. As soon as he had fallen back, 20-odd people dashed out from both sides of the forest. Most of them were from the 5-generation Sky Clan. They weren't from the same family clan of those 5-generation Sky Clan disciples Wang Baoli had crossed paths with earlier, but the greed and murder in their eyes were the same. They wasted no time talking. As soon as they appeared, the 20-odd people charged at Wang Baoli with greed in their eyes. They had never seen each other before and hadn't held grudges against each other before that moment. However, at that moment, anyone who held such a tremendous source of spirit chi was the enemy in their eyes. The consequences they would face after snatching such an item from Wang Baoli was something they, in the face of extreme greed, hadn't considered. They had to get it first. Wang Baoli wasn't an indecisive person. He didn't enjoy killing. However, if he couldn't set aside the 3 days he needed by any other means, he was left with no choice. If I have no choice but to kill my way to a 3-day window, I'll do it. A vicious light flashed across Wang Baoli's eyes. As the 20 or so 5-generation Sky Clan disciples rushed towards him, he shifted and formed hand seals with his right hand. Bolts of lightning descended immediately, and a web of electromagnetism was cast out over the air. It transformed into numerous lightning swords that shot out towards his enemies. It didn't end there. As the deputy pavilion head of the Dharmic Armament Pavilion, Wang Baoli had countless numinous treasures. Even though he had expended quite a few, he still had enough of them at his disposal. With a sweep of his hand, he summoned a dozen flying frost swords and a handful of self-exploding beads and flung them out. In an instant, deafening explosions shook the lands and sent heaven and earth quaking. Amid the chaos, as the 20 or so 5th-generation Sky Clan disciples whipped out their numinous treasures and cast spells, Wang Baoli's form blurred. It was like the sudden eruption of a lightning dragon as a shrill cry pierced the air. He appeared suddenly before one of the disciples and, without a pause in his step, slammed right into him. A myriad of emotions flashed across the person's face. He hurriedly fell back and tried to counter the blow, but to no avail. He was slammed straight in the chest. Blood spilled out from his mouth as his chest was crushed inwards. He let loose a terrifying scream and, like a kite cut from its string, keeled over. Wang Baoli, without any stutter in his steps, turned and kicked smoothly at another person's crotch. The latter tried to block the blow with his right hand. It didn't work. There was the sound of an arm breaking as Wang Baoli's kick landed on the person's crotch, and an almost inhuman cry rang out into the air. A spasm shot through the cultivator's body before he fell to the ground, dead. After 2 consecutive kills, the battle lust emanating from Wang Baoli intensified. He knew that they were intent on exterminating him. He had 2 choices before him, kill or be killed. "I'll kill you all!" Wang Baoli roared. He dashed forward in a blur and engaged in battle with the 20-odd cultivators, leaving death in his wake. A mere 15 minutes later, corpses lay scattered on the ground. All that remained of the 5th-generation Sky Clan group were 2 cultivators. Their faces were drained of blood, and their eyes bright with terror and confusion. They seemed to have been roused from their earlier madness and greed. With a shrill scream, they fled hastily. Wang Baoli was panting slightly. He hadn't suffered many injuries. However, battling with 20-odd perfected true breath realm cultivators was an exhausting feat. It was a pale comparison to the backlash from using the Dharmic armament though. It was still something within Wang Baoli's limits. Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes upon seeing the 2 fleeing people. He didn't plan to pursue them, but as he was about to leave, he heard a scream, followed by another not long after. A flash of light flickered across Wang Baoli's eyes. He didn't issue an order to kill to the mosquito. The grey mosquito returned swiftly and hovered before Wang Baoli. After experiencing multiple rounds of massacre, its spirit chi had transformed. One could clearly sense, after careful observation, bloodthirst exuding from the grey mosquito. That was the first time it was displaying signs of rebellion before Wang Baoli. It buzzed aggressively, with enmity. As soon as the buzzing sound rang out, the other 9 mosquitoes emerged from the surrounding forest, racing forward and surrounding Wang Baoli, displaying hostility towards the grey mosquito in the 9-to-1 standoff. "I was the one who made you. How dare you rebel against your master? You've grown gutsy, haven't you?" Wang Baoli snorted. The scabbard inside his body started churning. Instantly, a binding force erupted and blanketed the grey mosquito. The mosquito shuddered violently. Its body started showing signs of shattering. Wang Baoli, who possessed the sword scabbard, held the life of the mosquito within the palm of his hand. After some time, the grey mosquito started crying out for mercy. Its thoughts surfaced clearly in Wang Baoli's mind, causing surprise and startlement to flicker across his eyes. He withdrew the power of the scabbard. "If this happens again, I'll break your proboscis," Wang Baoli said coolly, then turned and left. The grey mosquito was still for a moment, before immediately following Wang Baoli. Together, with the other mosquitoes, they split up and flew off into the distance, extending Wang Baoli's vision and, at the same time, guarding their master. Chapter 260, A Broken Arm. Chapter 260, A Broken Arm. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The killing was still going on. The pursuit was still happening. After all, the mob came from all around, and one couldn't send voice transmissions in the mystic lunar realm. Hence, there wasn't much communication between them, and they didn't know who the spirit chi source was or how strong he was. Wang Baoli couldn't do anything to change that. He only had one option, to kill and keep on killing. After killing someone, he would leave the corpse, letting the stench of blood spread throughout the air. He was using that as a deterrent. It would cause the next group of people to pass through the area littered with corpses to hesitate and not dare to continue giving chase. That was because they would feel fear after seeing those corpses and experiencing the murderous intent of the murderer. That kind of deterrent had some effect, but humans would always want to try their luck. There were those who remained logical and backed away despite the strong temptation, but those who actually did so were few and far between. 2 days had passed since Wang Baoli stole the small tripod cauldron. In those 2 days, he tried to fuse the small tripod cauldron with his body. However, he discovered that once he started fusing with the small tripod cauldron, his body would enter a state where it couldn't be disturbed or touched. If he were to try to reach the Foundation establishment realm in such a dangerous place, he would surely fail if any accidents happened. Hence, Wang Baoli stopped considering the method of infusing the cauldron while fighting. As he bolted deeper into the mystic lunar realm, the number of cultivators killed by him increased gradually, and the tally was quickly approaching 100. Among the close to 100 people, there were those from the Galactic Dusk sect, the Plume Manifestation Carnate sect, and the 5-Generation Sky clan. So long as they gave chase and had murderous intent, they would all be slain by Wang Baoli eventually. His feelings changed from an initial hesitation to silence while he murdered and eventually became cold-blooded bloodlust. As he stood there and gazed in front of him, 8 to 9 people walked out silently. Among those 8 to 9 people, Wang Baoli knew 3 of them. Not long ago, he was even talking to one of them like they were close friends. But as they walked out, the atmosphere immediately became tense. Those that walked out were the family and sons of the senators in the Senate, Li Xiu, and the nephews of the city lords of Heavenly Sky City and Yongla City were also present. As for the rest, they all looked like young masters on the surface. Although Wang Baoli had never seen them before, he could guess that their social statuses were not that far off from Li Xiu. And those people, for them to have come out from the forest ahead, could be seen to have put in a lot of effort and positioned themselves strategically. If not, they wouldn't have blocked Wang Baoli's path so precisely. After all, that place could be considered the border separating them from the depths of the moon's dark side. Brother Wang, Li Xiu had complicated feelings and a hesitant look. He didn't want to be Wang Baoli's enemy. In fact, if he knew that it was Wang Baoli who had gotten the spirit chi source, he might not have come at all. Alas, it was too late when he found out that the person who had the spirit chi source was Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli also sighed. During the slaughter in the past 2 days, he didn't use the dharmic armament again. Although his body didn't suffer a backlash, he faced too many enemies from all factions. In the end, he still couldn't prevent minor injuries from time to time, and the minor injuries gradually accumulated. Although he suppressed his injuries, they would open up again if he suppressed them for too long. At the same time, his mental fatigue was a huge problem as well. Even though Wang Baoli had become ruthless and cold-blooded, his continuous attacking and sprinting made him feel increasingly fatigued. As he saw familiar faces, that feeling of fatigue increased even more. Don't hurt yourself by making a mistake. Wang Baoli took a long look at Li Xiu and bolted away to one side, disappearing into the forest. Right at that moment, everyone except Li Xiu only hesitated for a moment. They seemed to notice that Wang Baoli was suppressing his fatigue and injuries. So a murderous glint appeared in all their gazes, and they gave chase, disappearing into the forest one after another. Only Li Xiu stood there. He was in a dilemma and didn't give chase as he was hesitating. Not waiting for him to stop hesitating, sounds of tragic cries could be heard from within the forest up ahead, from a place that couldn't be seen. The tragic cries were extremely shocking and sounded as though the people making said cries had met a huge horror. Loud rumbles and beams of light from spells exploded forth. Even Li Xiu saw a sea of lightning bolts spread from within the forest. It caused a burnt smell to be spread from the surrounding flora. Very quickly, under the rumbling and tragic cries, the nephew of Heavenly Sky City's city lord and someone from a senator's affiliated family clan, ran out rapidly. They both had frightened looks on their pale faces. But they didn't escape very far away before a flying sword flew straight into the back of one person's head. It caused the guy from the affiliated family clan to widen his eyes and die on the spot. Wang Baoli, my uncle is Heavenly Sky City's city lord and one of the 17 senators. You dare to kill me? The remaining person, the nephew of Heavenly Sky City's City Lord, had a huge change in his expression. He retreated backwards rapidly while screaming, and his gaze was filled with fear while looking at Wang Baoli, who walked out from within the forest. Wang Baoli's clothes were stained with blood, and he breathed heavily. Blood even leaked from the corner of his mouth. He looked very weak, as though he was unable to suppress his internal injuries any longer. However, the murderous intent emanating from his body was stunning. Xiao, save me, save me! The nephew of Heavenly Sky City's City Lord called out anxiously to Li Xiao while retreating. The scene sent shivers down Li Xiao's spine. He knew Wang Baoli was powerful. He could tell that from Wang Baoli's fight with Shui Yixian previously. He didn't expect, however, that he had still underestimated the man. He was very clear that Wang Baoli must have been attacked many times and sustained heavy injuries throughout the past few days. Despite that, he only needed a few moments to slaughter all his comrades. Although he didn't see the entire slaughter, he could picture and analyze it through the rumbling and the disturbances caused by spells being cast. It was obvious that his comrades weren't in Wang Baoli's league. He's still only at the perfected stage of the true breath realm. Once he reaches the foundation establishment realm, he'll definitely become even stronger. Li Xiao was stunned. Seeing Wang Baoli walk over with murderous intent and seeing the fearful face of the nephew of Heavenly Sky City's City Lord, he hesitated once again and decided to remain silent. Wang Baoli panted with some difficulty. As he looked at the nephew of Heavenly Sky City's City Lord, a cold glint flashed across his eyes. As he raised his right hand and was about to attack, he seemed to have affected his injuries. Surprisingly, with a shake of his body, he spat out a large amount of blood and retreated a few steps unsteadily. It seemed like he was no longer able to suppress his injuries. He seemed to be unable to stand still, and his head was lowered. However, what others couldn't see was that deep within Wang Baoli's gaze, a keen glint flashed as though he was on high alert for something. It made the nephew of Heavenly Sky City's City Lord stop retreating. When he looked towards Wang Baoli, the fearful glimmer in his eyes was replaced by one of greed and desire, as though he had discovered an opportunity. Get lost! Wang Baoli took a deep breath, raised his head, and shouted hoarsely. He did not look at Li Xiao, instead choosing to retreat backwards to seem like he intended to leave. But right at that moment, the nephew of Heavenly Sky City's City Lord ground his teeth and actually burst forth towards Wang Baoli. He roared. Die! As that person burst towards him and roared, Wang Baoli raised his head abruptly. As he did so, a glaring glimmer appeared in his eyes. All of his weakness disappeared immediately, and a shocking force erupted from his body. Although he had suffered heavy injuries, they weren't to the point where Wang Baoli was unable to suppress them. Everything that he did previously was fake. His purpose was obviously not to kill the nephew of Heavenly Sky City's City Lord. Instead, he was aiming for the figure charging towards him from behind the nephew. The figure was a woman. Her speed was too fast, and she approached right as Wang Baoli's power erupted. Wang Baoli ignored the nephew of Heavenly Sky City's City Lord. As he turned around with the 7th grade Dharmic armament saber in hand, he slashed towards the woman. You're finally willing to show yourself. A black storm exploded forth, and a black crocodile roared from within it. The sword glint shook the surroundings, and the woman planning to launch a sneak attack had a huge change of expression as Wang Baoli slashed towards her. But she wasn't an ordinary woman. In such a dangerous situation, she actually took out 3 statues. The 3 statues were all hugging their chests and spread an eerie aura. As they appeared, their auras exploded forth to counter Wang Baoli's slash directly. Rumbles shook the surroundings and created a strong shockwave. Wherever the shockwave passed, the flora tumbled and the earth trembled. Not waiting for the nephew of Heavenly Sky City's City Lord to approach, the shockwave hit his body and broke all his bones. In fact, he didn't even have time to let out a tragic cry before he became a bloody mess and died. No one noticed his death. Wang Baoli spit out fresh blood and landed with the saber in hand while all 3 statues exploded. The woman let out an aggrieved scream and tried her best to dodge. Alas, she could only prevent her vital organs from getting hit, and her right arm was chopped off by the slash. Fresh blood spurted out. The woman's hair was disheveled, her face was pale, and her gaze was filled with hatred. A large amount of blood spurted from her mouth, covering her whole person in blood. She became a bloody figure and fled rapidly. One could only hear her frenzied voice filled with hatred echoing through the heavens. Wang Baoli, I, Chen Hui, swear that I will kill you and destroy your soul no matter how many lives it takes me. Chapter 261, Acquaintance. Chapter 261, Acquaintance. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Looking coldly at Chen Hui escaping after transforming into a bloody figure, Wang Baoli squinted his eyes. In reality, he had been having a sense that someone was following him in secret. However, no matter how hard he tried to use his mosquitoes to find out, he couldn't locate the other party's location. That made him recall the young girl in the white top that he met at the place he found the small tripod cauldron. The girl was also proficient at hiding, such that Wang Baoli didn't notice her at all before he entered the crack. After analyzing it that way, Wang Baoli was confident that the one following him was the same girl. Her tactics were bizarre, especially in terms of her numinous treasures, which were frightening. If he allowed her to follow him closely, it was like hanging a sword above his head and keeping a thorn in his throat. Therefore, Wang Baoli had intentionally tried to lure her out. However, several days had passed, and regardless of how hard Wang Baoli tried to tempt her, he didn't see the girl. Until now, the number of injuries he had increased, and he was so close to the breaking point. Furthermore, meeting someone from the Senate made Wang Baoli tempted to try again. He leveraged on the group attack by members of the Senate to weaken himself, and continue sustaining his injuries in a way such that he was on the brink of breaking down. It was so real that it managed to lure the girl out. He had originally planned to kill her with a single attack, but her tactics were unusual and, coupled with the injuries that Wang Baoli was carrying, he only managed to cut off one of her arms. At the same time, it came with a price. The backlash from the 7th grade Dharmic armament worsened Wang Baoli's injuries. Thankfully, he managed to suppress them once again. As long as he didn't use the Dharmic armaments for a while, he could prevent his injuries from erupting. That feeling of having a lump in his throat had also disappeared simultaneously. Wang Baoli heaved a sigh of relief, and as he turned, he saw Li Xiu not far away and chuckled. "Brother Li, how have you been? Are you also planning to snatch from others?" Li Xiu shivered as Wang Baoli glanced at him. He had seen Wang Baoli's attack, the bloodied, mangled corpse of Heavenly Sky City Lord's nephew, and also Wang Baoli's scheming mindset and ferocity with his own eyes. All of that made him thankful for hesitating previously. Now, he had seen through Wang Baoli. The fatty seemed easygoing on the surface, but was actually a vicious person who wouldn't bat an eyelid at killing someone. He was decisive and determined if he put his mind to killing someone, and was an extremely vicious person. He felt that someone like Wang Baoli didn't belong to the 4 major Dao colleges. Instead, he would be a good fit for the Galactic Dusk sect, carrying a smile on his face while holding a knife behind his back. Therefore, with Wang Baoli smiling and looking at him, Li Xiu tried to control his trembling body. Laughing awkwardly, he hurriedly retrieved a few pills from his storage bag and put them on the ground, before patting his chest and exclaiming loudly. "Junior brother Baoli, that is a misunderstanding that you have towards me. I, Li Xiu, am not someone like that. I have integrity and value justice. My only goal here is to send some pills to you, junior brother Baoli." Wang Baoli raised his eyebrows as he looked at Li Xiu. "Give me a reason to believe you." Hearing Wang Baoli's words, Li Xiu was on the brink of tears, and his heart trembled uncontrollably. His mind was churning for excuses when he suddenly thought of one and voiced it out. "Big brother Baoli, you're still single, right? It's all right even if you're not. I have an older sister who is so beautiful it's astonishing. Regardless of whether it's her face or her figure, she has one of the best you can find. She's now working at the Martian colony and is well known throughout the entire Federation. I have found you extremely affable since I first saw you, and I think that it's highly possible that you will become my elder brother-in-law." What on earth? Wang Baoli was confused. Elder brother-in-law. I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll make a move first, elder brother-in-law. Li Xiu slapped his chest loudly, and as soon as he completed his sentence, he turned around and left hurriedly. Looking at Li Xiu's back view, Wang Baoli didn't give chase. He looked incredulous and left after picking up the pills. He suppressed his emotions and felt more relaxed after hearing Li Xiu's words. As he continuously explored deeper within the forest on the dark side of the moon, the number of people who were charging at him also decreased. After all, the corpses laying all around had an effect of frightening others, and that allowed Wang Baoli to finally take a breather. The only issue was that as he began searching for a place to begin the Foundation establishment process, another batch of people, apparently lured by his spirit chi source, appeared. They were the ones that Wang Baoli was dreading the most to meet. However, he had no choice but to face them. Wang Baoli, Chen Yutong laughed bitterly as he emerged from within the forest. Beside him were several other people from the Dao College, totaling about 12 of them, including Li Yi. Shiling, the natural talent at sensing the fragments, were also amongst them, looking incredulously at Wang Baoli. They weren't aware of who the spirit chi source was coming from previously, but now, when they neared, they realized that it was from Wang Baoli, and that made all of them laugh bitterly. Based on the ways of the world, Chen Yutong was very proficient and very clear that they were now at a juncture where misunderstandings could easily happen. He was a close friend of Wang Baoli, and it was especially important that he took care not to create any misunderstanding between him and Wang Baoli. Therefore, after he stepped out, he didn't go too close to Wang Baoli. Instead, he opened his storage bag and took out a bottle of pills which he left at the side. Baoli, I will not say much. It's not appropriate for others to be around you now. I hereby wish you all the best in Foundation establishment. Chen Yutong looked sincerely at Wang Baoli, bowing to him with cupped fists. The others in the crowd also took out their pills in silence. Seeing the reactions of the people from his Dao College, Wang Baoli felt a sense of warmth and was touched, especially by Chen Yutong's actions. He nodded his head and picked up the pills. He was about to turn and leave when at that moment, a flash was seen across Li Yi's eyes. She seemed to have some thoughts, but even before she could take any action, Chen Yutong stared angrily at her. Li Yi stayed silent with her head lowered. Even though Wang Baoli didn't turn around, he saw everything clearly with the help of the mosquitoes. A look of viciousness flashed across his eyes, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he took out excess fragments that he obtained during his killings along the way, which were fragments in excess of the 20 he needed. He flailed his hand and tossed most of it to Chen Yutong. Senior brother Chen, there are still some corpses lying around with fragments on them. I don't have time to pick all of them up, so they are yours to keep. Thank you, and goodbye. When he finished speaking, Wang Baoli turned around and charged into the distance, disappearing within the dense forest. Soon, after Wang Baoli had left the people from the 4 Dao colleges behind, he continued advancing within the depths of the mystic lunar realm. As time passed, his injuries worsened and were about to relapse, and even though he could use his pills to treat them, it was only temporary respite unless he found a place to go into seclusion. If his injuries were to relapse, it would be a terrible situation. Therefore, after bearing with it for another Earth day, Wang Baoli spread his mosquitoes out. After making sure that no one was after him, he found an area on a small hill and dug a cave in a secluded spot, before wriggling in and sealing the cave shut. He then scattered the mosquitoes outside, before finally heaving a sigh of relief. He hurriedly took out the small tripod cauldron. His eyes burned with passion and agitation as he looked at it. The small tripod cauldron was ancient, with signs of aging visible on it. There were also some indecipherable words and pictures of ferocious beasts densely covering it, making the entire cauldron seem very impressive. I'll use this object for Foundation establishment. Wang Baoli took a deep breath. He first swallowed some pills and digested them quickly, to suppress his injuries yet again. He then sealed his hands, releasing his spirit energy to encompass the cauldron according to the way of Foundation establishment, as he began the first step of Foundation establishment, spirit integration. At the same time, as Wang Baoli began the Foundation establishment process, Chen Hui from the Galactic Dusk sect, who was thousands of miles away from him, was charging forward with her face pale and aghast. She had lost an arm and was extremely beaten. The only thing that remained the same was the hatred and mania in her eyes. If the hatred were to be transformed into a sea of fire, then the heavens and earth would be burned to the bone right at that moment. Wang Baoli. Chen Hui gritted her teeth, her heart filled with bitterness. She was charging forward as she searched for a place to rehabilitate when suddenly, a kind voice rang beside her ears. "Hui, who has hurt you to this state?" The moment she heard the voice, Chen Hui was shocked. When she turned around, she realized that an old lady had appeared without her knowing. The old lady's face was covered with wrinkles, and she was standing there, holding a crutch as she smiled at her. "Master!" Chen Hui felt incredulous. She knew well that her master was one of the Grand Supreme Elders of the Galactic Dusk sect whose cultivation was that of core formation level. People of core formation cultivation weren't allowed to enter the mystic lunar realm, and that was especially so as the place had been sealed. Her first thought was that the seal had been broken, but when she raised her head to check, she realized that the firmament wood grains were still intact. "There are some things that we didn't tell you, the disciples, previously, for fear that you would not be able to keep the secrets well." The old lady seemed to have sensed Chen Hui's confusion as she smiled and spoke warmly while caressing Chen Hui's head. "This time, the Galactic Dusk sect is supporting a special fellow Daoist. With his help, we managed to enter by cheating the array formation. This is the case for the 5th-generation Sky Clan as well. The only difference is that they are supporting another creature. As for this seal, it's created by both our clans. I have gained a rough understanding of the perfect foundation establishment object that you have lost. Wait for me here, I'll get it back for you." Chapter 262, Shocking Change. Chapter 262, Shocking Change. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Listening to the words from her master, Chen Hui's breathing quickened as she stared incredulously with her eyes wide open. She had never imagined that the earth-changing transformations that had occurred were a result of the combined actions of her sect, and the 5th-generation Sky Clan. She was also well aware of how severe the consequences would be. Naturally, the sect would have an idea of it as well, as it was akin to resistance against the whole Federation. Once exposed, there was no doubt that a great war would result. However, even so, the sect still decided to partake in it. That made Chen Hui gasp in shock as she realized that the sect had great plans. The old lady didn't speak any further. She passed Chen Hui some pills and inquired about the details of the spirit chi source. After knowing that the object was a small tripod cauldron, she turned around and charged in the skies towards where Wang Baoli was carrying out the foundation establishment process. She was so fast that wind and thunder roared ferociously, causing changes in the sky as loud noises spread in all directions. That attracted the attention of many cultivators. After seeing the old lady in the skies, everyone's mind buzzed as a torrent of emotions erupted in their hearts. Core formation. Gosh, how is this possible? Impossible. Someone of the core formation realm appearing in the mystic lunar realm. The seal hasn't been broken, but yet there is someone of the core formation realm here. All the cultivators within the area were trembling with shock as their breathing grew rapid. They all felt that, within the mystic lunar realm, situations that were out of what they had imagined were occurring one after another. No one knew for sure what the eventual outcome would be, and the fear and reverence in their hearts had reached an indescribable level. The old lady didn't care much about the shock experienced by the true breath realm cultivators, not even bothering to mask her speed. After all, the preparations that she had been making were almost complete. Since that was the case, there was no need for her to hide. That was why she went out in search of her own disciple. Having heard news of the perfect object, she was happy. That small tripod cauldron would be the perfect item for our Huia to begin foundation establishment. On the other hand, Wang Baoli was sitting with his legs crossed in the cave. With anticipation and agitation, he was fast in the process of foundation establishment. Using an object for foundation establishment involved 2 steps. The first step was spirit integration, which involved using either sufficient fragments or perfect objects and covering them with one's own spirit energy to weaken it. That was to integrate one's spirit energy with the item before swallowing it and allowing it to sink to one's dantian. What followed after that was the second step, life foundation. Life foundation meant sharing flesh and blood with the object. It involved completely integrating with the object from within, and using it to establish and build the foundation stone. Establishment meant to build, while foundation referred to the object. To a certain degree, foundation establishment was akin to having an additional organ in one's body. The purpose of the organ was to evolve and advance the cultivator's life. From there, spirit chi would no longer be a rootless energy source. Instead, it would make one's body into a whirlpool of spirit chi source. It would be equipped with the ability to absorb the heaven and earth powers, and be the foundation for taking over the fortune of the firmament and the galaxy. Once that was successful, the nature of life, spells, and everything else would be significantly transformed. Soon, as Wang Baoli's cultivation was activated and his spirit energy emerged to envelop the small tripod cauldron within it, he sealed his hands again and began the process of spirit integration according to the method outlined by the Tao College. Gradually, as the small tripod cauldron was enveloped in spirit energy, it turned opaque. It shimmered, turning from opaque to translucent before it was completely translucent, invisible to one's eyes. When that happened, with passion in his eyes, Wang Baoli opened his mouth and sucked. Instantly, the spirit energy that he released brought along the invisible small tripod cauldron and entered his mouth at a fast speed. Instantly, Wang Baoli felt like he had swallowed a block of jelly. It felt slippery, and when he swallowed, the spirit energy that had entered his mouth sank to his dantian. There, the invisible small tripod cauldron gradually regained its appearance. When it was no longer transparent, it floated endlessly in the devouring seed. It is indeed a rare perfect object suitable for foundation establishment. I've completed the first step so easily. Wang Baoli was excited and agitated. From the information from Ethereal Tao College that introduced the first step, it wouldn't be an easy process to integrate 20 fragments, and gather them within one's body so that they would completely fit into one another. Furthermore, there couldn't be any mistakes made during the entire process, which required nurturing and care. Failure was of lesser consequence, as the damage to one's meridians and dantian during the process would be a more dangerous life-threatening situation. That was especially so as during the entire process, one wasn't allowed to move his body. Therefore, it must take place in an extremely safe place. Wang Baoli had to abide by that even though he was integrating with a perfect object. He even felt that right at that moment, he shouldn't be moving unnecessarily. If not, the newly integrated small tripod cauldron within his body would be unstable, causing the spirit chi source within it to be released. His body would be like a balloon, exploding directly. That was the reason why Wang Baoli didn't dare make an attempt at foundation establishment previously. It was only there that he felt safe and made use of the opportunity for foundation establishment. He took a deep breath and maintained his body posture to stabilize the small tripod cauldron which had integrated into his dantian. He then began the second step, which was also the most crucial last step of the process. Life foundation. If the first step had to proceed smoothly without any incidents, the second step must be even more smooth sailing. Any small turbulence would lead to failure as the life foundation step involved integrating one's life, flesh, and blood with the small tripod cauldron in order to turn it into one of his own organs. He couldn't afford to be distracted. After Wang Baoli sent orders to his mosquitoes outside to patrol on their own and prevent anyone from coming near, he settled down and attempted to integrate his meridians, flesh, and blood together with the small tripod cauldron according to the method taught by the Tao College. The advantage of using a perfect object for foundation de-establishment was obvious. The whole process was extremely smooth sailing. Very quickly, Wang Baoli's life, flesh, and blood began to connect with the small tripod cauldron to a certain extent. After 5 minutes, the integration had reached 30%. Slowly, it became 40, 50, and 60%. As time passed and the degree of integration increased, the movement of Wang Baoli's cultivation grew stronger. If others who had used the fragments for foundation establishment were to see him, they would be immensely shocked. Wang Baoli, having reached only 60% integration, was giving off a vibe so strong that it was on a level similar to that of people who have achieved complete integration using the fragments. The integration process didn't stop there. Gradually, it rose to 70, 80%. As the integration occurred and Wang Baoli's cultivation was boosted significantly at astonishing speed, his life, his flesh and blood, his spirit, and his everything seemed to have been evolved in the process of combining with the small tripod cauldron. At the same time, memories and scenes of ancient times seemed to have emerged from the small tripod cauldron, flooding into Wang Baoli's mind. There were so many images that Wang Baoli was unable to take a clear look at everything. He noticed that the image that appeared most frequently was that of a gigantic altar, with numerous blurry figures surrounding it and praying. Of those praying figures, there were so many of them whose vibes alone made Wang Baoli frightened. He didn't know what level of cultivation they were at, but he had a feeling that a single look by one of them would be sufficient to destroy him thoroughly. The altar that they were praying to consisted of 3 levels. There were 4 small tripod cauldrons on the lowest level, and one of them was exactly the one that Wang Baoli was integrating. On the second level was a pair of pearls, one black and one white, giving off a dark and shimmering glow respectively. The third level was a fog layer. Faces of the commoners who were extremely devout appeared from within it. It looked extremely bizarre, and it was apparent that the objects placed on the 3 levels were offerings. They were in ascending levels in terms of value, and one could see how Wang Baoli was bestowed with an unusually good fate that time around. After all, it was only an offering from the first level, but it was already being revered by so many people. That made it clear that its value couldn't be described with words. The thing that the countless figures were praying and offering valuable items to, could be seen in a blur from the image that appeared in Wang Baoli's mind through the small tripod cauldron. It seemed to be a green lotus growing in mid-air. The instant he saw the green lotus, which was the exact same moment where the integration with the small tripod cauldron had reached 80%, Wang Baoli's vibe was so strong that it had already exceeded those who had succeeded in advancing to the foundation establishment stage. One could imagine that after he had succeeded, Wang Baoli's foundation establishment would be much more formidable than everyone else's. However, just at that point, something happened. Wang Baoli's mosquitoes, which were outside his cave abode, exploded even before they could sense someone approaching. The grey-colored mosquito was more hardy but had only managed to last for a while more, just in time to send a signal to Wang Baoli before it completely vaporized. Wang Baoli trembled. The image of the green lotus in his mind vanished, replaced by the expressionless face of the charging old lady sent by the grey-colored mosquito. The moment the image of the old lady appeared in Wang Baoli's mind, an astonishing loud noise reverberated in all directions and caused the earth to shake such that Wang Baoli's small cave tumbled, and was torn open from above Wang Baoli's head. The wall above his head exploded open. As innumerable rocks pelted down, the old lady, carrying a ferocious vibe and a boisterous manner, looked condescendingly at him. Sudden change had occurred. Chapter 263, Destroying the Tao Foundation. Chapter 263, Destroying the Tao Foundation. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Everything happened too quickly. Almost the instant all the mosquitoes, including the grey-colored one, were destroyed, a deafening roar erupted in the cave. Wang Baoli, who was at a crucial juncture, having integrated 80% with the small tripod cauldron, was extremely shaken. The loud roar was like 1,000 claps of thunder exploding right into his ears. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw the old lady, the Grand Supreme Elder of Galactic Dusk Sect, approaching from the opening in the wall above his head as broken rocks fell from the sky. The old lady's figure carried such an imposing force that, in Wang Baoli's eyes, it was as if he was being suppressed by the combined force of heaven and earth. He was at the most crucial stage of life foundation, and he wasn't supposed to move a single bit. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. It was so sudden that Wang Baoli didn't know what to do, as everything seemed like a catastrophe, forming a hurricane in his head. The vibe given off by the old lady, coupled with the falling rocks tumbling onto Wang Baoli, caused his body to tremble vigorously. As a result, the small tripod cauldron within his body was immediately destabilized. All the vibes were disordered, become chaotic from a previously perfect, well-controlled state. Any interference during the process of foundation establishment for a true breath realm cultivator was dangerous. Needless to say, that also applied to Wang Baoli, whose location for seclusion was being torn apart by others. The level of danger had already far exceeded that of the Pond Cloud Rainforest, and that of Kulon Basin. After all, in those 2 areas where he experienced danger, he was able to retaliate somehow. However, right then, right there, in the face of a core formation cultivator, Wang Baoli was so weak that he wouldn't be able to withstand a single attack. As the spirit energy moved in a chaotic manner, with his body trembling and the small tripod cauldron shaking all over, the only thing Wang Baoli experienced was a current crashing heavily within his body, similar to if he were to swallow a self-exploding bead. The deafening boom within his body and by his ears overlapped at that instant, causing him to vomit fresh blood. He was like a deflated ball, his energy and spirit severely exhausted. Enlightened, with blood filling his entire mouth, Wang Baoli struggled as he tried to recite the Tao Sutra to scare the other party away. That was the only means of resistance he could think of at the crucial juncture. However, after saying the first word, his body was unable to withstand anything else. That was because right then, his cultivation was connected to the small tripod cauldron. The violent shaking and disorder of the small tripod cauldron was, to a certain extent, similar to it undergoing exorcism, such that it was impossible for Wang Baoli to recite the Tao Sutra. He vomited blood again, his face turning pale white. He was about to retreat without caring about the integration process, but in that chaotic environment, his body seemed like a ceramic vase about to be torn apart. Every part of his body was painful deep down to his bones. A worm-like scum like you dares to snatch away my disciple's fate? A chilly look and a condescending, croaky voice erupted from within the cave. The old lady's lips curled into a cold smile, looking at the extremely beaten Wang Baoli who had blood flowing from his mouth. She looked at him as if he was an irritating maggot. After stepping into the exploded cave, she stepped right towards Wang Baoli. She raised her left hand, grabbing directly at Wang Baoli's dantian. Seeing the old lady's arrival and her raised right hand, Wang Baoli's eyes became bloodshot as his vision turned red. He let out a beast-like scream, but the blood that emerged instead prevented him from screaming out loud. Instead, it transformed into madness and indignation. He wanted to struggle, but all his tactics were useless against a core formation cultivator. Needless to say, in his state of madness, it was difficult for him to use his tactics. The only thing he could do was watch the old lady's right hand swiftly pressing on his tummy with the speed of thunder. Immediately, Wang Baoli's tummy exploded, his flesh torn apart. The grip by the old lady perforated his stomach, exposing his intestines as he vomited fresh blood. The pain made Wang Baoli go berserk, his eyes filling up with blood. The old lady reached directly into the hole she had made in Wang Baoli's tummy, disregarding Wang Baoli's injuries and pain. She was like a piece of unfeeling steel, grabbing the small tripod cauldron resting on Wang Baoli's dantian forcefully, disregarding his mangled flesh and blood. The feeling was similar to someone grabbing hold of one of his internal organs. The feeling of one's organ being gripped tightly by a hand that went through all his other tissues transformed into an indescribable amount of pain exploding directly in Wang Baoli's mind, causing him to scream painfully. "I found it, it's not too late." The old lady smiled, her smile carrying a sense of indifference. Now, Wang Baoli, who was trembling heavily with sweat damping his entire shirt, saw the old lady as a devil through his bloodshot eyes. He had never felt that way before, and he felt helplessness, madness, and hatred on a level that couldn't be described. Nothing could be salvaged. The old lady twisted her left hand, which was holding onto the small tripod cauldron, and at that moment, Wang Baoli understood what was meant by living hell. He was helpless and had wanted to call up the Black Mask. However, under the suppressive force of the core formation cultivator, the Black Mask stayed silent and motionless. Feeling every ounce of pain, Wang Baoli laughed bitterly as he attempted to activate his devouring seed. However, there was such a huge difference between his level of cultivation and that of the old lady that even if the devouring seed were to move a single bit, it would be suppressed by the old lady. Trying to retaliate? The old lady sneered, nonchalantly kicking Wang Baoli. With a loud bang, a strong force flowed from the old lady directly into Wang Baoli's body. Wang Baoli trembled vigorously and, as he spewed blood out of his mouth, his body flew backwards as a result. The small tripod cauldron had been integrated with his body over 80%. Regardless of whether it was his flesh or his soul, they had all already been combined, forming his Tao foundation to a certain extent. As the old lady kicked him, his body tumbled backwards. Immediately, the small tripod cauldron was pulled out by the old lady, together with his flesh and spirit. From the injury on his stomach, large amounts of spirit chi and life were leaking out. When the small tripod cauldron was pulled out, one could see that strands of his meridians and flesh had already been coiled around it. As the small tripod cauldron was removed, Wang Baoli's body curled backwards, his meridians broken and his flesh torn apart. Blood spewed endlessly, covering the entire area. With a loud boom, Wang Baoli, who had broken the cave on impact and landed outside, could only feel his vision darkening. He felt that an unbearable cold was surrounding him, and in the darkness and cold, a sense of hatred that could destroy the heaven and earth erupted from within him. However, it was all useless. It would only be a waste of his efforts. At that moment, he was convulsing. His anger, hatred, and pitiful screams had already become weak. His soul, his spirit chi, his everything. They were all weakening at an astounding speed. The immense pain in his body couldn't compare to the feeling of having someone snatch away his Tao foundation with their bare hands. Furthermore, the feeling of having one of his organs taken away made Wang Baoli's life dull immediately. His Tao foundation had been snatched away. His foundation establishment process, which had been completed to 80%, was destroyed. Not only that, his dantian and all his meridians were broken by 30% under the forceful pulling of the old lady. The frightening wound on his stomach, as well as the severely damaged intestines, worsened his injuries to an extent that he would have died even if he was physically at the level of foundation establishment. However, no matter how determined he was at surviving, with his Tao foundation being snatched away and his injuries so severe, it was impossible for him to have an opportunity at foundation establishment again in his life. Since the foundation had been destroyed, his cultivation would leak at such a fast speed that he would eventually return to a commoner state and die from his injuries. Something like that had happened before during the Spirit Inception era. However, it was the first time it happened to a disciple from the 4 Tao colleges, and to someone like Wang Baoli. It could easily be imagined that if the mystic lunar realm wasn't sealed, the old lady would never dare to act that way. However, now that she saw that things were moving towards completion and that there would definitely be changes to the Federation, a mere deputy pavilion head like Wang Baoli was simply a small fry that she could destroy. As she held the small blood-stained tripod cauldron and felt for the spirit chi source within it, a look of approval appeared in the old lady's eyes. She was irritated by the blood on the tripod cauldron, and with a single swing, the blood on it evaporated. She put it into her arms and looked towards Wang Baoli as if he was already dead. "I've heard that you have another dharmic armament?" As she spoke, the old lady stepped out. Wang Baoli revealed a look of helplessness and madness in his eyes, as he watched the old lady attempt to kill him and steal his dharmic armament. Chapter 264, Revival from the Brink of Death. Chapter 264, Revival from the Brink of Death. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. It was said that when one was on the brink of death, he would see a light appearing in a world that was pitch black. The light was like a source of guidance, causing one's body to rise until it eventually integrated with the light. What happened after the integration, where the person would go, and whether one would still retain their consciousness? There may be people who knew the answers to those questions, but they were unable to provide the answers to those secrets. Wang Baoli had already seen the light. In the pitch-black world, with the exception of the old lady's frightening face, there was only a light that had silently appeared behind her. To put it more accurately, it was several rays instead of one that had appeared suddenly. As it appeared, a strong, imposing force was emanated from within those rays. It was not very clear, but Wang Baoli managed to vaguely see that the 7 or 8 rays were actually the figures of several individuals that had floated towards him. They didn't have any facial features, which made it impossible to see what they looked like. The vibe they were giving off was so much stronger than that of the moon spirit that it was incomparable. They were the strongest forms of existence within the mystic lunar realm, second only to the giant ancient corpse. The Night Immortals. The level of cultivation of each Night Immortal was similar to that of a core formation cultivator. There were even a few of them who were able to battle cultivators who had perfected core formation, especially as they all had the characteristic which made them immortal. The characteristic, to a certain extent, made them exist even more boisterously than the ancient corpse in the Federation. After all, the ancient corpse had been in a deep slumber all those years, and wouldn't awaken unless it was provoked. On the other hand, Night Immortals preferred to live in a group. Even the Federation was unclear about how many of them existed. All they knew was that there was an estimated 50 of them, spending most of their time in the regions of the moon's dark side. Even though they would also occasionally appear on the moon's visible side, it was rare. They were a huge threat. They were filled with animosity towards outsiders, and wouldn't rest once they saw them, not until they killed the outsiders. However, thankfully, they didn't have a spirit sense like core formation cultivators and had to depend on their eyes to detect everything. As long as one wasn't noticed by them, he or she could escape. That characteristic was similar to that of the eye gowl. It seemed like Wang Baoli and the old lady had been seen by the group of night immortals that happened to have floated in their direction. Instantly, the night immortals charged directly towards the old lady. The old lady, who was in the midst of kicking Wang Baoli to death, was taken aback as she stopped in her attacks. Even she was afraid of the night immortals. It wouldn't have been so bad if there was only one night immortal, but now that a group of them had neared, she was stricken with fear. She knew clearly that she must definitely not be haunted by the night immortals, as when that happened, it would be difficult to escape, and death would definitely fall upon her. The moment the night immortals appeared, which was the instant the old lady paused, Wang Baoli, whose eyes were filled with despair and madness and whose laborious breathing had come to a halt, suddenly stared with his eyes wide open. Even though his body was weak, he was filled with indescribable pain, and fresh blood was still flowing out from the wound on his stomach. He suddenly had strength coming from an unknown source. Perhaps the suppression from core formation had suddenly disappeared, such that he could stand up, struggling as he scurried backwards, hugging his stomach. He had only one thought in his mind, and that was to escape. Escape out of that place. Escape, so that he could perhaps survive. D*R in it. If Chen Hui hadn't known that Wang Baoli possessed a dharmic armament, the old lady wouldn't have further attacked the severely injured Wang Baoli, who was an insignificant person in the old lady's eyes. However, it was clear that the dharmic armament was an attractive item, even to the old lady. The old lady wanted to give chase, but the group of night immortals suddenly picked up speed and surrounded her. That made the old lady troubled, as she could no longer go after Wang Baoli. After all, the night immortals were comparable in cultivation to a core formation cultivator. With all of them ganging up, even someone like the old lady would be terribly beaten to a state that she could no longer spare any more effort on Wang Baoli. The most important thing to her would be to ensure her safety. After several hours, the old lady left, evidently beaten to her bones. Fresh blood was flowing out from the corners of her mouth, and she looked awful as her entire body was filled with pain. In order to escape from the group attack by the night immortals, she had to exhaust several valuable numinous treasures to obtain an opportunity to escape and avoid their pursuit. She was about to change the direction she was heading and continue her search for Wang Baoli, but roars from the night immortals sounded off behind her once again. She turned around, surprised as in the skies a distance away, another 4 night immortals had appeared, charging towards her. T. Why are there night immortals again? The old lady gritted her teeth helplessly as she continued speeding away towards the visible side of the moon. A bizarre feeling overwhelmed her as she felt that the night immortals on the dark side of the moon seemed to be against her for some reason. However, she was still indignant towards Wang Baoli's escape. She groaned and took out a jade slip, which in that case wasn't a voice transmission ring, but one that could be used for voice transmission even with the array formation seal present in the mystic lunar realm. It was developed by the Galactic Dusk sect with other members of the clan, with the help of the fellow Taoists of another species. There weren't many such jade slips and were therefore not distributed to true breath realm cultivators. However, of those from the Galactic Dusk sect that had entered the mystic lunar realm, there weren't only true breath realm and core formation realm cultivators, but also large numbers of foundation establishment realm cultivators. Therefore, using the voice transmission, the old lady sent out an order, gathering foundation establishment realm cultivators from the Galactic Dusk sect to find and kill Wang Baoli. You're unlucky. The direction you escaped is not far from the secret location in which our sect is located. The moment the old lady gave the order, the foundation establishment cultivators on the dark side of the moon immediately responded. A glow flashed across their faces, as they were all glad to take on the task given by the Grand Supreme Elder. Therefore, very quickly, the foundation establishment cultivators began to move out. They even gathered some true breath realm disciples to join them in the search. At the same time, as an ally of Galactic Dusk sect, Zhu Fei from the 5th-generation Sky clan that had previously tried to pursue and kill Wang Baoli, remained sentimental to him as he also carried out the search. He even activated his network of friends from the Galactic Dusk sect, telling them to inform him if they met Wang Baoli. As the search carried on, Zhu Fei was rejuvenated, and somewhat anxious the moment he received the news. He was afraid that others would be faster than him. However, considering that he had received the news, it meant that there weren't many who were aware of the dharmic armament. Therefore, without wasting time, he rushed there immediately. Gradually, a vast net filled with greed and intention to kill was cast above the dense forest of the moon's dark side. Gathering both true breath realm cultivators and Foundation establishment realm cultivators, the quest to find and kill Wang Baoli had begun. No one from the 4 Dao colleges and the other factions, with the exception of the 5-generation Sky Clan and the Galactic Dusk Sect, knew about what was going on. They were putting in their utmost effort to attack the array formation seal. After all the time spent trying to break it, it seemed to have worked. It wouldn't be long before the array formation was completely destroyed. The members from the 5-generation Sky Clan and Galactic Dusk Sect amongst them didn't sense anything out of place. They all put on a relatively anxious expression as they cooperated with the rest in breaking the array formation. It could be said that right then, the moon seemed to have become an invisible vortex, attracting most of the elites formed the entire Federation, with the exception of the cultivators from the Martian colony. The Martian colony was one of the most important bases of the Federation. Its purpose wasn't to solve the issues on the moon, and was therefore not deployed. However, the number of core formation and Foundation establishment cultivators gathered on the moon was astonishing. Their movement also became the media's spotlight within the entire Federation. After all, in that era, movie stars were no longer the focal point for the masses. The cultivators were the ones who could gather all of the people's attention. That was especially so as the transformation of the mystic lunar realm roused the entire Federation. Innumerable people were keeping watch, and rumors were abundant. In Phoenix City, Wang Baoli's parents were pale with shock as they watched reports of the mystic lunar realm from the news. Husband. I feel lightheaded, and my right eyelid is twitching. Wang Baoli's mother's eyes were reddened, apparently from crying. As she watched the news, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably again. That child. Why did he enter Ethereal Dao College and become a cultivator? Isn't it better if he had stayed as a commoner? The tears from Wang Baoli's mother became uncontrollable as she spoke. In that period of time, she seemed to have aged. Before Wang Baoli left for the moon, he had ordered Lu Daobin to bring his parents the ethereal fruit for consumption. However, the anxiety she felt, and her worries for Wang Baoli's well-being, still made her seem tired and old. Don't think about such nonsense. Don't you know Baoli? He looks honest on the surface, but is a cheeky person. When was he ever at a disadvantage? Wang Baoli's father also appeared visibly aged. However, he didn't reveal his anxiety as he consoled his wife. In reality, not only was his right eyelid twitching, but an indescribable feeling also arose in his heart. It felt like he was about to lose something precious, and that caused the wrinkles on his face to deepen and grow in number. Chapter 265, Escape. Chapter 265, Escape. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Other than the Galactic Dusk Sect and the 5-generation Sky Clan, no one knew what Wang Baoli had experienced and lost in the mystic lunar realm. Naturally, no one was aware of how pitiful Wang Baoli was right now. Even using the word pitiful to describe him seemed like an understatement. In reality, Wang Baoli had experienced something unimaginable to most people, like a nightmare that no one could even think of. As a cultivator, especially the highly looked upon talent amongst the Federation seedlings, Wang Baoli wasn't simply a Federation seedling, but also a popular star in the military. He was even a highly regarded deputy pavilion head of the 4 Dao colleges and was considered formidable compared to his batch mates. Even though that seemed like an exaggeration, it was not far from the truth. That was evidence of Wang Baoli's combat capabilities and status. However, all of that was only applicable on Earth. In the moon's mystic lunar realm, it was a different story. The array formation caused darkness to overpower brightness, with all laws thrown out of the window without any regard. The survival of the fittest was a game that was playing out there. How would a true breath realm cultivator be able to resist the attacks from a core formation cultivator? To Wang Baoli, a true breath realm cultivator, the most precious Foundation establishment process was destroyed single-handedly by the old lady's attack. Furthermore, Wang Baoli had used a rare perfect object, the small tripod cauldron, for Foundation establishment, instead of his fragments. That made the feud between him and Galactic Dusk Sect deepen exponentially. However, Wang Baoli was unwilling to make an oath, as he felt that making an oath represented the useless screams of a weakling. He felt that the teaching from the high officials' autobiographies made a lot of sense. His breathing was heavy as he hugged his stomach, trotting while escaping within the forest. Other than making an oath, there was no other outlet for his emotions. I am still unwilling to swear, but if I could survive. Galactic Dusk Sect. Wang Baoli smiled evilly without any tinge of happiness. The hatred in his eyes was unlike before, and in that moment, he seemed to have become an entirely different person. People had to undergo different experiences in order to change. Wang Baoli felt that was the way for him too. In the Pond Cloud rainforest, he learned to kill and give his all. In Kulon Basin, he learned about unity and cooperation, and here, he learned about what it was meant to have, deep-seated hatred. It was hatred that arose from someone snatching away his chance at Foundation establishment, for pushing him to the brink of death, and for destroying his future. In the silence, blood flowed out from his stomach, which he had covered with his hands. He heaved heavily, supporting himself on a tree as he lowered his head to look at the wound. He could see his intestines, and if he were to release his hands, his intestines would fall out all over the ground. Perhaps all his internal organs would slide out from the wound as well. Even though he was covering the wound with his hand, the injury was so severe that Wang Baoli was already feeling his body becoming increasingly weaker by the moment. The only saving grace was that he had managed to complete 80% of the Foundation establishment process, even though his level of cultivation had been decreased. He no longer had the Foundation establishment, but as his devouring seed was still intact, he could forcefully stabilize the previously unstable cultivation after he escaped. That slowed the rate at which his cultivation was being lowered, and even though 30% of his meridians had been broken, no one knew that Wang Baoli's spirit root was 10 inches long instead of 8 inches. The remaining 70% of his meridians could forcefully activate his cultivation, allowing him to activate combat capabilities akin to the level of a Foundation establishment cultivator once he stabilized, after his escape. That would be scary. It was worth mentioning that Wang Baoli was only 80% Foundation establishment, with 30% of his meridians destroyed, and was also carrying severe injuries. Even so, the combat capabilities that he could showcase were already on the same level as a Foundation establishment cultivator. In other words, it could also be said that his injuries caused his level of cultivation to fall towards the level of a Foundation establishment cultivator. However, Wang Baoli knew clearly that as time passed, his level of cultivation would gradually fall. It could take a few hours or a few days. It would be useless even if I managed to find my mates from the 4 Dao colleges. Instead, I might even bring danger to them. My only chance of survival now is time. As long as I can sustain until the seal has been broken, until seniors from the Dao College come. Wang Baoli adjusted his breathing, his face pale. He was previously bitter and felt hopeless, but since he managed to escape, the feelings of despair were transformed into a strong will to survive. The level of hopelessness he felt was transformed into the same level of desire to survive. He didn't want to die. He couldn't bear leaving his parents and his friends, and he hadn't become the president of the Federation, or taken his revenge. I must hold out. Heal my injuries, and find the mystic trace fog. Wang Baoli lowered his head to look at his injuries, before laughing bitterly again. His wound was so large and his injuries so severe that they couldn't be treated with pills. It was a miracle that he was still alive with injuries on that scale. However, he knew that the special devouring seed helped in decreasing the harm from his injuries. The pills in his storage bracelet weren't even able to provide any form of relief. If it were to carry on, his body would fall apart even before his cultivation was lowered to the level of a common man. He would then die as he lost blood and acquired infections as his cultivation diminished. That was especially so if he met with enemies. If Wang Baoli were to raise his hand that was hugging his stomach, his intestines would all flow out. Using the devouring seed to forcefully suck them in wasn't a long-term solution. In the silence, Wang Baoli knew that there was probably only one way out for him. However, just as the idea popped into his head, Wang Baoli raised his other hand, and a saber appeared immediately, slashing towards the trees on his right at something that wasn't visible. A level of cultivation comparable to that of a Foundation establishment cultivator was activated and used precisely on the Dharmic armament. His cultivation far exceeded that of before, allowing his control of the dharmic armament to become even smoother. As the saber landed, a loud boom emerged as it made a slash the length of a man's height. A black crocodile appeared roaring, landing inside the forest as it prepared to attack a true Breath Realm disciple from the Galactic Dusk Sect, who carried a look of greed in his eyes. Bang! There was still a trace of greed in the disciple's eyes, but a crack began to appear between his brows as he was directly split into two. It was not long before the two parts fell to the ground, blood splashing out from each of them. From the beginning to the end, Wang Baoli didn't take a single look at him, and neither did he keep his dharmic armament. Instead, he stabbed the saber into the ground, a look of determination appearing in his eyes as he caught his breath. He immediately took out 4 puppets. The only solution is to dismantle all these puppets, transforming them into an armor that would encompass my entire body, sealing up the wound to a certain extent. Wang Baoli didn't hesitate a single bit. He knew that he shouldn't stop, but compared to advancing, the danger from his injuries was greater. Therefore, he began to dismantle the puppets with one hand. Thankfully, he was the deputy pavilion head of the Dharmic Armament Pavilion and had made the puppets himself. Therefore, his knowledge of the Dharmic armament and his familiarity with the puppets made him very efficient, and soon, he had completely dismantled the puppets and began carving new inscriptions to transform them with his spirit stones. The scene seemed like art created by Wang Baoli. The entire scene with him using his 7th grade Dharmic armament and the heated burst mystic technique surrounding him, along with mystic lunar realms forest on the moon's dark side and his injured body as the background, a Dharmic armament master would be touched if he were to notice Wang Baoli. Soon, a set of armor appeared before Wang Baoli's eyes. It was black and looked extremely vicious and cold. Its exterior was covered densely with sharp spikes that were astonishingly pointy. One could see that it was an armor prepared for war. The whole process took about an hour. The armor was like a small giant about 10 feet tall, and as it stood in front of Wang Baoli, he felt a torrent of emotions. Wang Baoli wasn't completely satisfied with it, but due to the circumstances he was in, it was the best he could do. He struggled to stand and, as he activated his hand seals, the 10 feet tall armor in front of him assembled on its own, breaking into numerous fragments and approaching Wang Baoli as they covered him entirely. When everything was completed, the Dharmic armament vanished, and Wang Baoli's body could no longer be seen. Instead, one could only see a figure decked in armor standing in front of the giant tree. There was a black helmet that only revealed his eyes and black armor that covered his entire body, sealing the wound on his stomach. It seemed to have replaced his skin, preventing his intestines and organs from falling out. Wang Baoli finally felt the weakness that was gradually increasing ease significantly. If the weakness was coming at him like a turbulent river flow previously, it was now akin to a peaceful stream. It was also at that time, when Wang Baoli stopped moving, that the 9 ordinary mosquitoes sent back an image of a figure charging at him from afar. The figure hadn't neared, but a strong vibe of Foundation establishment emanated from the figure, and could be significantly felt. Wang Baoli wasn't surprised at how they could accurately locate him. If he had a choice, he wouldn't have stayed put for so long. Seeing that the person coming after him wasn't the old lady, Wang Baoli fell silent as a chill flashed across his eyes. Chapter 266, Blood Floods the Mystic Realm. Chapter 266, Blood Floods the Mystic Realm. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. As soon as the Galactic Dusk Sect Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator came surging forward, Wang Baoli raised his left hand without a word and swung his fist towards him. The punch unleashed the supernova and augmented Wang Baoli's strength and power. The immense force erupted into a huge whirlpool that ripped everything apart and roared as it slammed into the Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator. Alarm flashed across the face of the Foundation Establishment Cultivator from the Galactic Dusk Sect. He had thought Wang Baoli weakened and knew that their elder had destroyed his Tao Foundation. That was why he had attacked confidently. He hadn't expected the force behind Wang Baoli's punch. It gave him the illusion of facing off against a cultivator of equal cultivation realm instead of one at the true breath realm. How is this possible? Didn't the elder destroy his Tao Foundation? As emotions flashed across the Galactic Dusk Sect cultivator's face, and a flicker passed his eyes, he formed rapid hand seals. A large crescent moon appeared before him and collided with the whirlpool formed by the supernova. At that very instant, as the supernova erupted from Wang Baoli's left fist, his right hand rose in the air. A 7th-grade Dharmic armament saber appeared in his hand. With a thundering roar, it slashed at the supernova whirlpool. Die! An explosion of unprecedented proportion followed. In the earlier battle with Zhu Fei, Wang Baoli's cultivation hadn't been as advanced. He had suffered a backlash from wielding the Dharmic armament and was unable to fully unleash its power. Things had since changed. He unleashed his full power and the remaining, damaged spirit chi inside his body without holding anything back. He was the short-lived lotus in its last moments, unfolding into its fullest blossom without regret. With a thundering roar, the black tornado rose to the skies and shook the surrounding lands. The black crocodile unleashed its true roar, which rumbled and stirred the surrounding air. It replaced the sound barrier-breaking thundering of the saber, and a sudden 100-meter-tall light erupted from Wang Baoli's Dharmic armament saber. The saber light flashed and slashed through the supernova whirlpool. It parted with the blade, allowing the latter to slice clean through it and land on the crescent moon summoned by the Galactic Dusk Sect Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator. Shock and alarm flashed across the cultivator's face, and he fell back hastily. The crescent moon disintegrated without putting up much of a fight. The saber light, unhindered, raced towards the Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator. No! The Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator let out a terrible cry. He tried to fight, pulling out numerous numinous treasures hurriedly to defend himself, but he was like an ant before an upraised boot. The overpowering slash of the saber, powered by Wang Baoli's explosive life force, shattered the numinous treasures that the Galactic Dusk Sect Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator had thrown at him. It was as if the treasures had been sucked clean of all spirit energy. The brilliant saber light fell straight on the cultivator's head and slashed, clean through. A thundering rumble shook the earth, and a crack appeared between the two legs of the Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator. It went deep into the earth and was at least 30 yards long. Wang Baoli landed, his blade piercing the ground and his body folding into a half-crouch. He lifted his head, panting, then slowly stood up. Before him, the Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator from the Galactic Dusk Sect shuddered. His body split apart into two cleanly cleaved halves. They exploded. Blood and torn body parts flew in the air. His flesh form and spirit were both destroyed. That was the present power of Wang Baoli. Despite his grievous injuries, despite having a third of his meridians ruined, despite his Tao Foundation being robbed, despite his growing weakness, he still had the ability to kill a Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator. Wang Baoli stood up. He didn't spare a glance at the dead cultivator but looked instead to his left and then his right. He raised his Dharmic armament and pointed at his left and his right, then turned around and ran further into the forest at top speed. As soon as he left, two Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators walked out slowly from where he had pointed his Dharmic armament. They both had a terrible look on their faces, their expressions grave and serious. They had arrived merely a moment later than the cultivator who had just been killed. They hadn't even had the chance to rush out to his aid before the fight had ended. They had seen, with their own eyes, Wang Baoli's attack. The terrible and fearsome sight was a dagger of fear driven deep into their hearts. Did he really have his Tao Foundation destroyed by the Elder? After a long moment, one of them asked, uncertainty in his words. The Elder didn't just destroy his Tao Foundation. I heard she ripped a fully intact artifact straight from his body. He was on the verge of attaining the Foundation Establishment Realm then, the other person whispered. The first person who spoke, upon hearing that, sucked in a breath of cold air. He knew very clearly what that meant. He also knew the agony that one would have suffered throughout the entire process. It was an unimaginable pain. Despite having gone through that, Wang Baoli was still able to fight to such an extent. That made them realize that the young man wasn't a mere prodigy. If he had successfully achieved the Foundation Establishment Realm, his reputation would grow far greater in the Federation. He didn't reach the Foundation Establishment Realm, but still possesses the same level of combat ability. It's such a waste. The two stared at each other. A hint of greed unfurled in their eyes. There lay unspoken words between them. They were about the Dharmic armament in Wang Baoli's possession. With their level of cultivation, they had recognized the weapon to be a Dharmic armament at first glance. Now, they had an even greater reason not to give up the pursuit. However, after considering Wang Baoli's resilience and battle prowess, they decided unanimously to continue the hunt at a safe distance, without venturing too near. He's seriously wounded. I can feel his spirit chi weakening. When he weakens more considerably, that's when we kill him. Both had their own ideas. They continued to keep their distance while readying themselves. If Wang Baoli turned around and attacked, they wouldn't engage. They would choose instead to wait it out. They weren't idiots. Regardless of how precious a dharmic armament was, they knew well about Wang Baoli's Foundation Establishment realm-level fighting ability. There were those who would have bravely approached head-on and fought for the dharmic armament, but such people were rare and few. Even if they didn't perish in the encounter, they would, eventually, in the others that followed. The Galactic Dusk Sect, especially, was extremely focused on its self-interests and gains. It would never do anything that required self-sacrifice for the benefit of others. That was why, as more Foundation Establishment realm cultivators appeared, after noticing the strange situation as well as the spirit chi exuding from Wang Baoli, despite Wang Baoli having kept his dharmic armament, they also chose to follow and observe. There would always be a few brash ones, however. One Foundation Establishment realm cultivator from the Galactic Dusk Sect could no longer hold himself back. He sensed Wang Baoli's weakening spirit chi and attacked immediately. The glimmering light of a blade flashed in the air instantly, and a thundering roar threatened to split the earth apart. The disembodied head of the Foundation Establishment realm cultivator flew into the air as his headless body fell to the ground. The 8 to 9 Foundation Establishment realm cultivators who had been following closely behind were driven to shock. They rediscovered a sense of self-restraint. At the same time, fierce desire burned in their eyes. They unanimously decided to keep news of the situation to themselves instead of reporting back to the core formation realm elder. They continued tracking Wang Baoli while waiting for the opportune moment. Wang Baoli knew what the people following him were up to. His eyes flashed, and he ignored them. The current situation was actually to his advantage. In fact, he had revealed his dharmic armament not just to inspire fear but also to use the cultivator's greed and lust for the dharmic armament to his advantage. They would not as easily report his whereabouts to the core formation realm cultivator. They had their own schemes and naturally so did Wang Baoli. At the same time, the delay tactic suited Wang Baoli's plans. As he moved forward, he went towards low-lying lands in search of the mystic trace fog. Wang Baoli knew that he was weakening at an alarming rate. If he could locate the mystic trace fog before he weakened to the extent that they were moved to attack, he would be able to buy himself some more time. If he failed to do so, Wang Baoli fell silent then. He no longer knew where he was precisely. Based on his calculations though, he knew that even though he was currently not in the deeper regions of the dark side of the moon, he was approaching the restricted zone that the college had spoken of and that he was not to enter at all costs. I hope I can find it. Wang Baoli inhaled deeply. He could sense himself weakening. He was about to continue his search when suddenly, from the left, a figure raced towards them at an alarming speed. He seemed to be in great anxiety. As he approached, he drew not only Wang Baoli's attention, but that of the 8 to 9 Foundation Establishment realm cultivators behind Wang Baoli as well. They turned their eyes on him. They soon saw the approaching person clearly. It was Zhu Fei of the 5-Generation Sky Clan. As soon as he appeared, Zhu Fei said abruptly, "Stop waiting around, everyone. He has found a way to locate the mystic trace fog. If we don't do anything soon, he'll find the mystic trace fog and teleport himself away. That was how he escaped from me the last time." As soon as Zhu Fei said that, the Foundation Establishment realm cultivators from the Galactic Dusk Sect froze, and the expressions on their faces shifted. Wang Baoli frowned. He sighed softly, inwardly, and leveled a frosty glare at Zhu Fei. Zhu Fei, with greed in his eyes, initiated an attack and raced towards Wang Baoli. Chapter 267, The Land of Deep Slumber. Chapter 267, The Land of Deep Slumber. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Zhu Fei's words instantly exposed Wang Baoli's delay tactic. The latter's plan failed as soon as Zhu Fei appeared. At that moment, Wang Baoli could clearly feel the difference between a true breath realm cultivator and a foundation establishment realm cultivator. Compared to a true breath realm cultivator, a foundation establishment realm cultivator would have lived through numerous fights to the death as well as contests for resources. That was how they had emerged from the faceless crowd of true breath realm cultivators to form the central forces of the Federation. Such survivors would have honed their mind after undergoing many hardships as well as events that broadened their horizons. Their mental resilience surpassed that of a true breath realm cultivator. Their decisiveness, as soon as they made up their minds, was something a true breath realm cultivator couldn't compare to. Once their minds were made up, they weren't easily swayed. The level of their craftiness was also greater than that of a true breath realm cultivator. Wang Baoli couldn't spare a moment more for thought. His eyes flashed. As soon as Zhu Fei approached, he raised his right hand and summoned his 7th grade Dharmic armament saber in his hand, slashing it at Zhu Fei. He knew clearly that Zhu Fei held an understanding of his Dharmic armament that was far greater than anyone else there. Since he dared to appear out in the open, he must have a certain degree of confidence in his chances. If Wang Baoli had still maintained the level of strength and power that had allowed him to cleave a foundation establishment realm cultivator into two, he might not have been too bothered. However, he clearly sensed the weakening of his cultivation. It had dropped by 3/10. His current level of cultivation was a mere 7/10 of his full cultivation. The only option left to him was to kill Zhu Fei quickly. His death would serve to terrorize the others. Even if they were aware of his plans, they would move with greater caution and give him more time to seek out the mystic trace fog. Wang Baoli placed his full strength behind the attack. The tornado expanded outwards, and the black crocodile roared and lashed out in all directions. Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes and stomped heavily on the ground with his right foot. His entire person sprang upward suddenly, like the long arc of a rainbow, surging behind the arc of his blade light towards Zhu Fei. Zhu Fei sneered as he watched Wang Baoli attack, his hands swiftly forming hand seals. A large mirror, which seemed to be crafted from spirit stones, appeared before him. It started giving off a bright, blinding light as soon as it appeared. It was something Zhu Fei had borrowed from someone in order to suppress Wang Baoli's Dharmic armament. As he formed the hand seals and the mirror appeared, the blinding light of the saber came rushing towards him. Both the light from the mirror and the saber met. Everything seemed to happen at the same time. Amidst a deafening explosion, the twin lights collided. The mirror shattered with an explosion. As it cracked and shattered into pieces, an ethereal hand reached out from within the shattering mirror and stretched towards the approaching Wang Baoli. It pointed at him. An immense energy silently unfurled in the air. It formed a binding force that cast itself over Wang Baoli, who suddenly felt the sensation of sinking deep into water. He felt as if his whole body had been suddenly and tightly bound. He froze in his steps, his movements slowing down considerably. It was as if he had frozen on the spot, unable to move and unable to fight back. The surrounding foundation establishment realm cultivators witnessed the sight before them, and their eyes glimmered. They were about to dash out when Zhu Fei, with a loud burst of laughter, his spirits energized, raised his right hand and grabbed towards Wang Baoli's Dharmic armament. The surrounding cultivators' breathing and pace quickened as Zhu Fei was about to wrap his fingers around the Dharmic armament. However, as Wang Baoli lay bound and helpless, suddenly, an icy glint flickered in the eyes hidden behind his helmet. His devouring seed had been focused on keeping his injuries under control. His black lightning and the power of the purple sea hidden in his eye had also sunk into slumber after the events in the Kulon Basin, without signs of awakening. They hadn't emerged even when the old woman had struck. That didn't mean that Wang Baoli had no way of activating them, however. As the fierce light in his eyes flashed, the black armor he was wearing started emitting a black light. A series of cracking, metallic sounds rang out. The exterior of Wang Baoli's armor started caving inwards, and in the middle of each dent, lay a self-exploding bead. They shot out into the air instantly. More than 100 self-exploding beads scattered outwards from Wang Baoli's armor and exploded instantly. Explosions resounded in the air, sending tremors through the ground. They were like a sudden boiling thunderstorm, their immense force sending shockwaves across the land, shaking the earth around Wang Baoli, tearing the grass and leaves, and uprooting whole trees. The binding power that had trapped Wang Baoli within its grasp was blown apart instantly. Zhu Fei was alarmed. He retreated hastily, but it was too late. The icy glimmer in Wang Baoli's eyes transformed into a murderous glint. He eyed the approaching Foundation Establishment realm cultivators and started chanting inwardly. Enlightened, he echoed the words in his heart, and remarkable spirit energy exploded from his person. The heavens boiled, and amongst the distant stars, a faraway, ancient being seemed to be awakening. It had its gaze on them. The oppressive weight of the gaze sent shivers through the Foundation Establishment realm cultivators who had been closing in. What is this aura? My God, this is. The Foundation Establishment realm cultivators from the Galactic Dusk sect fell back in unison, but Wang Baoli paid them little attention. As he muttered the scripture, he dashed forward in a sudden burst of speed and arrived before the retreating Zhu Fei. With murder in his eyes and a rage that he had been suppressing all along, he slashed towards him. The sudden sweep of the blade almost drove Zhu Fei's spirits out from his body in terror. He did his best to counter it, but to no avail. As the blade fell, amidst a loud thunder, Zhu Fei spat out a mouthful of blood and let out an agonizing cry. His body fell, like a kite cut from its string, to the ground. His chest was a blooded mess. Even though the actual injury wasn't visible, it was clear that he had been wounded severely. Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes. He stared at Zhu Fei, who was on the verge of passing out. The latter had fallen near where the other Foundation Establishment realm cultivators stood. That couldn't have been a coincidence. He chose not to follow through with a killing blow and instead, turned and fled into the forest. Stop him! He's trying to find the mystic trace fog. What frightened you earlier was the aura from the Dharmic armament. Zhu Fei struggled to speak. He spat out another mouthful of blood and passed out. The others treated his words with equal doubt and belief. However, there was something he said that they clearly believed, and that was the reason for Wang Baoli's fleeing. It was something they hadn't expected. However, it held a hint of truth and possibility to it. Their eyes flashed as Wang Baoli raced further away. The earlier terrifying spirit energy wasn't enough to deter them from continuing their pursuit. Instantly, 7 to 8 6th-grade numinous treasures as well as a dozen spells erupted from the cultivator's hands, heading straight for Wang Baoli. The color drained from Wang Baoli's face. He wanted to put on a strong front that would continue to strike fear in his pursuers' hearts. The mind was willing, but the flesh was weak. He could only spare a sweep of his right hand as he fled. He put all he had behind the attack, but his weakening cultivation and the severity of his injuries made it impossible for him to stop the full onslaught. 2 numinous treasure-grade flying swords pierced clean through his left arm and shoulder. Wang Baoli staggered from the blow. Inside his helmet, blood started flowing heavily from his lips. He continued escaping hurriedly, and the thought of casting the Dharmic armament aside to lure the group away even flashed across his mind. Doing so, however, wouldn't change the situation drastically. With the Dharmic armament in his hands, he would be pursued relentlessly by the crowd. Without it, the situation wouldn't change. It might even have adverse consequences. His weakened state was immediately exposed. The Foundation Establishment realm cultivators pursuing him had excited glimmers in their eyes. They dashed forward in a burst of sudden speed, in fierce pursuit. The fire in their eyes burned brightly. It was the chance they had been waiting for. A cacophony of noises exploded within the forest. Wang Baoli fought as he retreated. Spell after spell, and numinous treasure after numinous treasure, flew at him from all directions. A few Foundation Establishment realm cultivators skilled at sudden, swift attacks drew near and ambushed him from time to time. If the 8 to 9 Foundation Establishment realm cultivators had combined their efforts and made a unified attack, they would have instantly killed the rapidly weakening Wang Baoli. Unfortunately, they were all lusting after the Dharmic armament for their own and guarding against one another. They were also wary against any sudden counterattacks from Wang Baoli right before he died. Each of them had their own ideas and schemes and hence held back. They continued to engage in a long-drawn battle with Wang Baoli to wear him down. Wang Baoli's condition worsened. Amidst another explosion and the cleave of Wang Baoli's saber, a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator had his hand chopped off, and blood splattered everywhere. At the same time, Wang Baoli's stomach was pierced through by a flying sword that had sneaked up on him. It pierced through the existing raw wound on his stomach, making even the devouring seed stutter in its churning. Wang Baoli shuddered, and blood spilled from his mouth. He could no longer suppress the full extent of his injuries, and they erupted. His cultivation drained away like the sudden rushing away of flood waters. His eyes reddened as a deadly calm took over him. He was like a silent lone wolf, charging straight into one of his foes and slamming him right in his forehead. The latter was knocked aside while Wang Baoli fell back hastily as well, panting. His hands shook, and black spots danced in his vision. The violent aura exuding from Wang Baoli grew more intense. He continued to flee from the group of cultivators' pursuit, unknowingly approaching the deeper regions of the dark side of the moon, the most restricted zone of all restricted zones, the center of where the mysterious ancient corpse, the Night Immortal King, slept. The roots intertwined on the ground like a thick blanket and were crimson in color. With a single glance, one would be able to recognize the place as the restricted zone highlighted in the materials distributed by all of the political forces. That was because anyone who entered that place would be faced with inevitable death. The Foundation establishment realm cultivators who had been pursuing Wang Baoli, upon realizing where they had been led, were shocked. A few of them stopped in their tracks, their breathing stilled. He's not looking for the mystic trace fog. He's trying to lure us to the land of the slumbering Night Immortal King. Chapter 268, The Spirits and Immortals Kneel. Chapter 268, The Spirits and Immortals Kneel. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. As soon as the words were out and they realized where they were, the expressions on the Foundation establishment realm cultivators' faces changed. They froze in their steps, becoming wary and uncertain. To the Galactic Dusk Sect, the domain meant death to all who hadn't reached the core formation realm. They weren't typically that brash or slow to realization, but their single-minded focus on pursuing Wang Baoli while having to keep their guards up against one another proved distracting. They had also been so sure, after what Zhu Fei had said, that what Wang Baoli was searching for was the mystic trace fog. Everything culminated in their late realization that they had actually approached the vicinity of the restricted zone. Wang Baoli saw his pursuers stop in their tracks. He panted heavily. Blood was seeping out from the armor on his stomach. His vision had darkened, and everything was a spinning blur in his eyes. He leaned against a big tree and stared at the cultivators. "Come on! Not coming after me, your grandpa Wang, anymore?" Frustration swelled in Wang Baoli. He ripped off his helmet, exposing his death-pale face. Blood stained his lips and colored his eyes, his smile was grim and fearless, and he had a faint crazed, murderous aura around him as he stared at his pursuers. "Don't you have your eyes on your granddad's dharmic armament? It's here. Come and take it." Wang Baoli's legs felt like jelly. There was mockery in his smile, his words taunting. His vision was blurred and blood dripped into his eyes, coloring his vision red. And that one, the guy from the 5th-generation Sky Clan, the one who did a pretty good job at faking his death. "You can come out too. Hiding and following behind them without their notice is one thing, but do you think you can hide from your granddaddy?" Wang Baoli felt a chill come over him. It wasn't merely his cultivation that had weakened, his vitality was draining from his body rapidly as well. He struggled to lift his head as he stared into the distance. As soon as he said that, a few of the Galactic Dusk Sect cultivators turned their heads in surprise, though some remained unfazed as if they had known all along. Zhu Fei emerged from the forest under the eyes of those who had turned their heads around. One step after another, his transparent form slowly solidified and became visible. He had clearly used the same ambush technique that he had used in his earlier pursuit of Wang Baoli to conceal himself. He had been prepared for the injuries that he would sustain as well. They seemed serious but were, in reality, still within the limits of his tolerance. He had intended to be the Oriole preying on the unaware, hunting mantises, planning to wait for the cultivators to kill Wang Baoli and strike as they fought amongst themselves for the dharmic armament. "Wang Baoli, you're at the end of your rope. Hand over the dharmic armament and end your own life. I believe the other fellow Taoists will find that acceptable," Zhu Fei said slowly. He remained on high alert as he eyed his surroundings. He had previously realized that they had approached the edge of the restricted zone, but his greed was too great so he didn't give the others a heads up. He, though, had raised his guard. "A bunch of trash. You want the dharmic armament? come and get it. Don't worry. Before your granddaddy Wang dies, I'll make sure to get a few of you as well. It all depends on who amongst you are the unlucky ones. As for the rest, you'll get to find out if the restricted zone is as scary as the legends say. Wang Baoli glanced at Zhu Fei contemptuously, and his eyes swept across the rest. His right hand pressed heavily into the large tree and, using the force of that push, he retreated suddenly. He stepped straight into the area where the red plants grew, right into the restricted zone on the dark side of the moon. He seemed to hear a sigh as he took a step into the restricted zone. With the world blurring before his eyes, he didn't spare it further thought. He simply struggled to make his way forward. Every step sent agony snaking through his entire body. The world was a blur in his eyes, and his body grew weaker and colder. The weakness and cold were like waves sweeping over him, threatening to drag him under. The wound on his stomach could no longer be held together. Blood slowly dripped from the open wound, and his intestines started to slip out. He tried his best to hold them in with his hands. His armor had been damaged and ruined in multiple places, a few spots being ripped apart and others dented. Where he passed, he left a trail of blood in his wake. It seeped into and merged with the blood-colored plants, creating a gruesome sight. Behind him, silence fell over the Foundation Establishment realm cultivators. They stared at Wang Baoli, whose tenacity had exceeded their wildest imagination. They might have harbored their own individual schemes and mistrust towards one another, and their uncoordinated efforts might have lacked unity, but they could recognize, to a certain degree, that Wang Baoli himself possessed certain extraordinary qualities that allowed him to survive for so long. They asked themselves whether, in his place, they would have done as well. They might have discarded the Dharmic armament much earlier in the pursuit as a gambit to save themselves. But they knew, deep in their hearts, that if Wang Baoli had abandoned the Dharmic armament, they would have fought for it, but they would also have killed Wang Baoli in a shorter time. His death would be swift. They wouldn't have let him escape. After all, the reward from the Elder's mission didn't include the Dharmic armament. The only way to receive the reward was to kill Wang Baoli. That was why even though Wang Baoli's head wasn't worth as much as the Dharmic armament, it was still enough to make them kill him. However, Wang Baoli never discarded the Dharmic armament. That left them speechless. They knew that he had come to some kind of realization. That he had been able to retain such mental clarity in such a critical situation was what had made them most wary of and cautious towards him. If the kid had joined us Galactic Dusk Sect, he would likely be even more powerful now. The Foundation Establishment realm cultivators from the Galactic Dusk Sect, after the prolonged hunt, came to a unanimous conclusion. They couldn't bear to leave, not even with the restricted zone in front of them. They watched as Wang Baoli entered with the Dharmic armament. Be it Zhu Fei or the others, they couldn't control the quickening of their breathing. An internal struggle took place within their hearts. Then, a glimmer, filled with vicious determination and an intention to take up the gamble, shone in their eyes. Just as they prepared to make a gambit, suddenly, soft sobbing rose around them. The faint cries echoed in the air, sorrowful and unearthly. As the sounds resonated, a pale mist started to rise around them. It was not the mystic trace fog, but a pale, thin mist. In the mist, blurry, indistinct silhouettes gradually appeared. It was a group of moon spirits. Not 3 to 5, or even a dozen, but a whole group of them. In mid-air, in the mist, night immortals began to appear as well, similarly, not just 3 to 5 of them, but a whole crowd of them. They appeared silently and hovered around like guards, standing watch over the restricted zone. They drifted with the spreading mist around the crimson area in the restricted zone. The mist swallowed Wang Baoli in its midst and hid him from the other cultivators' sight. White noise exploded in their heads, and all of them, including Zhu Fei, retreated hastily without hesitation. Their hearts beat rapidly while their muscles twitched in alarm and terror. They reluctantly cast aside all thoughts for Wang Baoli and instead, tried their best to escape as quickly as possible from the area. Fortunately, the swarm of moon spirits and night immortals seemed to be focused only on guarding the restricted zone. They didn't pursue the cultivators, allowing the latter to escape with their lives intact. The cultivators turned around and stared in the direction of the restricted zone, falling silent. Sighing inwardly and with their hearts heavy, they went their own separate ways. Some left while others chose to linger around and wait for the mist to dissipate. They wanted to see if they might get a chance to retrieve Wang Baoli's dead body. They no longer considered the possibility of Wang Baoli's survival. The appearance of the mist and Wang Baoli being trapped amongst the night immortals and moon spirits pointed to his inescapable death. Defying all odds, Wang Baoli didn't die. As the mist rose and blanketed everything, Wang Baoli turned around. He gazed past the mist at the people who had been hunting him and grinned widely. He turned back. His consciousness was growing hazy, and his body was beyond exhausted. He continued walking without conscious thought. As he was about to stumble and fall, the black mask flew away from him and floated above his head. Wang Baoli had lost consciousness by then. He didn't see the soft glow radiating from the black mask. The light drifted to his side and gradually formed a faint glowing figure. It was a woman of unprecedented beauty, dressed in white, her long hair adrift in the air. She held on to Wang Baoli. Even though her form seemed illusory, a strange power seemed to allow her to support his body and prevent him from falling over. She led him forward. They treaded on mist as they ventured deeper into the restricted zone. The number of moon spirits and night immortals grew as they went further in. The Federation would be alarmed at their numbers, as it far exceeded their estimation. What was bizarre was how the countless moon spirits and night immortals, upon seeing the woman, parted and made a path for her. It was as if a supreme ruler had returned. The moon spirits and night immortals didn't simply make way for her, they knelt and bowed down before her on both sides of the path. They watched as the little Missy supported the unconscious Wang Baoli and led him deeper into the mist, to a place where no one had ventured before. There lay a vast crater. Chapter 269, The Immortal Establishment Realm. Chapter 269, The Immortal Establishment Realm. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The illusory form of little Missy led the unconscious Wang Baoli into the depths of the crater. The mist was thinner here, and unable to conceal the full sight before them. It was a vast, round cavern that stretched for thousands of yards. Unless one was perched atop an elevated spot, try as they might, they wouldn't be able to see the end of the cavern. What was visible within the expansive cavern was the thousands of figures on the ground, laid out in circles, kneeling forward in a bow. They didn't move a single inch. Their attires were different from those of people on Earth and clearly from a more ancient time. If there had been a specialist from the Federation well versed in the study of the ancient green bronze sword, he would immediately recognize them to be ancient sword cultivators. In the crowd were both men and women, old and young. All of them were kneeling forward in a deep bow. They had long passed, but the bodies they had left behind retained the last expression on their faces before they died. It was as if they had shut their eyes in devoted prayer, or perhaps in an attempt to summon something just before their death. In a single glance, one would see rings upon rings of cultivators filling the entire cavern. In the center of the rings was a towering altar. The altar stood 300 meters tall and had 3 tiers. If Wang Baoli were awake, he would find the altar familiar. It was the exact same altar that he had seen during his fusion with the small tripod cauldron. Even the lowest first tier and its 4 corners upon which the small tripod cauldron sat were exactly the same. However, there were only 2 small tripod cauldrons on the altar, and they were both broken. No spirit chi emanated from them. The other 2 cauldrons had somehow been taken away, perhaps shot out from the crater or through some other means and for some other reason. One of those was undoubtedly the one Wang Baoli had fused with. Some of the beads on the 2nd tier and the mist on the 3rd tier were also either absent or broken and left without spirit chi. They were all unimportant though. What was most important was the mist that hovered above the altar in mid-air. It exuded an astounding vitality, and within the mist was the indistinct form of a green lotus. The green lotus was partially shriveled up. Despite that, when it swayed gently in the breeze, it radiated a green light that emanated spirit energy which seemed to have surpassed certain limits. It sat within the green glow, contained. However, looking at the green lotus, one was faced with a vision of a thundering spirit chi hurricane that rose to the heavens. In comparison, the small tripod cauldron that Wang Baoli had gotten his hands on previously was like a pale pinprick of a star hanging in the same sky as the bright luminous moon. The light exuding from both heavenly objects weren't of the same class. The vitality in the mist had clearly originated from within the green lotus. The intensity of the vitality could blanket the entire mystic lunar realm if unleashed. The green lotus sat in the mist. It felt like something that didn't belong to this world. The mere sight of it would shake one to their core, like a violent hurricane sweeping away one's spirit and soul. It was something that had been worshipped by tens of thousands of ancient cultivators, and had received tribute in the form of numerous small tripod cauldrons and other even rarer items. That itself was a sign of its immense power. It was as if it were the embodiment of legends. The embodiment of myths. The embodiment of hope and endless possibility. One might even say that its power didn't affect only the cultivators on Earth. Those who hailed from other civilizations and practiced the art of cultivation, regardless of their cultivation realm, would, upon seeing the green lotus, go mad with longing for it. Waves of lust would rise roaring in their hearts. It was as if the green lotus reigned supreme and was one of the many mysterious life-transforming powers in the universe. The cultivators here might have been people who had landed on the moon after the ancient green bronze sword shattered. Before they died, they had carried out a grand sacrificial ceremony and attempted to summon the green lotus. They had succeeded, but for some reason, had still fallen. Or perhaps the green lotus had been a sacred object that had belonged to their clan and had been something they had used their lives to protect. With the support of little Missy, the unconscious Wang Baoli was brought here. She placed him at one side, lifted her head, and stared at the green lotus in the mist. The soft glow of memory seemed to glimmer in her eyes. She appeared to be immersed in happy memories. After a long, long time, she lifted her right hand and pointed. Suddenly, the green lotus in the mist shuddered. It slowly flew out from the mist and dashed towards little Missy. It stopped, finally, in mid-air before her. A large part of it might have already shriveled up, but it still exuded an alarming and intense vitality. The life force surged forward. It seemed to contain within itself a spirit chi that had been compressed to the extreme. The spirit chi was bubbling with life. The young, healthy shoots were a vibrant jade green that surpassed all earthly beauty. One glance at it was enough to drive one crazy for it, enough to summon an instinctive want to possess the green lotus. "Count yourself lucky, meeting me," little Missy lowered her head. It was unclear whether her words were directed at Wang Baoli or the green lotus. She seemed reluctant, unwilling, yet exasperated. She waved her right hand and pressed the green lotus directly onto Wang Baoli's dantian. Upon contact, the green lotus instantly melted into Wang Baoli's body. It disappeared, then reappeared inside Wang Baoli's body, within the severely injured dantian that was on the verge of collapse. Upon its fusion, an indescribable life force erupted within Wang Baoli's body. It was as if an earth-shattering, heaven-moving transformation was about to unfold within Wang Baoli at that moment. The life force was so overwhelming that it healed the wound on Wang Baoli's stomach almost instantly, within the blink of an eye. It repaired the ruined meridians in his body, and even his flesh wounds and damaged organs were all instantly healed. This wasn't the full extent of the astounding transformation. After repairing Wang Baoli's injured body, the green lotus sank its roots deep in and surged towards the devouring seed. The devouring seed showed its first signs of submission. It allowed the green lotus to sink its roots deep inside it. The two fused into one, and the devouring seed appeared to take the place of the mist that had formerly enveloped the green lotus. After becoming a part of the green lotus, the devouring seed also became its source of sustenance. It was then that the signs of shriveling on the green lotus faded away. It no longer appeared to be a rootless form. It now had a foundation, and roots from which it could sustain itself and grow. The spirit chi within it erupted at that moment. As it transformed Wang Baoli's body, it began to build a foundation establishment core. With the small tripod cauldron stolen and his Tao foundations ruined, it shouldn't have been possible for Wang Baoli to achieve the foundation establishment realm again in his lifetime. But now, the tides had turned. As spirit chi continued to erupt in his body, a thunderous boom rumbled inside him. The green lotus took the place of the small tripod cauldron and started to meld with Wang Baoli's flesh form. The speed of the fusion was quicker than the previous fusion with the small tripod cauldron. In the span of a dozen breaths, a tenth of the lotus had melded with Wang Baoli. Spirit chi erupted from his body, rumbling outwards. The mere 1/10 exceeded his previous 80% fusion with the small tripod cauldron. Such luck was inconceivable and utterly incredible. As spirit chi continued to erupt from Wang Baoli's body, the fusion progressed to 20%, then 30%. The spirit chi inside Wang Baoli's body increased at a crazy, exponential rate. When the fusion was complete at 100%, an earth-shattering transformation took place inside Wang Baoli. An overpowering foundation establishment core formed inside him. After fusing with Wang Baoli and becoming his foundation establishment core, the overpowering green lotus seemed to view the other presences inside Wang Baoli's body with disdain. It swayed, causing a shudder to travel through Wang Baoli. The purple sea in his eye appeared, trembling, and the black lightning resting in his meridians was also startled awake. Unable to withstand the overwhelming presence of the green lotus and left with nowhere to go, the purple sea burrowed its way into the scabbard inside Wang Baoli and transformed into the 11th mosquito. The black lightning bolt, after a slight pause, chose to compromise as well and snaked inside the scabbard, turning into the 12th mosquito. After cleaning up the mess inside Wang Baoli's body, the green lotus was finally satisfied. It slowly sank into the devouring seed and began the last step to the foundation establishment realm, one that no one had ever carried out before. Elevation. Rumbling continued to erupt inside Wang Baoli's body. The act of elevation was one of distilling Wang Baoli's current cultivation and enhancing its quality, and in doing so, transform him. After the green lotus fused with Wang Baoli's flesh form and become another organ inside his body, it had also spread its roots throughout Wang Baoli's body. Wang Baoli's muscles, bones, and meridians underwent a rapid transformation akin to an evolution. As time passed, his spirit chi grew stronger and had long since surpassed his original levels. His Tao foundation, under the evolution of his physical form and cultivation, also gradually met the green lotus expectations and transformed into one of the rarest forms of Tao foundation. His foundation establishment core was no longer a mere creation from fusion. It was one that was famed throughout the cultivation civilizations in the entire universe, the invincible, supreme green lotus foundation establishment core. Chapter 270, I have returned. Chapter 270, I have returned. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Time passed, seemingly fast and slow at the same time. Wang Baoli didn't know how much time had gone by, but when he came to, little Missy had vanished. The first thing he saw when he opened his eyes was the ceiling of the cavern. Wang Baoli seemed lost for a moment before his pupils contracted, and he sat up suddenly and inspected his surroundings cautiously. He widened his eyes at the sight before him, shock flooding his mind. This is... Wang Baoli was stunned. His breathing stilled as he observed the majestic scene before him. The sight of the tens of thousands of ancient cultivators' corpses and the three-tiered altar they had been worshipping sent a flood of emotions surging through him. The altar, especially, and the items placed on the altar, inspired in him an indistinct feeling of surreality. He had immediately recognized the altar. It was the one which had appeared in the scenes that flashed across his mind during his fusion with the small tripod cauldron. How did I end up here? There was confusion in Wang Baoli's eyes. He couldn't recall anything that happened after he entered the restricted zone to escape from his pursuers. He remembered distinctly that he had been at the end of his rope then. His vitality had been a faint, weak flame that had been on the verge of being extinguished any moment. He had felt death looming close over him. It had felt inevitable. His small tripod cauldron had been robbed from him, the foundations of his Tao destroyed, and he had been injured grievously. He had then been forced to flee from the countless foundation establishment realm cultivators after his life. It didn't matter how many he had taken down. His death had seemed inevitable. His memories halted at the point when he entered the restricted zone. Then, he seemed to have fallen into a long, deep slumber. After he had woken up, he found himself here. In his loss and confusion, Wang Baoli took in a deep breath and looked down at his chest and the black mask that had appeared there without his knowledge. As he fell silent, he could feel the changes. His injuries had been healed, and there was a certain strength brimming within him that hadn't been there before. Upon that discovery, Wang Baoli started shivering, and his eyes shone with incredulity. He started inspecting his body and soon fell into a dazed shock. It was as if he had just been struck by lightning. He saw, within himself, the ruined foundations of his cultivation completely rebuilt. His meridians were completely healed, and where his dantian lay, In the emptiness that had formed after the small tripod cauldron had been ripped out by the old woman, was a green lotus. The green lotus was the size of his palm. As it swayed, it radiated tremendous vitality and spirit chi which flooded Wang Baoli's entire body. Wang Baoli's breath froze instantly. At that moment, he was caught in an illusion of utter invincibility, as if he had the power to pluck the sun, the moon, and the stars from the heavens. He knew what he was feeling wasn't real, but he could still clearly and distinctly feel that the spirit chi in his body surpassed his earlier small tripod-grade foundation establishment realm cultivation by more than tenfold. It was like a miracle. Wang Baoli felt as if he was in a dream. He found the green lotus familiar. It seemed to be the same lotus that was being worshipped by the small tripod cauldron, and other beings in the scenes that had flashed within his mind during his fusion with the small tripod cauldron. There was no need, and no basis, for a comparison. He knew that if the green lotus within his body was indeed the lotus he had seen in his mind, then, the lotus and the small tripod cauldron were clearly in different leagues. How did it appear inside me? Wang Baoli was brimming with excitement and agitation. He hadn't simply regained what had been lost to him. He had, after losing something precious, found something even more valuable and priceless. That feeling was beyond what words could describe. His heart started beating fiercely. He inspected his body and surveyed his surroundings. Finally, his eyes landed on the black mask. Somehow, Wang Baoli felt that he had perhaps found his answer. "You're the one who saved me, right, little missy?" Wang Baoli asked softly. He picked the black mask up, but it didn't respond. After a long while, Wang Baoli stood up, placed the mask before him, and with great gravity, gave it a deep bow. "Little missy, you saved my life. I, Wang Baoli, will never forget this." The black mask glimmered faintly, like a reply to Wang Baoli's deep bow of gratitude. Wang Baoli stared at the black mask's response until it faded away and silence reigned again. He carefully kept the mask, then lifted his head. He could feel the immense vitality and spirit chi emanating from the green lotus that had melded with the devouring seed in his dantian. He could feel the spirit chi of a foundation establishment realm, and the waves of spirit energy that were much more powerful and terrifying than before. An intense murderous intent suddenly erupted inside Wang Baoli. His eyes narrowed, and within them flashed a cold, terrifying glimmer. "Galactic Dusk Sect, 5th-generation Sky Clan, since I, Wang Baoli, am not dead, the grudge I have against you is due for settlement." His soft, murmuring words were laced with ice. They echoed faintly in the cavern. Wang Baoli tried activating the green lotus in his dantian. He wanted to know the degree it had changed him since he had used it to attain the foundation establishment realm. The thought surfaced and seemed to fuse with the green lotus, but as the latter was about to stir, suddenly, the earth rumbled and quaked. An immense, remarkable aura suddenly surged from the depths of the land, terrifying even Wang Baoli. The aura was so potent that its momentary release was enough to shake the heavens and the earth. Every living thing that existed within the mystic lunar realm was shaken to the core of their souls. Wang Baoli could sense that the owner of the spirit chi was deep in slumber and that the sudden burst of spirit energy seemed to signal its awakening. The Night Immortal King? Wang Baoli instinctively withdrew his consciousness, which was in the midst of sinking into the green lotus. As soon as he withdrew it, the immense spirit energy disappeared. All prior signs of its awakening vanished, and the Night Immortal King continued its deep slumber. Doubts rose within Wang Baoli. He was guessing that within the mystic lunar realm, the only being that could give off such remarkable spirit energy must be the terrifying ancient giant corpse deep in slumber. He didn't try to test his theory further. However, he could sense that, somehow, the green lotus inside his body and the ancient corpse were related. Wang Baoli fell silent. He was uncertain of what the awakening of the ancient corpse due to him activating the green lotus would bring. He wasn't confident that he could wield and control the corpse successfully if it truly woke up. The uncertainties made him set the idea of awakening the corpse aside. He lifted his head and looked towards the exit to the cavern. He leaped out and saw, immediately, in the thin mist outside, the silhouettes of moon spirits and night immortals. The moon spirits and night immortals, upon seeing Wang Baoli, lowered their heads as if in a bow. Wang Baoli froze at the sight. His eyes flashed. He tried to exert control over the creatures, but after a few attempts, He realized that even though the moon spirits and night immortals bowed to him, they weren't receptive to his commands. Wang Baoli silently observed the mist around him. He could sense that the mist was different from the mystic trace fog. However, it seemed to share the same essence. There even seemed to be wisps of mystic trace fog appearing within it from time to time. He withdrew his gaze and lifted his head towards a point in the distance. That must be where he had come from. He could barely suppress the icy glint in his eyes. He had killed few in his short life. His experience in the mystic lunar realm had been a memorable one. The sense of helplessness he had felt, the grievances he had suffered, how he had been forced to the brink of death, all these incited an uncontrollable rage that surged in Wang Baoli's mind. A murderous want, eager to be unleashed, boiled within him. If he didn't let it loose, he would go mad. Based on his assessments, the Green Lotus was definitely an extremely powerful object. However, regardless of how overwhelming its power was, he was still merely at the Foundation establishment realm. He needed time to become more powerful. It still wasn't within his means to fight a core formation realm cultivator, as the chasm separating cultivation realms grew wider the further one progressed. Wang Baoli didn't lose his reason because of his Green Lotus Foundation establishment realm. He pondered, then turned and eyed the mist around him, a glimmer flickering in his eyes. I've studied the mystic trace beads for quite some time. There are still a few steps I haven't tested. If I succeed, there will be no one in the mystic lunar realm who can stop me from taking my revenge. Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes and suppressed his vengeful fury. He walked towards the fog and flipped his right hand over, revealing a handful of beads. Then, he continued his research of the mystic trace fog. A Foundation establishment realm cultivation didn't only give Wang Baoli enhanced fighting abilities, but also augmented his mind. He became more adept in his control and craft of inscriptions and dharmic armaments. There was also an abundance of mystic trace fog in this place. In addition, Wang Baoli discovered that with the Green Lotus inside him, he was no longer affected by the mystic trace fog. His research progressed swiftly and extensively. Days later, Wang Baoli successfully refined the mystic trace bead and walked out from the restricted zone. Battle thirst erupted from his person, murderous intent rising to the skies. I've returned. Chapter 271, Bloodstained Mystic Realm. Chapter 271, Bloodstained Mystic Realm. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. On the bloodied grass patch in the restricted zone, Wang Baoli's figure emerged. He had already changed his top, and the armor made from the fragments from the puppets had been removed from his body. He was just wearing a simple ethereal Dao College Daoist robe. His slightly rotund body had significantly slimmed down after experiencing the ordeals, and even his face looked more chiseled than before. That was especially so as a look of peace was exuded from his eyes. It was like the calm night sky before a storm. It seemed deep, and at the same time carried a scary and heavily suppressed madness. He held the 7th grade dharmic armament in his hands as hurricanes erupted around him. Behind him, the figure of a crocodile appeared amidst the blood-stained restricted zone. Wang Baoli appeared like a god of slaughter returning from hell. As he stepped out, the vibe emanating from him settled. The movement of his cultivation was undetectable, but from the dharmic armament he held in his hands, one could see that there was unlimited power within Wang Baoli's body. It made the once defiant saber, which would have easily attacked its owner, obey Wang Baoli. Along the way, Wang Baoli didn't have the mood to joke, to mumble to himself, or to self-deprecate. He had an optimistic personality, but it depended on the situation. Right now, there was only one word in his mind. And that was kill. The person he wanted to kill most was the old lady from the Galactic Dusk sect that destroyed his Dao Foundation, and took away his chance for Foundation establishment. The next person he wanted to kill was Ju Fei from the 5th-generation Sky Clan. Up next would be those cultivators who had pursued him in order to kill him. It didn't matter if they were true Breath Realm or Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators. Based on Wang Baoli's judgment, with the exception of the old lady that he was not able to kill, he would be able to turn the others into corpses the moment he met them. As he walked out, a thick fog circled in the restricted zone behind Wang Baoli. The moon spirits and night immortals all followed behind him silently, as if sending him off with respect. The 3 Foundation establishment cultivators from the Galactic Dusk sect who were waiting outside the restricted zone saw this with their own eyes. They had been indignant about simply leaving, so they were waiting for the fog to dissipate in an attempt to snatch Wang Baoli's corpse and the dharmic armament. Seeing the fog churning, they were initially excited as they thought that the fog was about to dissipate. However, very quickly, when they saw that the figure that had emerged from the fog was Wang Baoli, they were shocked. Instinctively, their intention to kill kicked in, but at the same time, an indescribable, bizarre feeling arose in their hearts. The moment those thoughts and feelings surfaced, they seemed to be transformed to shock and disbelief, as they saw that there were innumerable night immortals and moon spirits emerging from the fog and following behind Wang Baoli. They seemed to be sending him off respectfully and only stopped when Wang Baoli had completely left the restricted zone. After that, they even lowered their heads, as if bowing to send him off. This scene created a noisy buzz in the trio's minds. Their breathing quickened, and their eyes were about to fall out of their sockets at the unbelievable scene they had witnessed. The moon spirits. The night immortals. They're bowing to him? This Wang Baoli. Not only did he not die, he even recovered fully. The 3 Foundation establishment cultivators from the Galactic Dusk sect were shaken. Even though they didn't manage to see Wang Baoli's exact level of cultivation, they all instinctively chose to take a step backwards. However, at the exact instant they retreated, a killer's glance emerged from Wang Baoli, who had just stepped out from the restricted zone. He had long sensed the presence of the trio, and would never let go of the chance. The moment they were about to escape, Wang Baoli's speed erupted with a turn of his body. He was so fast that it was astonishing. Sonic booms erupted after him, even becoming a form of impact under the extreme speed. It led to many different tree branches breaking off after being shaken violently, and even a Foundation establishment cultivator would be unsteady and filled with shock. At that moment, Wang Baoli dashed past the Foundation establishment cultivator, his saber shimmering. The Foundation establishment cultivator trembled as he scrambled, a look of disbelief on his face as he looked at Wang Baoli who had stopped in front of him. The Foundation establishment cultivator seemed to want to say something, but he had no chance. He only managed a word before a bloody wound appeared on his neck, and his head fell to the ground. His decapitated body had blood spurting out from the neck as it fell to the side. It was a clean kill of a Foundation establishment cultivator in the same realm. Wang Baoli didn't even use all his power. His position as a Green Lotus Foundation establishment cultivator, coupled with his dharmic armament, allowed him to become the top cultivator within the Foundation establishment realm. Without even looking at the Foundation establishment cultivator's corpse, Wang Baoli turned and looked coldly in the direction the other 2 had escaped, before charging after them. Right now, a middle-aged Foundation establishment cultivator from the Galactic Dusk sect who happened to be standing in another direction was aghast with fear. His mind exploded with activity as if heavy waves were crashing violently in his head. An indescribable sense of fear uncontrollably emerged in his heart. How could this be possible? He couldn't believe his eyes. The death of his comrade made him feel that he was in a nightmare. He couldn't imagine how Wang Baoli could survive within the restricted zone. Not only that, but he managed to heal his injuries fully and even became so strong that it was unbelievable. However, there was meant to be no answer to his doubts. As he tried to escape and dodge like a maniac, Wang Baoli was like an arrow that had left its bow, approaching him at an extremely high speed. If one were to look down on the ground from the sky, Wang Baoli appeared 10 times faster than the other people, catching up with the others in just a few steps. This is a misunderstanding. Wang Baoli, listen to me, the Foundation establishment cultivator was taken aback. He immediately tried to explain himself, but what he got in return was the cold gaze from Wang Baoli's eyes that carried a heavy sense of his intention to kill, and the glow from the saber that covered his entire world as it approached in the blink of an eye. The glow from the saber was transformed into a gigantic crocodile. As the sonic boom emerged, the crocodile opened its mouth and sneered, swallowing the person whole. When the glow disappeared, the Foundation establishment cultivator's body broke apart into several pieces, and Wang Baoli turned and charged towards the third person. Wang Baoli remembered clearly that those 3 Foundation establishment realm cultivators clad in armor had ambushed him, causing his injuries to worsen after a futile attempt at suppressing them. You're fast? Wang Baoli was soft and calm, his voice like a winter chill as he spoke to the third cultivator who had escaped a certain distance away. The cultivator was frantically calling for help with his jade slip. His pupils constricted and his mind buzzed with activity as he took out numerous numinous treasures, activating all kinds of spells to try to defend himself while shouting out loud. Wang Baoli, I have already sent out information about you. You still have time to leave, if not, the elder will come and prosecute you. Wang Baoli seemed not to have heard the threat spat out by the Foundation establishment cultivator. With a few steps, he raised his right hand and waved, and lightning appeared instantly from the skies. The lightning was 10 times thicker than when he was in the true breath realm, erupting while creating a loud boom. It emerged in layers, forming swords that interlaced to form a lightning net. No matter how hard the Foundation establishment cultivator tried to defend himself and fight back, it was futile as he was completely covered and electrocuted by the lightning net under the chilly gaze from Wang Baoli. Waves of painful screams reverberated as the Foundation establishment cultivator's body was diced into tens of pieces. As the pieces fell to the ground, the screams halted. Wang Baoli neared in broad steps, standing beside the corpse and stepping on the jade slip used by the cultivator. With a small force, he broke it into pieces. What I really wanted was for you to send out that voice transmission. This way, I don't have to find people to kill one by one, Wang Baoli spoke calmly. Killing 3 people was insufficient to eliminate the hatred in his heart. He turned and stared in the direction of the restricted zone for a long time. When he turned around, Wang Baoli went in the opposite direction in huge strides, carrying an extremely strong sense of viciousness and intention to kill. I didn't want to kill anyone originally. However, since the Galactic Dusk sect wants to play the game of survival of the fittest, then I'll go according to their style. I want to see for myself the number of people they can send for me to kill. There's also Ju Fei. I wish he would come find me himself and save me the trouble of searching for him. Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes as he disappeared within the forest. He left behind 3 incomplete corpses in 3 different areas, filling the mystic realm with even more blood as its stench spread in all directions. Chapter 272, The Journey of Revenge. Chapter 272, The Journey of Revenge. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Wang Baoli didn't move fast within the forest, but his speed was still shocking. With the flailing of his arm, his mosquitoes scattered around the area surrounding him, providing a wide field of vision for him. However, as Wang Baoli felt for the flying sword within his body, he realized that 2 mosquitoes had yet to fly out. One was black while the other was purple. The 2 mosquitoes were like arrogant masters, they stayed within the scabbard, not heeding Wang Baoli's orders. The grade of the scabbard seemed to be too low to force them out. It's them? The 2 additional mosquitoes made Wang Baoli recall the messy existences that were once present in his body. Seeing that they had now entered the scabbard and became mosquitoes, he had some thoughts, and a fire started burning in his heart. Wang Baoli knew well that those 2 mosquitoes were definitely extraordinary. He was unable to order them around now, but he imagined that if he continued refining his scabbard, he would gain the ability to control them. Wang Baoli was confident in their strength and future performance. After all, the black-colored mosquito was formed from the black lightning that had unknowingly appeared in his body. As for the purple sea, Wang Baoli had managed to more or less guess that it was the purple glow that had wanted to kill him when they met it in Spirit Breath Village. These 2 fellas aren't to be underestimated. Wang Baoli looked excited. His heart, which was seeped in hatred, seemed to have eased a little because of it as well. However, his experiences had been so bitter that his heart was only partially soothed, with most of it still filled with a strong intention to kill. It was as if he hadn't taken enough revenge, which filled him with angst as if there was a rock on his chest. Therefore, he charged forward, carrying his complex of emotions. Taking advantage of the wide field of vision from the mosquitoes, he began another round of waiting and searching. He was waiting for people from the Galactic Dusk sect and 5 Generation Sky Clan to come to him on their own accord, and searching for cultivators from both sides that he would meet along the way. His targets were the cultivators from the 2 different factions. Those who were able to traverse the dark side of the moon were often not true Breath Realm cultivators but Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators. Very soon, after half an hour, Wang Baoli sensed the presence of 2 Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators, though he was unclear if they were simply passing by or had come after receiving the voice transmission. The moment he sensed the duo, a chill flashed across his eyes. The intention to kill that was in his heart could no longer be suppressed. He knew the duo, as they were part of the crowd that had forced him into the restricted zone when he was on the brink of death. Wang Baoli had a deep-seated hatred towards those people. Die! Wang Baoli carried an indescribable chill in his heart. Without a sound, his body charged towards the duo at such a high speed that he seemed like a wandering spirit within the forests. It was impossible to see him clearly, and unless there were other people whose level of cultivation far exceeded him, they would be unable to sense his presence. Within the blink of an eye, Wang Baoli neared one of them, and in that instant, he leaped into the sky like a wave of chilly wind and arrived beside his opponent. His opponent was cautiously monitoring his surroundings, but the sudden arrival of Wang Baoli shocked him so severely that he tried to retreat. It seemed like he had received the voice transmission and come to know about Wang Baoli's madness. He is here. Almost instinctively, the Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator twisted the jade slip and wanted to send a warning out, but it was too late. The moment he retreated, the moment he was about to twist the jade slip, Wang Baoli carried a fierce and intense viciousness as he looked into the eyes of the cultivator. It was as if his viciousness was flowing and perforating into the cultivator's eyes along with his gaze, pounding straight into his mind and causing him to tremble so vigorously that he felt as if he were in the face of a cruel and psychotic beast. Suddenly, all that the Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator saw was a blur. Wang Baoli let out a punch the moment he neared. The instant Wang Baoli sent out the supernova, a sonic boom emerged, and a loud series of impacts reverberated, forming a huge vortex in front of Wang Baoli and the Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator. The vortex seemed to hold an astonishing amount of force. When it appeared, it carried along with it the force of the surroundings, causing the vegetation all around to be torn into pieces due to its force. Looking from a distance, it seemed as if a black hole had been formed. That was the real appearance of the supernova, directly attacking a seeming emptiness, creating a hurricane and transforming a vortex into a black hole based solely on one's physical strength. It looked like it was swallowing everything in its path, but was actually tearing everything apart. It all happened so quickly. The Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator's resistance and struggle hadn't taken effect when the vortex black hole formed by the supernova swallowed him whole. The boom from the vortex covered his shrill cry. Then, Wang Baoli's calm voice emerged as the boom erupted and the vortex dissipated, with blood emerging from it. The fourth one. The second Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator, standing in another direction, who had witnessed everything happening before his eyes, felt as if his mind was about to explode as a frightening wave of thoughts crashed in his head. He couldn't believe everything that had happened, and even though he had received the voice transmission previously, he was still stricken with fear now that he had seen it himself. He stood pale, without a single tinge of rosiness on his face, as his mind was filled with only one thought: escape. As he breathed hurriedly, the second Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator retreated like a maniac. He even used his mystic technique, biting his tongue until it bled to allow for a boost in his speed. However, as he charged away, the chilly voice from Wang Baoli, who was like the death, arrived upon his ears. The fifth one. That was the last thing he heard while he was still alive. Fear and despair filled his heart, and he hurriedly opened his mouth, attempting to explain himself and seek mercy. Listen to me, Wang Baoli. If pleading were of any use, not as many cultivators would have died during the Spirit Inception era. He hadn't even completed his sentence before he trembled all over, his vision instantly turning black and his world thrown into a whirl. As his consciousness vanished, the Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator began to feel intense pain in his neck. The last thing he ever saw was a blade driven through his throat. After that, his breath stopped, and he died. Wang Baoli stepped on the Foundation Establishment cultivator's body and gently removed the saber from his neck. Then, he wiped the saber expressionlessly on the cultivator's shirt before he continued advancing as if nothing had happened. If someone who knew Wang Baoli had seen what he was like now, they would feel extremely distant toward him. Wang Baoli was normally a jovial, happy-go-lucky, and optimistic person, but that was what he presented on the exterior. If there was no such thing as cultivation in the world, and Earth hadn't entered the spirit inception era, Wang Baoli's personality would perhaps not have changed throughout his entire life. However, it was a cruel world, a battle of life and death and the survival of the fittest. That made the viciousness and decisiveness hiding deep within the recesses of his optimism grow even stronger after continuous rounds of honing through experience. Right now, it was at the point that those qualities were the sharpest. Just like that, he continued on his way, giving off a strong sense of viciousness everywhere he passed. He killed every single Galactic Dusk Sect disciple that had attempted to kill him previously, regardless of whether they were true Breath Realm or Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators, and regardless of whether they were male or female. He didn't soften nor think too much about the consequences. Since his enemies hadn't thought about the consequences when they were after him, there was no reason for him to care so much either. However, most of his targets were the Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators. He was lazy to care about the true Breath Realm cultivators from the Galactic Dusk Sect that he occasionally came across. Even so, his killing rampage had already garnered the attention of the members of the Galactic Dusk Sect who were in the Mystic Lunar Realm. There was more than one core formation cultivator from the Galactic Dusk Sect in the Mystic Lunar Realm, and even though none of them could afford to be distracted as they had other important matters to handle, the old lady, who had snatched Wang Baoli's small tripod cauldron away from him, was surprised after knowing what had happened. She then laughed chillingly, pausing what she was doing and dashing towards where Wang Baoli was. "Little worm, you were lucky the previous time. You managed to escape but still dared to appear. It seems like you still have other treasures, and are sending a message to your old lady here, inviting me to dig into your flesh again." At the same time, she sent out a task to assemble the Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators nearby to pursue and kill Wang Baoli. "In that case, I will annihilate you this time." Chapter 273, Scram. Chapter 273, Scram. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The Galactic Dusk Sect had joined hands with the giant tree in the Mystic Lunar Realm this time. To a certain extent, they could disregard the array formation on the Mystic Lunar Realm and therefore made ample preparations. There seemed to be over 100 Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators. However, not everyone from the sect participated, and not all the factions from the Galactic Dusk Sect agreed to participate in the collaboration and dangerous journey. Therefore, those that came forward were people of the same unit as the old lady. After all, to a large faction, unless it was a well-thought-out mission, it was rare for them to risk everything. Usually, they would leave behind an escape route so that they could sever everything else and save themselves should anything go awry. It was similar for the 5th-generation Sky Clan. Not everyone was chosen to collaborate with the giant tree. Instead, only certain family clans took part so that the clan could withdraw easily. Even if they were to fail, they simply needed to clean up after themselves and give an explanation to the Federation. Other times, the different factions were unwilling to start a war. As such, each party was accepting of making use of the tactic of punishment and weakening others. Therefore, of the hundreds of Foundation Establishment cultivators who had come this time, most of them were in the early or mid-stages. There were only 8 or 9 of them who had perfected the Foundation Establishment process. That was the full strength of the old lady's lineage. On the back face of the Mystic Lunar Realm, 3 bases seemed to have been dug out. These 3 regions appeared to be the testing sites that were produced from the collaboration process with the giant tree. It appeared that they were searching for something. There was a region that was one of the Galactic Dusk Sect's bases in the forest near where Wang Baoli was. Other than the few cultivators who were standing guard, the remaining 12 Foundation Establishment cultivators had all been activated, charging towards where Wang Baoli was last seen with strong killing intent. At the same time, the old lady was moving at high speed towards the same area from another base. In the Mystic Lunar Realm, she was fearless and didn't even try to hide her speed. She was like thunder, nearing at high speed with a chilly look in her eyes. In this way, a net that was deemed huge by the Galactic Dusk Sect was formed, tightening quickly around Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli, who was moving within the forest, immediately sensed it through the fields of vision provided by the mosquitoes he had sent out. After reaching the Foundation Establishment Realm, the area that the mosquitoes could spread out had exceeded that of previous times. They could now reach an area of 5 kilometers, and even though Wang Baoli couldn't see the entire area with equal clarity, he could gain a rough gauge of the distribution and surroundings of his mosquitoes. Now, the first galactic dusk sect cultivator had appeared in his field of vision. Wang Baoli stopped and squinted his eyes, taking a closer look. Soon, in the different regions around him, he saw the second, third, and fourth cultivator. When all 12 Foundation Establishment cultivators had appeared, Wang Baoli smiled, a chill flashing across his eyes. 8 in early stage Foundation Establishment, and 4 in mid-stage Foundation Establishment. There seemed to be numerous factions from the Galactic Dusk sect that arrived on the moon. Wang Baoli licked his lips. After his near-death experience, after a green lotus had appeared in his body, and after he had managed to achieve Foundation Establishment again, Wang Baoli hadn't found his limits. The attacks he unleashed previously and the feelings he physically felt right now didn't seem to be all he was capable of. The people he had killed previously were all in the early stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. After analyzing everything, Wang Baoli could gain a rough gauge of his own combat powers. It is easy to kill the early stage Foundation Establishment cultivators, and it wasn't difficult to eliminate the mid-stage Foundation Establishment cultivators with the Dharmic armament. As for the late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivators, it isn't easy to make conclusions as I haven't met them. I could probably emerge victorious, but I fear that I would waste my time. Wang Baoli concluded, keeping silent. Now, his eyes were narrowed as he charged towards the person nearest to him. Wang Baoli couldn't estimate his capabilities in the case where he didn't have the Dharmic armament. To him, it was a normal thing for him to own Dharmic armaments as the deputy pavilion head of the Dharmic armament pavilion. It would be weird if he didn't have them. At the same time, after his previous attacks, Wang Baoli had a sense of the green lotus within his body. It seemed like the green lotus didn't have a huge effect on his spells, but more of an obvious effect in boosting his physical strength. From the time he woke until now, Wang Baoli didn't feel a tinge of fatigue. A source of vitality seemed to have appeared in his body, releasing an endless stream of life, keeping him at peak performance. Therefore, I shall make use of these 12 people to gauge how far my physical strength has increased. An intention to kill flashed in his eyes as Wang Baoli erupted at high speed. As the sonic boom reverberated and was sensed by the 12 Foundation Establishment cultivators, Wang Baoli appeared before the nearest person to him like a flash of lightning. They all looked in the direction the sound had come from. That person was a middle-aged man. The instant he heard the sonic boom, his vision blurred. Years of combat made him instinctively retreat and dodge to his left. He activated his hand seals, causing his spells and the protection formed by his numinous treasures to emerge with a glow, attempting to block Wang Baoli. However, under the test of Wang Baoli's strength, his resistance was futile. The 7th grade Dharmic armament was unleashed, forming a saber glow several hundred feet long that slashed right in front of the middle-aged man. It destroyed everything it passed, with all the numinous treasures and spells decimated. There was no way to block it, and eventually, as the middle-aged man screamed in fear, the saber appeared between his brows, cutting through him as he collapsed to the ground. A loud boom erupted from the ground. As a large crack appeared in the ground, the figures of numerous Foundation Establishment cultivators all around arrived at high speed. They saw the corpse that was split in half, but didn't see Wang Baoli at all. The two halves of the corpse, as well as the crack in the ground, made all the Galactic Dusk sect cultivators who arrived gasp in shock. They were filled with fear and glanced at their surroundings quickly while on high alert. 1 slash. And he killed a Foundation Establishment cultivator. This person's combat power is at least on the same level of a late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator. **, I heard that Wang Baoli owned a Dharmic armament, but even so, how did his cultivation advance to such a level? He's not afraid of a backlash? As the crowd grew fearful and alert, a glow from the saber appeared suddenly from the right, several hundred feet away. Everyone was gripped with fear as they hurriedly tried to dodge. The glow from the saber landed on the ground before them, creating a loud noise as the mud splattered everywhere, and vegetation flew into the air. A black hurricane spread, covering the entire area and throwing everyone into chaos. In the chaos, the figure of Wang Baoli holding the saber appeared like a flash of lightning. He didn't want to ambush the crowd, instead, wanting to make use of the time when the vegetation was in the air to attack from the front. The best way to test my physical strength is to see how many times I can use the saber before a backlash occurs. A chill flashed across Wang Baoli's eyes as he neared someone instantly. He raised the Dharmic armament saber in his hands and slashed. A loud boom emerged, and the cultivator that had been cut by the saber blade didn't even have time to scream before he trembled and blood spewed in all directions. As the other people were gripped in shock, Wang Baoli emerged from the blood fog, appearing beside another person as he waved his saber again. This time, however, he was resisted by that person slightly. Mid-stage Foundation establishment? Slay! Wang Baoli raised his brows, unleashing his cultivation. The force from his saber didn't stop as it smoothly cut the body into two. Just like that, as Wang Baoli weaved through them at high speed, the spells around him roared loudly. Gripped with fear, every single Foundation establishment cultivator unleashed their trump card. Even though their trump cards were formidable, Wang Baoli was so fast and his saber so frightening that the cultivators Wang Baoli met along the way were all killed. The mess of flesh and blood created immense stress in the other people who were alive. Everything happened within the time of a few breaths. It wasn't long before 6 corpses were laying on the ground. The remaining 6 cultivators spread out quickly, but Wang Baoli was like the god of death, pursuing the 7th person, wanting to slash again as he carried a cold look in his eyes. However, at that moment, an angry roar erupted from the skies above. How dare you! A familiar, strong suppressive force was nearing from an area in the sky. The person hasn't arrived, but the suppressive force was so strong that it was like the force of the heavens covering the entire forest. This made all Foundation establishment cultivators tremble with fear as if their cultivation had been suppressed by the person's arrival. However, while most of them were surprised, some were agitated. The elder has arrived. Wang Baoli, you'll be dead now. A flash shone across Wang Baoli's eyes. He continued slashing, cutting off the Foundation establishment cultivator's head while he grew distracted with excitement. Wang Baoli, D*MNU. The old lady roared angrily, picking up speed. Wang Baoli killed people as easily as a saber through soft butter. He didn't pause a single moment, and as he killed the 7th person, he turned his head and waved his raised right hand. Immediately, 3 beads dashed towards the figure that had appeared in the sky, the figure of the old lady approaching him, who was carrying extreme rage and killing intent. Scram! In the face of a core formation cultivator, Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes without any fear, sneering at her at the same time as he tossed out the beads. The moment he spoke, the 3 beads exploded open on their own, forming a fog in front of the approaching old lady. The old lady was carrying a chilling look, not even slightly affected by Wang Baoli's attack. She was confident that no matter how capable a Foundation establishment cultivator he was, he would never be a match for a core formation cultivator. She swept her sleeve, attempting to dissipate the fog resulting from the exploding beads. However, her pupils constricted, as she revealed a look of disbelief. This is Mystic Trace Fog. With her will, she exclaimed noiselessly. She didn't manage to finish her sentence before the Mystic Trace Fog completely enveloped her. Instantly, she was sent away. Chapter 274, Killing at the Base. Chapter 274, Killing at the Base. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. On the periphery of another basin on the Mystic Lunar Realm's visible side, there were tens of cultivators fighting against each other. From the way they were dressed, it could be seen that it was the Senate against the Trilunaris Corporation, and Jin Duoming was amongst them. Within this group of people, there were Foundation establishment cultivators who had managed to find 20 fragments, and succeeded in becoming Foundation establishment cultivators. However, even though Jin Duoming from Trilunaris Corporation had long attained 20 fragments, he didn't begin the Foundation establishment process. Instead, he was lying on the chair, looking bored at the disciples within the Senate. All of you dare to battle me? Amongst the disciples in the Senate, there were Foundation establishment cultivators who were looking angrily at Jin Duoming. For some unknown reason, a conflict had arisen between them. However, they couldn't fight him, and could only express their rage with angry stares. Just as the cultivators from both sides were glaring at each other, a sudden strong force of teleportation erupted from an area near them. The old lady appeared out of thin air just as they turned their heads to look. A wave of force from a core formation cultivator instantly spread in all directions, gripping the hearts of cultivators from both sides. Even Jin Duoming sat upright, a rare look of concern apparent in his eyes. The members of the Senate all held their breath, but didn't seem too surprised. It appeared that they were already aware that there were core formation cultivators from the Galactic Dusk sect. They remained vigilant as the old lady stepped out from thin air. The moment she appeared, she looked extremely awful and solemn. Green veins bulged from her forehead. The madness and suppressed indignation she felt in her heart had already reached such a level that it could no longer be described. When she appeared, she screamed shrilly and angrily at the sky. "Wang Baoli, you little bastard! It's not the end from me." As the old lady screamed angrily, her voice reverberated. This made the Senate and people from the Trilunarist Corporation even more alert. Jin Duoming even narrowed his eyes, as he had heard about the issues between Wang Baoli and the Galactic Dusk sect. He had thought that Wang Baoli must have died during the ordeal. However, seeing how the old lady was acting now, curiosity arose in his heart. At almost the same instant that curiosity arose, the old lady's anger rose to its limits as she looked angrily and frighteningly at the people from the Trilunarist Corporation and the Senate. She wanted to vent her anger on them but forcefully swallowed that urge. After all, the people from the Senate and Trilunarist Corporation were from the second generation. Not a single one of their elders could be belittled. The old lady could kill and destroy Wang Baoli but was unwilling to offend the direct relatives of any of these elites. That was especially so when she noticed Jin Duoming, which made her suppress her anger. She turned and charged towards the dark side of the moon. She was indignant as she recalled what had just happened. She felt incredulous, and at the same time, she determined that she would never give Wang Baoli another chance when she saw him again. She would attack forcefully, targeting and killing Wang Baoli directly. As the old lady rushed back at high speed, Wang Baoli was standing on the dark side of the moon, his eyes shifting away from the position where the old lady was a moment ago. He then looked at the 5 dumbfounded and shocked Foundation Establishment realm cultivators around him, who had witnessed the scene. Every single one of those cultivators was utterly shocked with disbelief, as they felt that everything seemed ludicrous. What just happened was something that they would have never imagined even in their dreams. The great core formation realm elder who arrived so imposingly had actually been teleported away with the wave of Wang Baoli's hand, and his order for her to scram. It was such a huge turn of events that their delight at the arrival of the old lady instantly turned into shock. The effect of the beads that Wang Baoli had tossed out was clear to them. As reality and understanding sunk into their minds, their expressions changed, and they were taken aback. Voiceless screams uncontrollably escaped from their mouths. This is the mystic trace fog. God! Wang Baoli can actually store the mystic trace fog into beads to form a dharmic treasure. D*RN it. How did this happen? If Wang Baoli possesses beads like this, it means that he can teleport away whoever he wishes. To a certain extent, this makes him invincible. As the crowd gasped in shock, they all lost their will to battle. Wang Baoli's powers made them frightened, and the mystic trace beads destroyed all their hope. They spread out in all directions, with only one thought in their heads, and that was to escape and hide. To them, a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator on the same level as Wang Baoli wasn't completely indestructible. However, it was still extremely frightening to them and was an existence that they couldn't fight against by themselves. That was especially so as Wang Baoli's speed and physical build made his abilities for continuous combat and resistance towards attacks exceed that of others significantly. It was sick simply thinking about it, but Wang Baoli also possessed dharmic armaments that others could never obtain. That alone was a nightmare to people, and the only thing that they could do was wish to grow more legs in order to escape. However, Wang Baoli wouldn't easily let them escape. Now, a flash appeared across his eyes as his speed erupted, charging out like a bolt of black lightning. When he emerged and neared someone, he swung his left hand and sent out a sea of fire. That was him activating his heated burst mystic technique. The heat wave was shockingly strong and spread instantly, enveloping the cultivators who were on the run. One cultivator tried to shield himself from it and retreat, but in the sea of fire enveloping him, bolts of lightning appeared, landing on him as the fire swallowed him whole. Without stopping and after eliminating that cultivator, Wang Baoli turned and charged towards the next person. Painful screams emerged one after another in the forest. 5 minutes later, Wang Baoli kicked the abdomen of the last Foundation establishment cultivator, bursting his body apart. He looked at the twisted face of the cultivator who had once gone after him in an attempt to kill him, and kicked hard at the destroyed abdomen once again. Painful screams could no longer be heard. The cultivator laid there, trembling uncontrollably as his eyes clouded until he finally stopped breathing and died. Wang Baoli looked at the corpse before him coldly, before picking up the cultivator's storage bag. He opened it to take a look and retrieved a jade slip from it. The storage bags of the other cultivators also contained similar jade slips, which marked a location nearby. In order to send so many people here so quickly, it probably means that this spot is their assembly point. The hostility in Wang Baoli's heart had partially dissipated. He groaned as he dashed towards the point marked in the jade slip. In reality, the marked point was one of the bases of the Galactic Dusk Sect, which wasn't far away from where Wang Baoli was. There was a deep trench in the ground, with hundreds of True Breath Realm cultivators entering and leaving it. They appeared to be excavating. In the depths of the trench were two middle-aged men guarding the area vigilantly, looking at the disciples who were digging as they furrowed their brows. They had received the order from the old lady to kill Wang Baoli, and also a reminder for them to take note of Wang Baoli's mystic trace beads. Mystic trace beads? Sounds interesting. The duo grew vigilant. After all, for the old lady to personally alert them to it, it meant that there must be something shocking about it. Therefore, they looked at each other and were about to leave and begin their search outside the trench when suddenly, outside the trench, a painful scream arose, and gasps of shock gradually followed. Enemy attack! The duo was shocked as they instantly picked up speed and charged outside the trench. At the same time, outside the trench, Wang Baoli had already emerged at high speed out of the forest. When he arrived, he dashed in with the Dharmic armament in his hands. He didn't bother to attack the True Breath Realm cultivators unless they were looking for death themselves. His target was only the Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators. As he neared, he unleashed the supernova, killing several True Breath Realm cultivators who charged at him without any fear of death. He waved his knife at every single Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator that came at him, cutting them into two with blood spurting out from their wounds. The scene was too shocking to the True Breath Realm cultivators around him. They all gasped in shock, and almost all of them stepped back and looked at Wang Baoli with extreme fear and disbelief. That was especially so for one of them, who was one of the Federation seedlings. As he looked at Wang Baoli, a torrent of emotions and thoughts crashed in his heart. Even though he had heard about Wang Baoli's matters previously, seeing how strong he was with his own eyes still made him feel incredulous. Wang Baoli noticed him as well but retracted his gaze in silence. The other party hadn't participated in the pursuit for his death and didn't seem to want to attack him now. Furthermore, he was one of the Federation seedlings. With this shared relationship, Wang Baoli chose to ignore him as he walked towards the trench without anyone blocking his way. Just as he neared, the strong aura of two people erupted from within the trenches right at Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli didn't even bother to take a look as he tossed the mystic trace beads out. Scram! A loud boom emerged as the beads exploded. A thick fog filled the entire trench, and even though the two late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivators were alert, it wasn't possible for them to react and resist the mystic trace fog that had appeared so suddenly. In the blink of an eye, they were teleported away. Chapter 275, The Osmandus Tree on the Moon. Chapter 275, The Osmandus Tree on the Moon. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators in the base had mostly gone to take Wang Baoli's life. Therefore, there were only a few that stayed behind, and that included those two late-stage Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators. Now, of all the people that Wang Baoli had killed, the only one surviving was the one who was a Federation seedling like him. The True Breath Realm cultivators standing around had seen Wang Baoli arrive with their own eyes. They witnessed him killing Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators as if he was slaughtering chickens. Fear had long gripped their hearts completely, and as they were immersed in fear, they had given up the thought of resisting. They were all clear that in the face of a formidable person like Wang Baoli, resisting would be futile. Instead, it would become the spark for more trouble to come. As for Wang Baoli, all the killing along the way had already helped dissipate the hostility in his heart. The remnant of grudge that remained was that he hadn't seen Zhu Fei from the 5-generation Sky Clan. Wang Baoli's hatred towards Zhu Fei was second to the core formation old lady. Now, he was standing outside the trench, alternating between looking into it with his head lowered and at the people around him who didn't dare to even breathe. A flash appeared across his eyes as he looked towards the only Federation seedling cultivator. "Who's that? Lin Gizi? That's your name, right? Explain the plot and goal the Galactic Dusk Sect is trying to achieve, and also tell me about the relationship between you and the 5-generation Sky Clan. I don't wish to kill you, so you'd better be upfront. Also, I want you to tell me the location of the 5-generation Sky Clan's base." Wang Baoli didn't bother mincing words, conveying what he was looking for directly. The true Breath Realm cultivators standing around all lowered their heads. The Federation seedling cultivator laughed bitterly and didn't hesitate to tell Wang Baoli everything he knew. After all, the intelligent ones were the ones who knew when to act according to their circumstances. The Federation seedling from the Galactic Dusk Sect didn't hesitate a single bit in revealing the secrets of his sect, and was even very detailed in doing so. Based on the answer, Wang Baoli finally understood the relationship between the Galactic Dusk Sect and the 5-generation Sky Clan, as well as their goal. At the same time, he began to gain a more precise grasp on the sequence of events that led to the changes in the mystic lunar realm. In reality, there was a large ancient tree buried deep underground on the moon. An unknown length of time ago, it was born into existence, even though no one knew exactly how it arose. It seemed to have already been present on the day the moon was born. The ancient tree had experienced many trials and had been through the passage of time, be it the period when spirit chi hadn't filled the area or the period where it survived against all odds in an unfavorable environment. Its roots were spread across a wide area in the ground of the moon, integrating together with the rocks and mud, which made it difficult for people to sense its presence. Signs of its existence only began to appear many years ago, which led to a series of tales, such as that of the Osmundus tree inside the moon. However, the large ancient tree died a long time ago. After all, it had existed in the moon for too long, and there was a limit to how long it was possible for it to live. Therefore, when it had reached a near-death stage and felt that its life could no longer be sustained, it dispersed its seeds towards Earth in order for them to grow again on Earth. In that manner, it managed to achieve some sort of eternal existence. Eternal existence. As Wang Baoli listened, thoughts arose in his head. In reality, there were many sayings about eternal existence in this time and age. Going back in time, before the arrival of the ancient greenish-bronze sword, somebody had once mentioned that the purpose of the early humans procreating was to prolong their life's existence, and to some extent achieve eternal existence. You're reading on Novel Full Thanks. The phrase eternal existence flashed across Wang Baoli's mind. He didn't care about eternal existence, as the only thing that was important to him was having dreams. As Wang Baoli fell silent, the Federation seedling from Galactic Dusk Sect continued illustrating. The giant tree that had almost completely integrated with the moon continued growing to its limits. It dispersed its seeds towards the Earth, but it was a pity that spirit chi had still not existed on Earth then. The environment was also unfavorable for the germination of the seeds, and as a result, the seeds either withered and died or remained dormant. If nothing unexpected happened, the seeds would have the same outcome as the giant tree on the moon, and that was a gradual death. That was until the arrival of the ancient greenish-bronze sword. That was until the falling of the fragments. That was until the eruption of spirit chi. The effect of spirit chi on humans and ferocious beasts was extremely strong, and that was the case for the plants and vegetation as well. Of them, the ones that received the most impact were the seeds that were dispersed from the giant tree many years ago. Under the nourishment of the spirit chi, those seeds evolved insidiously. After a series of integration and elimination, 3 seeds managed to emerge and survive until this day. They each possessed a core formation level of cultivation and were vigilant and spiteful towards each other. 3 of them. Wang Baoli's pupils constricted. He wasn't sure if the giant tree on Huangshan was the same as the one he had seen in Kulon Basin. If it wasn't, he would have seen 2 of the 3 trees with his own eyes. I heard all of this from the elders from the Ancestors' Gate. Other than depending on their own cultivation to grow, another easier method for the three trees to develop would be to swallow each other. Therefore, they are extremely hostile towards each other. It was a pity that the three of them were comparable to each other in terms of capabilities, and were extremely vigilant towards each other. As a result, there was no opportunity for any swallowing to happen. As such, in order to achieve a breakthrough in cultivation and to swallow each other, they decided to be assimilated into a host body in order to enter the mystic lunar realm. Their goal, to find their parent tree. The Federation seedling from the Galactic Dusk sect lowered his voice, as he spoke about the crucial reason behind the arrival of the three trees on the moon. The large parent tree deep under the moon's surface had existed for so long that it had been on the brink of death for an extremely long time. Even with the arrival of the ancient greenish-bronze sword and the spirit chi, it was unable to rejuvenate its life. However, before it died, it managed to grow a fruit. That fruit was the target of the parent tree's three offspring. Swallowing the fruit would allow them to achieve a breakthrough in their cultivation and reach the nascent soul realm. However, to induce the parent tree to grow a fruit, nutrients were needed. One source of the nutrients were the cultivators within the mystic lunar realm. However, the more significant and indispensable source would be from the three giant trees themselves. With every death of one of the three giant trees, the growth of the fruit by the parent tree would be accelerated. Once two giant trees die, the parent tree would instantly bear fruit. The trees didn't hide this goal of theirs from the people that they were cooperating with. One of the trees collaborated with the 5-generation Sky Clan, while another collaborated with the Galactic Dusk sect. After each reached an agreement, the two factions supported and assisted the mutant tree that they were collaborating with, and they began a battle against each other in the mystic lunar realm. The tree that had blended itself within the crowd of the 4 Tao colleges was the third tree. It was killed through the collaboration of the two groups of allies, consisting of the 5-generation Sky Clan and the Galactic Dusk sect with each of their trees. That resulted in 2 trees remaining of the 3. At the same time, the 5-generation Sky Clan and Galactic Dusk sect each established numerous bases. That was the result of the endless pursuit for the parent tree that had occurred as part of the collaboration between the trees and each clan. This particular base was still in the process of excavation. Right now, it could more or less be determined that the path that was being dug out was not leading to the main stem. Therefore, knowing that, the old lady and the other core formation cultivators left for another base to continue guarding it. Towards the end of his illustration, the Federation seedling from the Galactic Dusk sect hesitated momentarily before speaking softly again. According to the information that I have received, the third base of our sect is the one that would truly lead to the main stem. Its excavation has almost been completed. However, it is unclear why there are still people staying at and personnel being sent to the remaining 2 bases. As he concluded his sentence, he passed the location of the other 2 bases of his sect, as well as that of 5-generation Sky Clan that was found by the other sects, to Wang Baoli, not thinking too much about it. That's all I have, Brother Wang. I didn't hide a single detail. I don't ask for more. I'm not worried about you regretting it and deciding to kill me after all. However, please give these true breath disciples a chance to live. They didn't offend you in any way. In the end, the Galactic Dusk sect disciple sighed as he looked pitifully at the true breath realm disciples that had fallen silent around him. It was unclear what thoughts were running through his mind, but from the surface, it could be seen that he had betrayed his sect in order to protect his fellow disciples. Looking at the Federation seedling before him, Wang Baoli was clear about his intentions and had no plans to stab him in the back. After all, the Federation seedling had cooperated fully, and even though Wang Baoli was uncertain about the truth of the Jade Slip's contents, the location of the base of the 5-generation Sky Clan was one that Wang Baoli had seen previously. After comparing the information, he concluded that the information was still somewhat accurate. He nodded his head before turning around and charging into the distance, heading in the direction marked on the Jade Slip. Seeing that Wang Baoli had left, the disciples from the Galactic Dusk sect all heaved sighs of relief. They all felt as if they had risen from the dead, and they all thanked the Federation seedling, their hearts filled with gratitude. Lin Gizi, the Federation seedling, picked by Wang Baoli, also heaved a sigh of relief. Looking at Wang Baoli disappearing into the distance, he was filled with a torrent of emotions as he recalled what he had experienced in Federation City. This person has become completely different from us, as he mumbled to himself. He retracted his gaze and turned his attention towards the disciples who were thanking him. He felt a sense of pride as he thought that he had handled the matter well. Right now, Wang Baoli was charging forward through the dark side of the mystic lunar realm. The viciousness in his eyes grew stronger. He wasn't afraid of falling into any traps, as he could always toss some mystic trace beads around. And if the mystic trace beads were of no use, I'll awaken the Night Immortal King. A desire to kill flashed across Wang Baoli's eyes as he picked up speed.